like her telepathy. It couldn't be that she was also a time traveler or could hear her own thoughts, right? After ending the call with Su Yuyan, Jiang Qin just put away the phone and walked home while his brain was working rapidly. After getting through this disaster tonight, his life will be easier again. According to the plot of the original novel, after the death of God of War Ling Feng, Ye Junlin's range of activities will be out of Nanzhou. At that time, the role of this little follower to Ye Junlin will be infinitely close to zero. After comprehensive consideration, Ye Junlin will decide to assign him a mission to die. His hard-working acting career is about to end. According to the current situation, the next plot is Wang Ping'an's final madness before the Wang family evacuates Zhongyan City. It's my good sister-in-law's turn to be unlucky again. My sister-in-law was kidnapped by Wang Ping'an's men. At the critical moment, she was rescued by my good brother. Afterwards, my good brother killed the hijacker and forced out the mastermind behind the scenes, Wang Ping'an. He rushed to Wang Ping'an's hiding place out of rage for his beloved. After that, the Wang family will definitely want to protect Wang Ping'an, and then a conflict will break out with the idiot. What I need to do is still very simple. I just need to tip off the second fool when my sister-in-law is in danger. Perfect. Thinking that there were not many plots for him later on, and most of them were relatively simple, Jiang Qin felt relieved unconsciously. We ordinary people are really happy today. Really, really happy. When the time comes, once he gets the ultimate reward from the system, it will be his hunting time. Just thinking about that state makes me happy. In a world where martial arts is respected, he happens to be the martial arts master. By then, won't he be able to do whatever he wants? Return to your rental house. After a quick wash, he went straight to have a comfortable rest with great expectations for tomorrow. On the other side, in Villa number 018 of Zhongyan Garden, Lin Qingyue, who heard that it would be her turn to be unlucky in the next plot, felt a tightness and pain in her chest again. However, thinking of something more important, and guessing that Ye Wushuang must be eavesdropping on Jiang Qin's thoughts at this moment, she quickly suppressed her discomfort and simply edited a message to Ye Wushuang. Your Excellency King of Zhongyan, are you asleep? As expected, King Zhongyan called soon. What's wrong, Mr. Lin, is there anything going on so late? It's still what I told you before. Lin Qingyue didn't want to expose Jiang Qin's inner thoughts. She just considered her words and said, I just received reliable information. The guy who might be harmful to me may take extreme actions in the near future. I wonder if the expert that His Excellency the King of Zhongyan sent to secretly protect me has arrived at the king's palace. So that's what happened. On the other end of the phone, Ye Wushuang also did not reveal what Jiang Qin was thinking, and his tone was very calm. Yingyu, one of the two shadow guards of the Zhongyan Palace, has been protecting Mr. Lin in secret. If President Lin is worried, I can contact her now and ask her to show up and say hello to you. Has Commander Yingyu arrived? Lin Qingyue was a little surprised. She hadn't noticed anything before. She looked around, including at the various surveillance cameras at home, but couldn't see anyone around her. Ever since Mr. Lin called last time, Yingyu has been secretly protecting you. Ye Wushuang's tone was still calm. Wait a moment, I'll send her a message now. Soon, with the arrival of Ye Wushuang's voice and the sending of a message, a figure in night clothes, like a messenger of the night, appeared from nowhere, suddenly came to the door of Lin Qingyue's house, and gently rang the video doorbell of Lin Qingyue's house. When Lin Qingyue answered the video doorbell, she immediately showed a kind smile. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Yingyu from the Zhongyan Palace, and I have been ordered to protect you secretly. Thank you for your hard work, Commander Yingyu. Lin Qingyue felt relieved immediately. She had dealt with Commander Yingyu before when she was dealing with Wang Ping'an's harassment. I heard that he is a powerful master. Such a strong man, let alone protecting her, Lin Qingyue, under normal circumstances, would be more than enough to protect the first-class families in Zhongyan City. Ye Wushuang was able to arrange for her to come here, and he always protected her secretly. It can be said that he valued Lin Qingyue very much and gave her a lot of face. After simply exchanging a few polite words with Commander Yingyu and thanking Ye Wushuang, Lin Qingyue felt completely relieved. After Ye Wushuang hung up the phone, she calmed down, turned off the lights, and went to rest. Chapter 121. The next day, Jiang Qin served as Lin Qingyue's bodyguard captain as usual. Although he discovered that there was a Grandmaster-level expert secretly following Lin Qingyue, he didn't take it too seriously. I just thought it was someone sent by Wang Ping'an, who was following me secretly. After all, Wang Ping'an had already made up his mind to make trouble, so it was normal for him to send people in advance to find out Lin Qingyue's movements. Jiang Qin spotted this person yesterday when he was escorting Lin Qingyue back to Zhongyan Garden, but he didn't take it seriously at all. The man did not show any hostility for the time being, and Jiang Qin was too lazy to even investigate and find out the other party's identity. He is just a warrior in the early stage of Grandmaster realm. Until the end of a thrilling day of slacking off, he drove Lin Qingyue's motorcade with a few bodyguards to send Lin Qingyue back as usual, and arrived at a turning at an intersection. A dump truck suddenly rushed out from the front, and as if by coincidence, it braked suddenly and turned sideways, just blocking the convoy's way. Then, another low-key Volvo emerged from behind, and an old woman who looked somewhat old got out of the car. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. Because this old woman was also a martial artist in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, and she showed ill intentions, which was completely different from the aura that had been secretly following Lin Qingyue before. But at this time, it was too late for him to think too much. The old woman let out a strange laugh of, "Jejiehieji," and then she flitted over the cars in the convoy like a ghost. In a few seconds, she came to the front of the car where Lin Qingyue was. She looked at Lin Qingyue in the car with a wicked smile. "Jiehieji, you are Lin Qingyue, right? There is an enemy attack. Stay alert. Protect General Lin." Jiang Qin quickly read out the script, playing the role of bodyguard captain, and took out the walkie-talkie to shout at the first opportunity. Following his shout, the doors of all the other cars in the convoy soon opened, and burly bodyguards filed out one after another, rushing to the front of Lin Qingyue and Jiang Qin's car and forming a defensive formation. The old woman just smiled evilly, with some contempt in her eyes. "You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Do you really want to stop me, the Golden Snake Grandma, from doing things?" Arrogant, when the bodyguards heard his belittling, their faces turned ugly and they immediately prepared to attack. However, the old woman laughed strangely again, and many bodyguards didn't have time to see what she did. They vomited blood and flew out as if they were hit by a locomotive. "This is definitely a black market expert hired by Wang Ping'an. I have to inform my good brother immediately. As long as I complete the tip-off, I should have nothing to do with this plot." Jiang Qin had no time to think about the identity of the other aura secretly following Lin Qingyue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly said to Lin Qingyue, "This old woman looks like an expert, and she is someone we can't deal with. I will send a message to His Excellency the King of Zhongyan for help first." Having said that, without waiting for Lin Qingyue's response, he directly picked up his phone to send a message to King Zhongyan, and also passed the message to Ye Junlin. But what Jiang Qin didn't expect was that just after he finished editing the message and sent it out, Lin Qingyue actually said calmly, "Don't worry, I heard about it before and made sufficient preparations long ago." Ah, Jiang Qin almost thought he had heard it wrong. He turned his head to look at Lin Qingyue, and saw that Lin Qingyue was calm and composed. She didn't care even though many bodyguards not far outside the car were as soft as tofu and were knocked away one by the old woman who suddenly appeared. "Mr. Lin received the news a few days ago." "Yes." Lin Qingyue looked at Jiang Qin, a smile appeared on her face that Jiang Qin could not understand. "Thanks to one person, I received very reliable information in advance. So, in order to deal with today's situation, I also sent a signal for help to His Excellency the King of Zhongyan early on. And His Excellency the King of Zhongyan also attached great importance to this matter and also sent her capable men very early on." Jiang Qin's pupils shrank slightly, and he could sense something faintly. Outside the car they were in, the old woman had already cleared out the little karamis of Lin Qingyue's bodyguard group. She laughed weirdly again and pretended to walk towards the car. At this moment, a slender and graceful figure suddenly rushed over and knocked her off balance unexpectedly. Chapter 122 What the hell is going on? Yingyu, one of the chief commanders of the Shadow Guards. When the old woman stood still, her graceful and slender figure revealed her true appearance, and Jiang Qin recognized her at once. "So, the aura of the early Grandmaster realm that had been secretly following my sister-in-law before was from Commander Yingyu." Jiang Qin was petrified. What the hell is going on? The eldest sister-in-law really sent a message for help to the second sister-in-law very early on. And then the second sister-in-law also sent this Shadow Guard commander to secretly protect the eldest sister-in-law from the beginning. What is the plot of this? Can anyone tell me who I am, where I am, and what happened? In the original novel, there is no such a scene at all, let alone the scene where Yingyu secretly protects the sister-in-law. How does Wang Tiangan do things? How could such an important matter as planning to send someone to kidnap my sister-in-law be leaked? Are he and his subordinates all good for nothings and good for nothings? Now that the sister-in-law is ready, the Shadow Moon Commander has appeared. My dear brother, are you eating shit and not catching up with the hot shit again today? There is also a difference between the strong ones in the early stage of Grandmaster Realm and the strong ones in the early stage of Grandmaster Realm. For example, the simplest thing is that there is an obvious difference in martial arts between those who have a master and those who don't. The strength that a warrior can unleash can differ by several times depending on the level of martial arts he has. For example, there is a difference between having good weapons and not having good weapons. For example, Commander Yingyu, as Ye Wushuang's confidant, must have relied on Ye Wushuang's guidance on a daily basis. He also has the court's arsenal as a backup force, which makes him far more capable than an ordinary early-stage grandmaster. As for this old woman, she has fallen to the point where she has to rely on making money in the black market. It goes without saying that she must be a casual cultivator with no background or power. Plus, her skills are rubbish. Jiang Qin didn't even have to wait for the two to officially fight, he could easily judge the situation of the battle after Yingyu appeared. In fact, the situation was just as he expected. Outside the car window, after standing still and taking a clear look at the appearance of Commander Yingyu, the old woman who had been acting particularly unruly and arrogant at first, became obviously serious, someone from the Zhongyan Palace. Yes, Yingyu seemed rather cold and arrogant. She frowned slightly and said, "Who are you? How dare you commit a crime in Zhongyan City? I remember clearly that there is no relevant information about a grandmaster like you in the archives of Zhongyan City. If you are from outside, you should be very clear about the rules of Zhongyan City. Anyone who dares to violate the prohibitions of the Zhongyan Palace will be killed without mercy." The old woman stammered. But while Yingyu was confused by her hesitating and false appearance, she actually put on the oil and rushed directly towards the downtown area at the fastest speed. When he saw that the situation was not right, his first reaction was to take advantage of the heavy traffic on the street to escape from the scene. "Where are you escaping to?" Commander Yingyu's face naturally turned cold, and he chased after him at full speed. However, although the old woman is not as strong as Yingyu, she is still very fast in running. In addition, it was rush hour after get-off work and the streets were jammed everywhere. The two of them were speeding on the roofs of cars, and Yingyu was unable to close the distance between them in a short period of time. Jiang Qin took advantage of this gap and pretended to get out of the car to take care of his bodyguards. He also moved the dump truck in front of him and secretly sent a message to Ye Junlin again. Soon, just as he finished taking care of his bodyguard brothers and moved the dump truck away, a strong and violent aura rushed over from afar. And that powerful and violent aura obviously sensed the location of the two grandmasters. After getting close, it only stopped briefly and then flew away in the direction the two masters were chasing. Then, after a short while, the figure came quickly to the front of Jiang Qin and Lin Qingyue's car, carrying the old woman with an unbelievable look on her face as if she was carrying a chick, and followed by the equally shocked Commander Yingyu. If it's not Ye Junlin, then who else could it be? When he brought the old woman to Lin Qingyue's car, he pretended to be a jerk and threw the old woman in front of Lin Qingyue's car like throwing away garbage, then said coldly, "Tell me, who is so bold as to send you to block my woman?" As for the old woman, she looked at Ye Junlin and trembled uncontrollably. Because only she and Commander Yingyu knew how terrifying the young man in front of them was. She was a powerful grandmaster, but she didn't even notice when Ye Junlin approached her and grabbed her collar. Even after being caught by Ye Junlin, she tried her best but couldn't break free from him at all. She had never seen such despairing strength, even in some of the top grandmasters she had met before. It is obvious that this young man's strength is above the peak of the grandmaster level. It is very likely that he is a being at the level of God of War Lingfeng, a powerful grandmaster. Chapter 123 Unexpected Development. The old woman looked at Ye Junlin in horror, and subconsciously glanced at the icy beauty Lin Qingyue in the car, and couldn't help cursing in her heart. When the sponsor approached her before, he clearly said that Lin Qingyue was just an ordinary beautiful female CEO in the secular world. But what is going on now? Not only is he secretly protected by the commander-in-chief of the Zhongyan Palace's shadow guards, but he's also a woman who is suspected to be a grandmaster. If she had known the idea was so difficult, she would never have taken such a job. But just when the old woman was feeling panic-stricken, Lin Qingyue suddenly spoke. She rolled down the car window, frowned slightly, and looked at Ye Junlin with a slightly unhappy tone. I understand that you want to show off, but can you please not take me with you? When did I become your woman? For a moment, not only the old woman was stunned, but even Commander Yingyu's eyes were dull for a moment, as if they did not expect such a development to happen at this moment. As for Jiang Qin, he even felt a row of black crows flash across his forehead. Cack, cack, cack. The sister-in-law's tone seems to indicate that she is very dissatisfied with the second fool. This is very embarrassing. Originally, the idiot was pretending to be quite smooth, but the atmosphere was ruined in an instant. He observed Ye Junlin's expression furtively. As expected, even with Ye Junlin's temperament, his old face looked a little embarrassed at this time. However, he quickly concealed the embarrassment and pretended not to hear it. He looked at the old woman coldly. I'm asking you a question. Who is so bold as to ask you to block my fiancé? Good fellow, as long as I am not embarrassed, then it is others who are embarrassed, right? You are indeed my good brother. Jiang Qin said in his heart that he was convinced. The old woman's eyelids twitched, and she silently moved her body away from Ye Junlin. Let me tell you, my patience is limited. Seeing this, Ye Junlin seemed to become even more annoyed, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If you don't want to be decent in 3 counts, don't blame me for not giving you decent. Look at this pretentious little phrase, it just comes out of my mouth. Jiang Qin complained in his heart. No decent person would talk like this all the time. In order to create a pretentious effect, this idiot is really amazing. The details are full. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then replied hesitantly, every industry has its own rules. Although our industry is not open to the public and is despised by others, we still have to have a basic bottom line. Just kill me. Killing you. You're dreaming. Ye Junlin's eyes became extremely sharp. With a quick move, he suddenly appeared beside the old woman. Then, before the old woman could react, he grabbed her wrist. With a snap, the bone between her wrists was broken. Then, at the moment when the old woman almost screamed, the hand that was holding her wrist moved forward a little bit, and with another click, it crushed the bone in that small space again. He then continued to do the same thing, crushing the old woman's hand bones bit by bit and inch by inch. Even with the old woman's master physique and experience, she couldn't control the fine layer of cold sweat oozing from her forehead, and her body began to tremble wildly. From now on, every time you open your mouth for 1 second every night, I will crush one more bone of yours until all 206 bones in your body are crushed into powder. Ye Junlin continued to crush the old woman's bones bit by bit, like a demon walking out of hell. Such a scene not only made ordinary people like Lin Qingyue feel physically uncomfortable and pale, but even Commander Yingyue couldn't help but frown slightly. But at this moment, Ye Junlin was obviously immersed in his own world. He probably thought it was cool. Seeing that the old woman was biting her lips and refusing to speak, he changed to a more cruel method to force her. He first pressed the old woman's painful points, making her sense of pain several times more sensitive, and then continued to crush her bones. This time, amidst the screams that made one's teeth ache and even scalp tingle, the old woman finally couldn't bear it anymore. I recruit. Please, give me a quick death. I confessed everything. It was at this time that Ye Junlin stopped his actions, and a smile that was 3 parts understated, 3 parts teasing, and 4 parts contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you had done this earlier, wouldn't you have suffered so much? As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Qingyue as if to show off, and then asked the old woman, tell me, who sent you here? Jiang Qin clearly noticed that Lin Qingyue's face was extremely pale, and when he looked at Ye Junlin, there was fear in his eyes, as if he saw a perverted murderer. He was speechless again. You idiot, it is undeniable that your method of interrogating the enemy is very effective, but have you ever considered that this method can only be used in private and cannot be seen by others, especially ordinary people? You will lose a lot of points if you act so pretentiously. If it goes as expected, I'm afraid that by now my sister-in-law has already equated you with a perverted murderer. Chapter 124 Sister-in-law, are you going to add more drama? However, Jiang Qin was just complaining in his heart. On the surface, he still looked shocked by Ye Junlin's methods, staring blankly at Ye Junlin and the old woman. The old woman spoke with a trembling voice, "It's Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an from the Zhongyan Wang family promised me a condition and asked me to capture President Lin of Shizi Cosmeceutical Group. Where are you taking her?" Ye Junlin's eyes were still fixed on the old woman. "He asked me to send him directly to Wang family manor, his villa, after I caught him. Bastard. He is looking for death." Ye Junlin seemed to understand something in an instant. After the old woman produced some evidence, he shot her to death on the spot. Then he quickly glanced in Lin Qingyue's direction and said directly, "Qingyue, don't be afraid. I will get rid of Wang Ping'an and seek justice for you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to hurt you." As he spoke, he leapt up, and the concrete ground under his feet suddenly cracked into a spider web-like crack. The whole person was catapulted into the distance like a cannonball. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, the situation is urgent and I also need to report something to my superior." Seeing this, Commander Yingyu seemed to realize something and hurriedly said goodbye to Lin Qingyue. Then, holding his cell phone, he rushed towards Wang's house. Jiang Qin. Very good, the plot, which was not normal to begin with, has completely collapsed here. Good news, although my acting was successful, but bad news, the plot has been so broken that I can't even recognize it. Although the golden snake granny was killed by Ye Junlin in the end, the pale face of the eldest sister-in-law was clearly not because she was scared by the golden snake granny or Wang Ping'an behind her, but because she was scared by the series of perverted murderous actions of the second fool and the fact that he always followed the eldest sister-in-law like a pervert. Also, the eldest sister-in-law who was supposed to be saved by the second fool has now been saved by the second sister-in-law. Looking at the attitude of the great Commander Yingyu, next, when Ye Junlin attacks the Wang family and shows off his might, the second sister-in-law will inevitably intervene. Jiang Qin can't say that he doesn't understand the way the plot is unfolding now, but he can only say that he can't figure it out at all. The eldest sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, and the third sister-in-law all seem to have gone crazy. It's not based on the original design at all. As a paper hanger, he was almost stuck in the middle of patching up the seams. Just at this moment, his cell phone vibrated slightly. When he picked it up, he saw that it was a text message from Ye Junlin. "By the way, where is Wang's manor?" Jiang Qin was speechless again. So he was so busy showing off that he forgot this crucial information, right? After complaining in his heart, he quickly sent the address information of Wang's manor to Ye Junlin. At this time, Lin Qingyue suddenly spoke again, "Jiang Qin, go comfort those injured bodyguards and arrange for someone to send them to the hospital. Tell these people that the company has reimbursed all the medical expenses. In addition, the company will give each person who was injured today an extra red envelope. After the arrangements are made, drive me to the Wang family manor. I want to confront Wang Ping'an face to face." What the hell? Jiang Qin's CPU was almost burned out. You went to Wang's manor to confront Wang Ping'an. Your plot should have been finished when Granny Golden Snake was shot dead, sister-in-law. Don't add drama to yourself, especially don't bring me along when you add drama, okay? His brain started working rapidly. No, this scene cannot be added no matter what. At this point, it's already very difficult to keep the plot from collapsing. If the eldest sister-in-law were to interfere with the Wang family, who knows where the plot would go. However, it would be inappropriate to reject my sister-in-law directly now. This woman's tactics are like a sow wearing a bra, one after another. We have to think of a foolproof plan. Jiang Qin responded with a, yes, but when he went to convey Lin Qingyue's intention to his bodyguard brothers, his brain quickly became active. Especially when he noticed that his bodyguards, except himself who did not take action, had difficulty standing up, his eyes lit up. He pretended to be distressed and comforted everyone for a while, then he hurried back to Lin Qingyue's side and frowned, "Boss Lin, the brothers are all seriously injured. I'm afraid they can't go to the hospital by themselves. In order not to delay treatment, let's send them to the hospital first." Lin Qingyue glanced at the bodyguards on the ground, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. "Can't we call an ambulance?" "It's okay, but it's rush hour now. If we wait for the ambulance to come and go, we might miss the best time to treat some of our brothers." Jiang Qin pretended to frown even more deeply. That golden snake granny is a master after all, and her moves are extremely vicious. If we are not careful, some of our brothers might end up with lifelong disabilities. Then you take everyone to the hospital, and I'll go to the Wang family manor by myself. Lin Qingyue said as she opened the door next to the boss's seat and pretended to go to the driver's seat and drive herself. Jiang Qin's eyelids jumped, and he almost subconsciously grabbed Lin Qingyue. Chapter 125. Lin Qingyue's heart was moved. Sister-in-law, you can't do that. You absolutely can't do that. It will be difficult to deal with the situation when Wang Ping'an has a second sister-in-law. If you appear, it will be difficult for me to fix the situation even if I try to mend things. I have finally made it this far, and the hard times are almost over. Please don't cause me any trouble at this time. Jiang Qin held onto Lin Qingyue tightly, not noticing that in his panic he was grabbing Lin Qingyue's fair, jade-like hand. What are you doing? It was not until Lin Qingyue glanced meaningfully at the place where Jiang Qin was holding, and Jiang Qin looked in the direction she was looking, that he realized that he had held the wrong place. Let go quickly. But, for some reason, there is a little aftertaste. Sister-in-law's hands are so white and tender. He didn't realize that as he muttered in his heart and his eyes unconsciously stole glances at Lin Qingyue's jade hands, a blush quickly rose at Lin Qingyue's ears. After secretly glancing at the hand he had just grasped, Jiang Qin coughed lightly and quickly explained, "Boss Mr. Lin, Wang Ping'an is clearly a fool now. No one can guarantee whether he has asked anyone else to capture you besides Granny Golden Snake. For safety reasons, you should come with me first." You, Lin Qingyue looked Jiang Qin up and down, with a hint of suspicion on her face. Jiang Qin also knew that he had behaved a little unreliably before, and his face turned red. But at this moment, he still pretended to be righteous and said, "I know that Mr. Lin may feel that my previous performance is not reassuring. But please rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will be loyal to my master. The situation is so urgent this time, no matter what I say, I will stand in front of Mr. Lin as the last guard. Unless I fall, I will never let anyone hurt Mr. Lin." When he spoke, his superb acting skills burst out and it really sounded like that. Lin Qingyue looked at his handsome and resolute face, and her eyes became unconsciously dazed for a moment. However, it was only a moment of confusion before Lin Qingyue quickly put away that strange feeling and glanced at Jiang Qin with a hint of resentment. "All right. Since you said so, I will believe you for once." Jiang Qin could be sure that there was some resentment in Lin Qingyue's eyes. But he didn't dare to think too much, nor did he want to think too much. Hearing that Lin Qingyue finally agreed to follow him and send the bodyguards to the hospital first, he just breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately said, "If Mr. Lin really wants to confront Wang Ping'an, I will speed up and try to send those bodyguards on the ground to the hospital as soon as possible." "Yeah," Lin Qingyue just responded indifferently and then returned to the car. After Jiang Qin started to help the bodyguards get into the car, she drove her car and followed closely behind Jiang Qin's car. Jiang Qin naturally tried every possible way to delay time. Drive towards the road that is most congested. Know which road the red light is about to turn red, and deliberately cut into that road. He had no idea that behind his car, Lin Qingyue noticed his actions and couldn't help but show some shame and anger in her eyes. This bastard is too shameless to delay time. I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted just now. I should have listened to him and acted with him. I finally showed some mercy, but he made me lose so completely. This guy is such a dog. What a pig's hoof. At the same time, on the other side, in a low-key Audi A6L, Ye Wushuang was urging a shadow guard who was responsible for driving to drive faster. Because just now, she had received a call from Yingyu and learned everything that had happened to Lin Qingyue, including the fact that Ye Junlin was going to the Wang family to find Wang Ping'an. Based on some of Jiang Qin's previous clues, including the direction of the attack on Lin Qingyue today, she roughly guessed that this might be a very critical plot node. After all, Wang Ping'an is the eldest son of the Wang family and the only son of Wang Fengnian. He would definitely not allow Ye Junlin to kill him. And according to Ye Junlin's temperament, if Wang Fengnian and the Wang family try to stop him, he will most likely resort to some extraordinary measures. That would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Ye Wushuang to distance himself from this person. After all, as the king of Zhongnan, it is very reasonable that she does not like overly extreme people to appear in the territory under her jurisdiction. As long as she takes the opportunity to express her strong dislike for Ye Junlin after Ye Junlin uses extreme means, perhaps she can stop Ye Junlin from thinking about her. So after receiving Yingyu's call, Ye Wushuang took advantage of his identity as king of Zhongnan and immediately mobilized a group of elite shadow guards to intervene in the matter, or to take the opportunity to go to the scene. Sitting in the Audi A6L, she saw that the car could not go faster in the traffic jam after entering the city, so she simply asked the shadow guards to find a place to stop the car, and then she took a few elite shadow guards and rushed to the Wang family manor at full speed. Chapter 126, Is This Reward Serious? In a business car heading to Zhongnan City Second People's Hospital, Jiang Qin had no idea what Lin Qingyue and Ye Wushuang were thinking at the moment. Seeing that time was passing by, but the traffic ahead was still stuck, he just felt relieved. After all, judging from the current congestion situation, even if Lin Qingyue wanted to join in the fun at Wang's manor again, she probably wouldn't have much chance. Given Lin Qingyue's small stature, even if she got off the car to find a bicycle and pedaled the chain to make sparks fly, she would not be able to catch up with what was happening at the Wang family's side. This time, thanks to Yang's intelligence, he was able to avoid the possibility of the plot going in a more devastating direction in advance. Seeing that the congestion ahead would not be relieved for a while, he simply turned on the video player in the car and watched short videos while waiting patiently. Congratulations to the host, you have completed a plot role play, and the overall role play score is 96, and you have received the reward, the temperament of a master. PS, the temperament of a master. After obtaining it, the host will have a kind of aura of a master from the world, the jealousy effect of the same sex will increase by 50%, and the attraction to the opposite sex will increase by 100%. At the same time, a subtle feeling began to sweep through Jiang Qin's whole body. Although it did not increase Jiang Qin's strength at all, it gave him an indescribable aura. What the hell? Jiang Qin's originally relaxed and happy heart suddenly turned cold. The effect of being envied by the same sex increases by 50%, and the attraction to the opposite sex increases by 100%. System, are you eager for me to die? If my sisters-in-law saw this thing, they would immediately turn into moonlit werewolves and want to eat me alive, right? He quickly pulled down the makeup mirror on the driver's seat and took a quick look at himself. As a result, when I looked at myself in the mirror, I found that except for my handsome face, which was slightly inferior to that of most readers, I did have a kind of temperament that was easy to make people addicted to. The more you look at him, the more handsome he becomes, and the more your heart is attracted to him. Fuck, system, you think my previous role-playing wasn't that difficult, so you're planning to increase my strength, right? Jiang Qin really wanted to cry. Now, third sister-in-law Su Yuyan has made it clear that she covets his dragon elephant body and wishes she could force him to practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. If she sees the master's temperament in me again, then wouldn't she also increase her intensity and think about how to defeat me 24 hours a day? And there is my eldest sister-in-law Lin Qingyue. She seemed to have a fever with herself from time to time. If I were to have such a master's temperament, Lin Qingyue might not just have a fever from time to time, but would be ready to have a fever at all times. One of them is his financial sponsor and the person he protects at work, and the other has now moved downstairs from where he lives. If both of them start to mess around, Jiang Qin really won't be able to handle it. I guess the plot will be a mess. Warm tips, the master's temperament can be controlled freely. The host can turn it on and off at any time when needed, and can turn it off at any time when not needed. Hiss. Jiang Qin's heart, which was about to die, suddenly came back to life. Can it be retracted and released freely? That's okay. This is a god-level skill. Turn it on when you need to attract hatred or pick up girls. Put it away when not needed. It will definitely be like divine help. Even though it hasn't been officially put into use yet, Jiang Qin feels excited just thinking about the scene of him using it in front of his third sister-in-law Su Yuyan when he wins all the acting awards in the future. I knew the system was reliable. Since this skill can be used freely, there is no need to panic next time. Jiang Qin calmed himself down and his brain started working rapidly again. The plot of Ye Junlin going to Wang's house to find Wang Ping'an doesn't have many twists and turns. Basically, this guy pretends to be a hero and gets slapped in the face all the way under the banner of revenge for his sister-in-law. The only variable is that my second sister-in-law might also be involved this time. I don't know what kind of chemical changes will happen. How about sending the brothers to the hospital and sending the eldest sister-in-law home? I can contact the second fool to get the ball rolling, right? According to the original novel, after the idiot broke into the Wang family manor, he naturally alarmed Wang Fengnian, the old man. But the idiot didn't care at all and went straight to Wang Ping'an's villa. Then he pretended to be awesome and slapped Wang Ping'an and his men in the face, wanting to give them a taste of their own medicine. Later, Wang Fengnian came with his men to dissuade him, but Ye Junlin ignored him. To express his anger, Ye Junlin even retaliated against his beloved son in front of Wang Fengnian and left. When he thought of this, Jiang Qin glanced at Lin Qingyue, who was following the car behind him through the rearview mirror, and gave her a look of pity. And the fool's actions naturally completely angered Wang Fengnian, the old man. Old Deng went crazy and wanted to take revenge on the idiot and all of his relatives and friends. As a result, my good sister-in-law will suffer again. Chapter 127. I'm tired, let's destroy it. In the car at the back, Lin Qingyue was speechless for a moment. After a long while, she took a deep breath and couldn't help but collapse into her seat. I'm tired, let's destroy it. The purpose of my character's existence is to go through many disasters, and then be saved by Ye Junlin again and again until I am completely attracted to him, right? What on earth does this identity of Ye Junlin's fiancé bring me? There are 3 female protagonists in the book, but so far, the things that Su Yuyan and Ye Wushuang have encountered together are not as many as she has encountered alone. Is this how the so-called number 1 female lead, Ye Junlin's fiancé, is used? Even if you want to fleece a sheep, you shouldn't hold it down like this. At this moment, in addition to anger, Lin Qingyue felt more of a deep sense of powerlessness. From the beginning to now, she has been encountering problems almost all the time. With this frequency of accidents, if it were put in history books, he would probably at least be given a title like Jinx, or Congenitally Disaster-Inducing Holy Body. Although she is a strong woman, she feels a little tired after facing such high intensity and continuous misfortunes. While feeling exhausted, Lin Qingyue also had a very dark and even vicious thought for the first time. Is there any way to get rid of Ye Junlin and stop him from causing trouble for me? It would be best if it could be done without anyone noticing, and it would be best if it was someone else who did it and it had nothing to do with me. After all, although Ye Junlin is very perverted, has no bottom line, and makes people physically and psychologically uncomfortable, it must be said that his fighting ability is still quite terrifying. If I take action against him, the risk is too great. It would be great if some good person could stand up and help Lin Qingyue eliminate him. That was a true life-saving grace for Lin Qingyue. Slumped in the seat, Lin Qingyue's thoughts were drifting in a mess. At the same time, Su Yuyan, who had already gotten off work, heard Jiang Qin's thoughts and her eyes moved slightly. Is it time for Ye Junlin to break into the Wang family? From what Jiang Qin said, it seems like the Wang family will be very busy in the future. How about joining in the fun? She had originally planned to do some fancy work in the evening and wait for Jiang Qin to get off work. But now, according to Jiang Qin, he was stuck in traffic today and had to take the injured bodyguards to the hospital, so he probably wouldn't be back so early. I'm free anyway, so it might be nice to go to the Wang family to join in the fun and have some fun, right? According to Jiang Qin's description, Ye Wushuang will also go to the Wang family to interfere. In addition to the plot developments that Jiang Qin mentioned, there may be new changes. It might be interesting. After pondering for a while in the rental house, she immediately changed into clothes suitable for hiding, rode a motorcycle that she usually hid, transformed herself into a motorcycle beauty, and rushed all the way to the Wang family manor at lightning speed. Traffic jams and the like are no problem for her. On the other side, in the urban area of Zhongyan, on the roadside about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Wang family manor, Ye Wushuang looked at the elite shadow guards behind him who were slowly unable to keep up with his pace, frowned slightly, and stopped temporarily. When those people caught up with them again, he said directly to them, if this continues, the flowers at Wang's house will probably be cold by the time we get there. I'm sorry, my lord. We are incompetent. Those elite shadow guards felt a little apologetic when they heard it. They also want to keep up with Ye Wushuang's footsteps. But even if Ye Wushuang tried his best to take care of them, the gap in strength between them and Ye Wushuang was still too big. The huge gap in strength is not something they can make up for just by trying hard. Ye Wushuang did not blame them, but said calmly, I know you have tried your best. This is not your fault. However, the situation is urgent now, and we must arrive at the Zhongyan Palace in time. How about this, I'll take Yingyu over first, and you guys try to catch up as quickly as possible. Good. My lord, you and the great commander should go ahead, and we will follow closely. Please rest assured, sir. We will do our best to get there as quickly as possible. The elite shadow guards responded quickly. Ye Wushuang didn't say much, just nodded slightly, then contacted Qingyue, confirmed the other party's location, and after agreeing on a meeting place with the other party, he rushed to the Wang family manor at full speed. After hearing Jiang Qin's inner thoughts just now, she has become more certain of her speculation. This time Ye Junlin is going to attack Wang Ping'an. For her, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn against Ye Junlin. Ye Wushuang had already decided that no matter what, she would take this opportunity to have a good rant with Ye Junlin. Try to make this person completely stop having any thoughts about her from now on. Chapter 128, Pretending to be as cool as the wind. A few minutes later, at the gate of Wang's manor, Ye Junlin, who had been running all the way, finally arrived here at full speed. At this moment, at the gate of Wang's manor, a group of security guards who looked very impressive were standing at the gate, looking him up and down with a little disgust and contempt. Because Ye Junlin didn't notice that in order to hurry up, his clothes were torn in several places, his hair was completely messed up, and the toes of his shoes were a little cracked. At this moment, his overall appearance, except for his fair and handsome face, was almost the same as that of a beggar. Seeing Ye Junlin swaggering into the gate of Wang family manor, several security guards quickly waved their hands in disdain. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Do you see where this is and how dare you walk in? Get away from us now, okay? Otherwise, be careful or we'll make you come in standing up and leave sideways. Shut up. Ye Junlin maintained his cool and awesome attitude the whole time, and slapped the security guard who was the first to shout. The security guard's head immediately turned dozens of times on the spot, and then his body fell straight down. It looked like he was being slapped to death. Fuck. Sound the alarm. Someone is trying to break into the Wang family. The security guards around couldn't help but gasp, then some sounded the alarm, some took out weapons, and surrounded Ye Junlin in the middle. Kid, this is the Wang family, not a place where just any cat or dog can run wild. If you don't want to die, I suggest you be honest and give up resistance immediately. Otherwise, once our master or young master knows what happened here, it will be difficult for you to die. Humph, Ye Junlin snorted again, so much nonsense. I'm here today just to look for that bastard Wang Ping'an. After he finished speaking, he didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore. With a few moves, he knocked all the security guards who surrounded him away. There was no doubt that each of these people was shot dead on the spot with blood splattered and bones broken. After killing these people, Ye Junlin did not stop at all. He just looked at the security guard who was still communicating with other security personnel in the manner with the intercom, and said in a deep voice, "Where is Wang Ping'an's residence?" The security guard was so scared that he wet his pants. Holding the intercom, he trembled and said, "Walk along the manor, past the fountain, and the villa is on the right side behind it." You're smart. Ye Junlin sneered, then put his hands behind his back and walked into the Wang family manor with a swagger. The security guard holding the walkie-talkie, listening to the voice coming from the walkie-talkie repeatedly saying, "Hello, Lao Li, tell me what's going on," still stood there with his legs trembling. It was not until Ye Junlin walked to the manor and behind the fountain that he came to his senses and said tremblingly to the intercom, "Captain, something terrible has happened. That beggar-like guy killed all the brothers at the door and entered the Wang family manor. From what he said, it seems that he is here to seek revenge on the young master. That guy is very powerful. He looks like he is at least a dark energy warrior. Captain, please inform the master immediately." As soon as the security guard said this, almost the entire Wang family manor started moving. Hurry, someone broke into the Wang family manor and seems to be trying to harm the young master. The person coming is a warrior at least in the dark power stage. Everyone, protect the young master. Many security personnel, and even some warriors, emerged from many places in the Wang family. Especially at the entrance of Wang Ping'an's villa, there were two dark force warriors who rushed to the door immediately. But Ye Junlin didn't take it seriously at all. When he arrived here, he saw the two dark energy warriors. He just put his hands behind his back and said in a pretentious manner, "Is Wang Ping'an in there?" "Who are you?" The two dark energy warriors felt like they were facing a formidable enemy and quickly threatened them. "This is the Zhongyan Wang family. I advise you not to seek your own death. Seeing this, Ye Junlin shook his head and attacked again as fast as lightning. Before the two dark energy warriors could react, one of them had his head blown off by a punch and a kick, while the other one's body turned into a cannonball and directly smashed through the door of Wang Ping'an's villa, carrying the door panel with it and hitting the wall inside. It was at this time that Ye Junlin put away his fists and feet, as if he had done something insignificant. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked into the living room of the villa. After taking a quick look around the living room and not seeing the person he was looking for, he held his breath and searched for a moment, then went straight to the living room on the second floor of the villa with his hands behind his back. There, Wang Ping'an was playing games on the sofa with all kinds of disgusting props placed on it, waiting to enjoy today's prey. Chapter 129. It can only be said to be a good death. Tisk tisk, I have to say it, this young master of the Wang family is really not a good person. Look at this sofa in the living room. It doesn't look like a proper living room. It looks like the set of a perverted movie. The ambiguous atmosphere, the ropes and whips on the sofa, the special clothes, and the toys and pills. Looking at what Master Wang has arranged, I'm afraid he's going to stand up and kick Lin Qingyue to death as soon as she's caught, without caring whether Lin Qingyue can hold on or not, right? Not far away, in the crown of a big tree that no one noticed, Su Yuyan, who had already rushed here, saw Wang Ping'an sitting on the sofa on the second floor of the villa, and couldn't help shaking her head. Right around Wang Ping'an, there are so many fancy and eye-catching things. And it was obvious that this guy wanted to have a great time all at once, as he had set up several filming devices in several places in the living room. It looks like they are preparing to take multiple camera shots and save them as a souvenir. Even a pervert would call it a pervert when seeing it. At this moment, young Master Wang was still immersed in the game world and didn't notice that not only was he being stared at, but there was even a huge noise downstairs and danger was slowly approaching. It can only be said that he died a good death. Even if Ye Junlin didn't do this, if I catch him, he will definitely suffer the consequences. When Su Yuyan thought of this, she subconsciously glanced at the corpses at the gate of Wang's manor and the headless corpse at the gate of Wang Ping'an's villa, and frowned slightly. But then again, this Ye Junlin is a little too murderous. Many of these people just had a disagreement with him, but this guy just killed them all. Even in the martial arts world, people with such a strong murderous nature are extremely rare. This kind of behavior is almost the same as some evil demons and heretics. She kept her breath contained and continued to observe Wang Ping'an's villa silently. At this moment, almost the entire Wang family manor was in action. The family's dedicated warriors, as well as Wang Fengnian, all heard the news. Everyone was rushing towards Wang Ping'an's villa. Ye Junlin had also arrived at the living room on the second floor of the villa where Wang Ping'an lived. With just a quick glance at the sofa in the living room, Ye Junlin's face suddenly became even colder. He snatched the handheld game console from Wang Ping'an's hand and slowly crushed it under Wang Ping'an's astonished gaze. Ye Junlin uttered a sentence as cold as a knife, "Do you want to die?" Wang Ping'an probably hasn't come back to his senses yet. Facing Ye Junlin's gaze for a long time, he looked behind Ye Junlin in a hurry and tapped an emergency button next to him with one hand. "When did you come in?" "Bodyguard, where is my bodyguard?" Ye Junlin still looked at him coldly. "If you are talking about the two dark energy warriors downstairs, then they should have been on the reincarnation bridge by now." Wang Ping'an was immediately confused and tried to retreat. "What do you want to do? I didn't bother you. Besides, this is the Wang family. It's not a place where anyone can act wildly." Ye Junlin looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a corpse. "Why did I come to you? Don't you know what's going on? My fiancé, Lin Qingyue, was intercepted by an old lady at the Grandmaster level today and was almost abducted. Why do you think I came to find you?" Golden Snake Granny failed. Wang Ping'an was a little bit incredulous, but then he reacted and shook his head quickly. "What does Lin Qingyue's danger have to do with me? It's not like I asked someone to intercept her. You've got the wrong guy. I advise you to leave immediately and not to cause trouble, understand?" At this time, there was a burst of dense footsteps downstairs, and some nervous voices. "The intruder is downstairs. The young master is upstairs now. Damn it, that guy's strength is definitely not just a dark energy warrior. The intruder who beat up the young master's two personal bodyguards like this may be a half-step master or even a master-level expert." Along with the tense voices and the sound of dense footsteps, a familiar hurried voice came over. hurry, everyone, hurry up and find a way to ensure safety. Wang Ping'an could tell that it was the voices of his father and some family worshippers. He gradually became more confident. He was originally just sitting on the sofa, looking a little timid. Hearing the footsteps reaching the stairs, he simply stood up from the sofa and said, I was already very upset when you humiliated me downstairs at Shizi Cosmeceutical Group. You barged into my house this time and framed me without any evidence. Do you really think that I, Wang Ping'an, am easy to bully? As he spoke, Wang Ping'an's face looked a little rebellious and violent. But Ye Junlin responded to him with a loud and clear punch. With a bang, he was knocked to the ground. Wang Ping'an couldn't help but scream in pain. Chapter 130. You are all Grand Masters, who will reason with you? Stop! Many people rushed to the living room on the second floor of the villa, pretending to stop Ye Junlin. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Ye Junlin showed his domineering side and growled at everyone. This bastard, he has harassed my fiancée several times before, but this time he was so cruel that he sent people to kidnap her and bring her here to play with her. This is intolerable. This is the Wang family, not a place where you can act wildly. A bodyguard of the Wang family took a step forward, ready to intimidate him, but Ye Junlin just kicked him. The moment a cloud of blood sprayed out, the Wang family bodyguard was also ejected like a cannonball. The people behind him also flew out together. The other people present couldn't help but blink their eyes. In front of Wang Fengnian, they fought fiercely and kicked the Dark Force period warrior away with one kick. This beggar-like man in front of him was not only very courageous but also extremely ferocious. Suddenly, everyone dared not act rashly anymore. Wang Ping'an was wailing on the ground while shouting at the middle-aged figure with extraordinary bearing at the front of the crowd, Dad, he wronged me. He wronged me. I didn't do those things. He has no evidence at all. The middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor was naturally Wang Fengnian. He looked at Ye Junlin with a gloomy expression. Ping'an said very clearly that he did not do those things. Did you misunderstand something? Ye Junlin kicked Wang Ping'an directly in the crotch. Suddenly, the crotch was covered in blood. It seemed that his kick directly blew up Wang Ping'an's guns and shells. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered immediately came out of Wang Ping'an's mouth. He bent his body like a shrimp, covering his crotch which was already oozing blood, and rolled around on the ground frantically. You son of a bitch, Ye Junlin, you son of a bitch. You kicked me there. Dad, he kicked me there and blew it up. I can no longer carry on the Wang family's bloodline. As Wang Ping'an wailed and screamed, everyone could clearly see blood flowing out from between his fingers as he covered his crotch. Almost all men feel a chill in their crotch. Ye Junlin's kick was truly a kick that would cut off his family line and grandchildren, and it completely cut off Wang Ping'an's possibility of being a man again. This method is a bit too brutal. Especially since he was doing this in front of Wang Fengnian. At this moment, Wang Fengnian's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch wildly. He took a sudden step forward, his voice like thunder. Ye Junlin, do you want to fight to the death with my Wang family? Ping'an has made it very clear. It wasn't him who nearly kidnapped your fiancé. Without any evidence, why did you hurt him like this? I'm already at the Grandmaster level. Do you still expect me to reason with you? Ye Junlin just gave him a cold sneer in response. Besides, do you really think that your so-called shitty Wang family is really that great? Wang Fengnian was so angry that his body was shaking and he was about to explode. But at this moment, a hand pulled him gently from behind without leaving any trace. He was his best friend and the most relied upon cattle provider for the entire Wang family. Niu Gongfeng was secretly giving him a look, indicating that he should be patient for the time being. Wang Fengnian's chest heaved violently and he took several deep breaths before he stopped the urge to explode. But Ye Junlin seemed to be unable to see his series of reactions. After sneering, he turned his head and looked at Wang Ping'an. I have already said it. In my eyes, the Wang family is nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. If you don't keep your eyes open, I will kill you. Wang Ping'an's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had thought of something. He even forgot the pain below and subconsciously begged for mercy and looked at his father. No. Dad, this guy is a lunatic, and he's going to kill me. Stop. This time, before Wang Fengnian could speak again, a clear female voice suddenly came from downstairs. But at this time, Ye Junlin ignored him completely. He just slowly raised his right leg in front of Wang Ping'an, letting his already tattered soles gradually enlarge in his eyes, and a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Wang Ping'an was about to step back in fear with his head shaking wildly, he was suddenly stepped down hard. Bang! Wang Ping'an's head was stepped on and turned into a rotten watermelon. There was blood, flesh and brains all over the floor. Damn it, not only many members of the Wang family were present, but Wang Fengnian's face suddenly turned pale and he became extremely furious. A group of people rushed up from downstairs. The beautiful figure, who was as brave as any man and had an extremely strong aura, suddenly became extremely ugly when she saw this. If it wasn't Ye Wushuang who just arrived at the scene, then who could it be? Just a few seconds after Ye Wushuang went upstairs, another graceful figure followed him. It was Qingyue, the commander-in-chief of the Zhongyuan Palace. Chapter 131 Ye Wushuang is angry. For anyone who dares to provoke me or the people around me, I suggest that you set the time for noon, because something will happen sooner or later. Ye Junlin acted particularly arrogant and domineering. After stepping on Wang Ping'an's head until it turned into a rotten watermelon, he rubbed his feet on the carpet next to him a few times as if he was disgusted by the dirt. Then he was about to leave. Stop! But at this moment, Wang Fengnian, with veins bulging on his forehead, spoke. He looked at the belly on the ground that was deader than dead, his body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. After the anger in his body gradually subsided, he turned and looked at Ye Junlin. Can I understand that you are provoking our entire Wang family? Provocation. Ye Junlin paused slightly, glanced at him with a sidelong glance, and raised the corner of his mouth in a subtle arc. Why do you think the Wang family is worth my provocation? Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Wang Fengnian was still able to restrain himself this time, but the bodyguards around him and even the members of the Wang family could not help it and glared at Ye Junlin one by one. I'm sorry, I just like to tell the truth. If I hurt you, you'd better bear with it. Ye Junlin displayed the utmost arrogance to the fullest. As for those who don't want to endure it, they should consider the consequences before taking action. For a moment, the bodyguards and members of the Wang family around Wang Fengnian were so frightened that they dared not make a sound. After all, Ye Junlin just said that he is a powerful grandmaster. And it doesn't make sense at all. Although the Wang family is powerful, they are no match for others. Okay. Wang Fengnian also restrained his anger, glared at Ye Junlin, and said only this one word without saying anything else. Seeing this, Ye Junlin sneered with a hint of contempt on his face and walked downstairs in a swagger. Wang Fengnian also took a deep breath and looked at his son, whose body was no longer intact. Prepare for Ping'an's funeral immediately. Yes, all the members of the Wang family quickly took action and began to collect Wang Ping'an's body. At the scene, Ye Wushuang and Qingyue, who had just arrived, turned black in the face when they saw the situation. Especially Ye Wushuang, his expression was extremely ugly. At this time, so many members of the Wang family, including Wang Fengnian, clearly saw her, the king of Zhongyuan, but no one was as enthusiastic and attentive as before. Everyone was surrounding Wang Ping'an's body. Ye Wushuang was not angry about this. The person she was really angry with was Ye Junlin. Although she had dealt with this guy indirectly more than once before, and had heard about him in Jiang Qin's mind more than once. But when she really arrived at the scene, she never expected that this guy would be much more brutal than Jiang Qin described in his heart. In front of so many people from the Wang family and even Wang Fengnian, he directly said that he was unreasonable and kicked Wang Ping'an's Niu to pieces. Then, he even deliberately stepped on Wang Ping'an's head in front of Wang Fengnian. This is not just about brutality, but also a bit of psychological abnormality, as they are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. According to Ye Wushuang's understanding, Wang Fengnian is extremely good at forbearance. He obviously couldn't control himself just now. This shows how excessive Ye Junlin's behavior was. Although this guy came here for a legitimate reason and to avenge Lin Qingyue, there was no need for him to deliberately make things like this. If he had come to Wang Ping'an's villa, secretly taken revenge and left, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. However, he chose to provoke everyone in the Wang family in the most cruel way in front of so many people in the Wang family. Given Wang Fengnian's style of doing things, it goes without saying that he will try every possible means to avenge his son and get back at the Wang family. The turmoil in Zhongyuan City probably originated from this. Seeing Wang Fengnian standing there blankly, watching everyone help Wang Ping'an collect the body, Ye Wushuang took a deep breath, comforted Wang Fengnian with a few words, and then prepared to chase Ye Junlin. Wang Fengnian seemed to have reacted at this time. After taking a deep breath, he also apologized to Ye Wushuang. I am really sorry, His Excellency the King of Zhongyan and Commander Yingyu. My family has suddenly encountered such a serious change that I haven't had time to greet you too. I am sorry for being negligent today. Next time, after I have taken care of my son's funeral, I will make amends to you too. Master Wang, you're too polite. Although Ye Wushuang was speaking politely to Wang Fengnian at this time, he also comforted him with a few more words. But when she saw that Wang Fengnian was able to control his anger and remain calm and decent while apologizing to them, her heart sank even more. The quietest dog bites more. The calmer Wang Fengnian appears in front of others, the more crazy his revenge on Ye Junlin will be in private. There is no need to think too much, the turmoil in Zhongyan City is probably inevitable. After saying goodbye to Wang Fengnian, Ye Wushuang immediately took Yingyu and left Wang Pinggan's villa. Prepare to chase Ye Junlin. As soon as she left Wang Pinggan's villa, she saw Ye Junlin washing the blood and feet on his shoes in the Wang family's fountain. While washing his feet in someone else's fountain, he also held his cell phone and called Lin Qingyue. It's not just ordinary confidence. Chapter 132 Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Ye Wushuang was very annoyed. However, seeing that Ye Junlin was on the phone, he did not go over immediately. When Ye Junlin saw her and Yingyu, he actually gave her a wicked smile, and then concentrated on making the phone call. At this moment, on the other side, on the urban road about 10 kilometers away from the Wang family manor, Lin Qingyue was still slumped in her seat waiting for the traffic jam ahead to ease a little, when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I took it out, I saw that the call was from an unfamiliar number. Hang up. The call came again very quickly. Hang up again. The other party called back immediately. Connected. Then a familiar voice came from the other side. Qingyue, it's me, Ye Junlin. Lin Qingyue hung up the phone again. Unexpectedly, Ye Junlin was quite resilient and soon continued to attack. As a last resort, Lin Qingyue could only answer the call again and said coldly, if you have anything to say, please speak up. I'm busy. Nothing special. Ye Junlin's tone seemed very calm. I just called to tell you that from now on, Wang Pinggan will never bother you again. If someone bothers you again, just give me a call and I'll solve the problem for you right away. Have you met Wang Pinggan? Lin Qingyue immediately thought of Jiang Qin's thoughts. Not only have I seen him. Ye Junlin seemed to be laughing, but I have also sent him to hell right in front of his father. Lin Qingyue's pupils shrank suddenly. You killed Wang Pinggan in front of the head of the Wang family. Are you crazy? Don't you know that the Wang family has only one child, and Wang Fengnian is a famous old silver coin? Don't worry about me. Ye Junlin seemed to have misunderstood something. I can see that Wang Fengnian is not a good person. As the saying goes, the dog that bites doesn't bark. I also expected that he was holding back now, and I was afraid that he would make some moves against me later, but it doesn't matter at all. I have already warned him. If he insists on seeking death, then I will have no choice but to send him to hell. As he said this, he deliberately took the opportunity to express his opinion. As long as it can make an example of you and let everyone know that you, Lin Qingyue, are not someone that anyone can mess with, it doesn't matter if I cause a little more trouble. The worst that can happen is that we can use the head of the Wang family as an example to scare the monkeys. I don't even take the Wang family seriously. The speechlessness in Lin Qingyue's heart could almost fill the whole world. So, this guy's revenge on Wang Pinggan is this, right? No wonder Wang Fengnian got so mad that he wanted to kill everyone around him. This guy is not going for revenge at all, but to stir up hatred. I at %, and ***, and in $. Even with Lin Qingyue's self-control, she couldn't help but swear. Before Ye Junlin could finish pretending and expressing his attitude, she hung up the phone again, then quickly turned on the air circulation in the car and gently rubbed her chest. Seriously, if she didn't find a way to calm down right now, she was really afraid that she would faint from anger. It's so infuriating, so infuriating. Wang Pinggan sent people to abduct her, and it was reasonable for her to ask for justice. But after Ye Junlin's actions, their reasonableness became unreasonable, and it seemed like they were provoking the Wang family. Next, Wang Fengnian wanted to take revenge and included her in the revenge list. This was purely an undeserved disaster for her. She was so angry that she couldn't find a place to vent it. Seeing that there was still a traffic jam, she simply called Jiang Qin and said, "Jiang Qin, come over here." "What's wrong?" Jiang Qin was still a little confused. He got out of the car in front with his cell phone and walked over. Lin Qingyue asked him to lean into the car. After Jiang Qin did as he was told with some confusion, she bit his shoulder directly. Hiss! Jiang Qin gasped in pain. What does it mean? What kind of magical money did the sister-in-law give out again? Why did you bite me so hard all of a sudden? He looked very confused. Lin Qingyue didn't explain much. After biting it, she glared at him fiercely and said, "Don't worry about why. I'm in a bad mood now." Jiang Qin showed an innocent and aggrieved look at the right time. "Boss Lin, you can't blame me for the traffic jam. Look at the bite you gave me. There were saliva and lipstick marks all over my shoulders. I think there are bloodstains inside." Lin Qingyue glared at him again and said angrily, "It's none of your business. Keep driving ahead." As Jiang Qin was about to turn around and leave with a look of grievance and innocence, she added, "I'll ask the finance department to give you some medical allowance when we get back to the company tomorrow morning." What is sister-in-law doing? Jiang Qin was obviously still a little confused. Give a sweet date after hitting a stick. Are you trying to trick me? But then again, my sister-in-law smells really good. She seems to have a special natural body odor. It smelled good when I bit it just now. Lin Qingyue looked at his back, a red cloud quickly rose on her neck and cheeks, and she even forgot all the previous annoyance. Chapter 133 Su Yuyan is anxious. On the other side, inside the crown of a big tree in the Wang family manor, Su Yuyan, who was secretly complaining about Ye Junlin, heard Jiang Qin's thoughts and instantly exclaimed, "Fuck," in her heart again. "Lin Qingyue, you have no moral principles. Why do you bite my man?" And after biting my man, she gave him money. Was she deliberately trying to trick him? I advise you to be more careful. She never expected that Lin Qingyue, who was always aloof, would do such a thing. Su Yuyan was eating melon and having fun outside, when suddenly, Lin Qingyue sneaked in. Although Lin Qingyue just bit Jiang Qin without explaining anything, as a woman, Su Yuyan would definitely understand the meaning of this little action. This cold and beautiful female president treats Jiang Qin as her own and is expressing her little emotions. And it was done in a very ambiguous way. Body odor. Su Yuyan even suspected that Lin Qingyue did it on purpose, taking the opportunity to let Jiang Qin smell her body fragrance. After all, body odor is a very unique physical sign that only very few women have. And those who have good body odor, are beautiful women, and also come with the buff of a cool and stunning president or even better. Right. Su Yuyan felt that her suspicion was very reasonable. Lin Qingyue must be attracted to Jiang Qin. This is intentional pulling, trying to seduce my little Jiang Qin. Su Yuyan's brain was working so fast that she was too lazy to pay attention to Ye Junlin for the time being. After all, how could Ye Junlin or someone like that be as important as her beloved Jiang Qinlai? Moreover, after what happened just now, Su Yuyan has already understood. Ye Junlin is the typical guy who will do anything to show off and doesn't consider the consequences at all. In a situation like this, to put it nicely, it's called arrogance. To put it bluntly, it's just that there's a hole in the brain and he doesn't care about the lives of people around him. If he had a little conscience or brains, before kicking Wang Ping'an's horn or even stomping on Wang Ping'an's head in front of Wang Fengnian and others, he should have considered that his actions would completely infuriate Wang Fengnian and even the Wang family. Given the size of the Wang family and Wang Fengnian's style of doing things, he and everyone around him will surely suffer a thunderous and torrential retaliation. He was having a great time pretending to be cool. But the people around him, such as his fiancée Lin Qingyue, will be in trouble again. This was not considered as maintaining Lin Qingyue at all, but rather creating new and bigger troubles for Lin Qingyue. Su Yuyan hid her energy in the tree canopy, just thinking about how to increase Jiang Qin's strength today. Let Jiang Qin forget Lin Qingyue's body fragrance and focus more on Su Yuyan. At the same time, in Wang family manor, inside Wang Ping'an's villa. After Wang Ping'an's body was taken away, the blanket and the floor were quickly cleaned, and all the Wang family members and even the bodyguards left. The only people left at the scene were Wang Fengnian, who was standing by the sofa in a daze, looking at the game console that had fallen on the sofa, as well as many toys, uniforms, small pills, small whips, etc., and the most important offering of the Wang family. Master, please accept my condolences. Upon seeing this, the worshipper sighed and patted Wang Fengnian's shoulder gently. After serving as a servant in the Wang family for so many years, and with similar personalities, the relationship between him and Wang Fengnian has long been more than that of brothers, but better than brothers. It was precisely for this reason that when he felt that Wang Fengnian was about to collapse, he took the risk and grabbed Wang Fengnian at the first opportunity. Otherwise, Wang Fengnian would explode on the spot and be killed by Ye Junlin. Wang Fengnian uttered a hoarse sneer. Excuse me, is it still useful to say such things now? Ping'an is gone. The Wang family's bloodline is basically cut off here. How can I mourn? The worshipper sighed again. Patriarch Ye Junlin, you also heard it, a warrior at the Grandmaster level. Even if we tag everyone in the Wang family, I don't think it will be enough for one hand to beat them. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. We are not as strong as others for the time being, so it is better to be patient and not act impulsively. Ye Junlin. Wang Fengnian's face was ferocious, like a demon from hell. Why didn't you kill all of them back then, allowing the Ye family to have such a person escape the net? We should have asked Zuo Shandiao to send more people to investigate for a while longer. Otherwise, my Wang family wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Ah, the Wang family priest sighed again. This Ye Junlin is indeed very dangerous. Judging from his behavior just now, he is not just ruthless and reckless. For people like this, we'd better stay away from them for the time being. No, Wang Fengnian shook his head, his face still ferocious. The more he acts like this, the more it shows that we must fight to the death. Once he finds out about the extermination of the Ye family, he will never let us go even if we want to keep silent. I have to get rid of this guy. We must get rid of him at any cost and by any means necessary. Chapter 134 Wang Fengnian is completely crazy. The Wang family's priest hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Master, Ye Junlin is a martial artist at the Grandmaster level. Not to mention even the king of Zhongyan can't do anything to him. For an existence of that level, I guess only the war god Lingfeng and his men can completely kill it. That's right, Wang Fengnian's eyes flashed with gloom. I just plan to find the god of war Lingfeng first. After all, it was war god Lingfeng who gave me the order to exterminate the entire Ye family. Now that my son is dead, how could war god Lingfeng want to stay out of it? I have to find him. But, before the priest could continue speaking, Wang Fengnian had already dialed the private number of the god of war Lingfeng. The call was quickly connected, and the slightly cold and arrogant voice of the god of war Lingfeng came from the other end. What's wrong? What's the matter? War god Lingfeng, I have important information to report to you. The remnant of the Ye family is Ye Junlin. He has actually entered the Grandmaster realm. Just now, he rushed into our Wang family manor and killed my son Ping'an. Grandmaster realm, the god of war Lingfeng sneered. Do you know how difficult it is to achieve the Grandmaster realm? Not to mention that there are very few Grandmasters in the open in our Nanzhou. Even if we add the masters in the hidden sects, it is estimated that there will be no more than a handful of Grandmasters in the entire Nanzhou. That young boy in his early 20s, at the Grandmaster level, is simply a joke. Wang Fengnian didn't expect that the god of war Lingfeng would answer like this. He quickly added, that guy said it himself. Moreover, none of our Wang family's dark energy bodyguards could survive a single move from him. War god Lingfeng, that guy is really dangerous. I suggest that we take precautionary measures and get rid of him first. Haha. The god of war Lingfeng laughed. Master Wang, I understand your grief over the death of your son. But I have to say that your trick of using a borrowed knife to kill someone is not very clever. A martial artist in his early 20s at the Grandmaster level, just think about it and you will know that it is simply impossible. My subordinate Mikami Keiko has already investigated the strength of that guy. He is probably only at the late Grandmaster level or the peak. You don't have to scare me. God of War Lingfeng, I'm not trying to scare you. Wang Fengnian wanted to explain. But the god of war Lingfeng interrupted forcefully. I still say the same thing, Patriarch Wang, I also sympathize with your situation. Well, after all, we work together. I'll send someone to the Wang family to offer condolences later, and help you hold your ground at the same time. My condolences. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wang Fengnian's face suddenly turned ugly. The Wang family's priest at the side sighed again. I was just about to say that god of war Lingfeng would probably not mind these trivial matters. Firstly, the Wang family is no longer of much use to him. Secondly, the reason why the young master was killed this time was not because Ye Junlin found any clues, but because the young master sent people to kidnap Lin Qingyue. Given the character of Ling Feng, the god of war, who will not do anything without profit, he will not be willing to get involved. It's okay. Wang Fengnian's face looked ugly for just a moment and then he quickly recovered. I just called him first to get a final feel for his reaction and to fulfill my duties as his subordinate. If he is unkind now, don't blame me for being unjust later. The Wang family's priest felt a little strange when he heard that, and quickly asked, Master, what are you doing? I said, no matter what the cost, no matter what the means, we must get rid of Ye Junlin. Wang Fengnian's face became gloomy again. Since the god of war Lingfeng is unwilling to help, then from now on, I can only deal with this matter in my own way. In your own way, the Wang family's priest was still a little confused. Wang Fengnian took out another mobile phone, inserted an anonymous phone card, and quickly dialed a special number, post a reward for me. The reward is 5 billion. Kill a man named Ye Junlin in Zhongyan City, and all the people close to him. If you kill Ye Junlin, I'll give you 5 billion. If you kill anyone around Ye Junlin, I'll give you 500 million for each one. I can transfer the money to your dark web account right now. The Wang family's worshipper now understood what Wang Fengnian meant. He looked at Wang Fengnian in disbelief. Master, by doing this, you have also cut off your own escape route. Looking for assassins on the dark web, this way we can certainly hire countless dark web experts. But at the same time, some unscrupulous people on the dark web might also target you. Wang Fengnian looked crazy. It doesn't matter anymore. From the moment Ping'an died, none of this mattered anymore. The only reason I'm alive now is to kill Ye Junlin. As long as I can kill Ye Junlin, I'm willing to die. The Wang family's priest was suddenly speechless. After issuing the reward, Wang Fengnian made a series of deployments. Leave a backup plan for the killer Ye Junlin. Chapter 135. Doesn't he think he's handsome like this? On the other side, Wang Ping'an's villa was not far away. Ye Wushuang finally saw Ye Junlin finish washing his feet and walk out of the fountain pool. I don't know if this guy is trying to be cool or what. When he walked out of the fountain pool, the energy in his body suddenly shook, and a mist of water shot out from his wet trouser legs and shoes. Then, just repeat it a few times as if stomping your feet in slow motion, and your shoes and trouser legs will be completely dry. There is no sign of moisture or stains at all. However, he probably didn't notice that the sole and upper of his shoes had already exploded in his haste. After shaking it a few more times with clever force, the sole of the shoe almost fell off. With his messy hair and ragged clothes full of stains and scratches, he looked even more like a beggar. He raised his lips into an evil smile, glanced at Yingyu beside Ye Wushuang, and took the initiative to walk towards Ye Wushuang. Your Excellency King Zhongyan, although you may not care, I must say thank you for your previous arrangements. If you hadn't arranged a shadow guard commander beside Qingyue in advance, Qingyue might have been taken to the Wang family manor by that damn old woman. I owe you a favor in this matter. Ye Wushuang felt a little frustrated for some reason. Let's not talk about these for now. The most important thing now is, do you know that you have already caused trouble for Lin Qingyue and Zhongyan City? There was some displeasure in her tone. Ye Junlin showed a surprised expression. Oh. Caused trouble for Qingyue and Zhongyan City. What do you mean? You tortured and killed Wang Ping'an in front of Wang Fengnian. Anger began to show on Ye Wushuang's face. Oh, so that's what His Excellency the King of Zhongyan is talking about. Ye Junlin shrugged indifferently. In my opinion, all of this is Wang Ping'an and the Wang family's own fault. They messed with my woman and acted so superior. They deserved this kind of revenge. Ye Wushuang took a deep breath, glared at him and said, I admit that your revenge is legitimate, but the problem now is that your methods are too cruel and violent. Originally, Lin Qingyue was in the right, but because of your brutality and provocation, now you are in the wrong. With the power of the Wang family, there is no way they would not retaliate. I don't care. Ye Junlin still shrugged. If they want to die so badly, I will just send them to the underworld to keep Wang Ping'an company. Anyway, I only know one thing. If you touch me or the people around me, you will die. It doesn't matter if he is Wang Ping'an or Huang Ping'an, it's the same to me even if the King of Heaven comes. You've gone too far, Ye Wushuang growled. Ha ha. Ye Junlin still didn't care. He laughed again, glanced at Ye Wushuang and said, you will understand why I did this in the future. Okay, that's it. I still say that. I appreciate your sending someone to secretly protect Qingyu. If you need my help in the future, feel free to let me know. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force on his feet. The marble floor beneath him suddenly had a dent and spider web-like cracks appearing with a bang. Ye Junlin's figure was like a cannonball, shooting straight forward. However, with this movement, the sole of his shoe finally couldn't hold on anymore. As he was ejected, the soles of his shoes flew out from under his feet. Ye Wushuang was suddenly speechless. This guy has completely broken my filter for Grandmaster-level warriors. Qingyu couldn't help but murmur at the side. Looking at his expression and posture just now, he doesn't seem to know how much he looks like a beggar. Instead, he thinks he's quite handsome. None of this matters anymore. Ye Wushuang actually had the same feeling. However, in her eyes, these are no longer the main points. Her intention in getting involved in this matter was to take the opportunity to draw a line between herself and Ye Junlin. But she never expected that this man was so confident that he didn't take her words seriously at all. And judging from Ye Junlin's last words, he might continue to approach me under the pretext of repaying a favor. It's simply fatal. After secretly sighing in his heart, Ye Wushuang took Qingyu away from the Wang family manor and quickly made arrangements. Let the shadow guards patrol quickly and keep an eye out for outsiders. Given Wang Fengnian's style, I'm afraid he will resort to all means to retaliate against Ye Junlin and the people around him. There will probably be quite a few dark web assassins hired as well. Don't let these people disrupt the public order in Zhongyan City. Yes, Qingyu quickly responded and went to make arrangements. Chapter 136 How do we play this? So greasy, and so silly. In the crown of a large tree that no one noticed, Su Yuyan also witnessed the whole process of Ye Junlin's evil, crazy and pretentious behavior. Seeing him shaking off the water stains on his shoes and trouser legs in a self-conscious manner, and then making a series of remarks to Ye Wushuang that completely disregarded Ye Wushuang's feelings, she silently made a cross for Ye Wushuang in her heart. What a poor woman. With her vision, she could naturally see that Ye Wushuang was seriously expressing his dissatisfaction to Ye Junlin. Combined with this, Ye Wushuang also knew Jiang Qin's thoughts. It is not difficult to imagine that she might have come here specifically to draw a line between herself and Ye Junlin. But judging from the results just now, Ye Wushuang had obviously failed completely. Ye Junlin didn't care whether others accepted it or not. He was extremely confident and felt extremely good about himself. And Lin Qingyue. This heroine is extremely miserable. Relying on her powerful five senses and the family's secret techniques, Su Yuyan could clearly hear the conversations between Wang Fengnian and the Wang family's worshipper. She heard everything, including the fact that Wang Fengnian was offering a reward on the dark web to assassinate Ye Junlin and the people around Ye Junlin. Judging from the bounty offered by Wang Fengnian, Lin Qingyue, Ye Junlin's fiancé, was obviously about to suffer an unexpected disaster. Just as described in Jiang Qin's inner voice. But the process is even more speechless. Seeing Ye Wushuang and Qingyu leaving quickly, Wang Fengnian was still planning how to kill Ye Junlin and the people around Ye Junlin without any risk of failure. Su Yuyan suddenly felt less angry. I'm not angry at all about Lin Qingyue seducing Jiang Qin. After all, this heroine is so miserable. She, Su Yuyan, is also sympathetic. And the most important point is that Jiang Qin doesn't seem to know Lin Qingyue's feelings yet. She, Su Yuyan, has a great chance of getting there before Lin Qingyue. Thinking about Jiang Qin's preferences, Su Yuyan's brain started working rapidly while she was waiting for an opportunity to get away from here. Tonight, there might be another good opportunity. I have to find a better excuse to find Jiang Qin and bring him to my house. Then, create some opportunities for him to get me. On the other side, Lin Qingyue, who was still stuck in traffic, waited for a while. The traffic jam ahead was finally relieved. After Jiang Qin drove his brothers to the hospital, she followed his car, found Ye Wushuang's phone number and called him again. Your Excellency King of Zhongyan, I just received a call from Ye Junlin. I heard that guy went crazy and used a very extreme method to kill Wang Ping'an. I know. Ye Wushuang's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Qingyu and I were going to stop it, but when we arrived at the scene, it was too late. Ye Junlin has already killed the person. I'm worried about the Wang family. Lin Qingyue did not hide it. The Wang family has great magical powers, and they are never soft persimmons. Now, Due to the presence of Your Excellency King Zhongyan and Ye Junlin's strength, they didn't attack on the spot, but this doesn't mean they won't make some small moves later. After all, this incident was caused by me. I'm afraid that when the Wang family retaliates against Ye Junlin privately, they will also include me in the calculation. Although I have tactfully reminded Wang Fengnian not to do things he shouldn't do, your concerns are not unreasonable. Ye Wushuang obviously understood what she meant, and after a brief pause, he said, "For safety reasons, I will let Yingyu continue to protect you in secret for a while. Until this matter is completely settled. Thank you, Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan." Lin Qingyue hurriedly thanked him. After that, he chatted briefly with Ye Wushuang and ended the call. At the same time, Jiang Qin didn't know that Lin Qingyue already knew everything. After bringing his brothers to Zhongyan Second People's Hospital, he still tried his best to delay time. It was not until the sky was completely dark and the plot of Ye Junlin attacking the Wang family was 100% over that he pretended to be tired and returned to Lin Qingyue's car. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, the brothers were seriously injured, and there were too many procedures to go through. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Do you still want to go to Wang's house now? If so, I will try to take you there as quickly as possible." "No need." Lin Qingyue waved her hand unhappily. "Some annoying guy just called me and said that Wang Ping'an had been killed by him." "What?" Jiang Qin showed just the right amount of surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. "Young Master Wang was killed. Won't the Wang family go crazy? Boss Lin, I'm afraid you will be in danger next. You won't be implicated, right? I have already considered all this and called His Excellency the King of Zhongyan in advance." Lin Qingyue waved her hand. "His Excellency the King of Zhongyan said that Commander Yingyu will continue to protect me in secret." As she spoke, she motioned for Jiang Qin to get in the car and take her back. "Okay, it's getting late, take me back quickly." Jiang Qin felt a little confused again. Did the eldest sister-in-law realize this? She even asked the second sister-in-law to send someone to protect her in advance. How can we play this? In the next episode, a dark web assassin comes to assassinate her, and the idiot once again saves the beauty. Is there going to be another weird thing? Chapter 137 Jiang Qin, what are you doing? When Jiang Qin got into Lin Qingyue's car and sent Lin Qingyue back, he was still very confused. The journey of 1,000 miles is almost reaching the end. It seems that there are only 2 last scenes left before I can get hard again. You won't set yourself a limit when the progress bar reaches 99%, just like Pinshishi cutting the price to the last penny, which messes with people's mentality, right? What happened to sister-in-law? How could she realize that Wang Feng had posted a bounty on the dark web at the annual meeting, and that she was also included in the bounty list? She is an ordinary person, how can she have such a strong sense of crisis? And the second sister-in-law, how could she believe the eldest sister-in-law so easily? The Shadow Guard commander is so busy, isn't it a waste of talent to just randomly send him here to secretly protect my sister-in-law? As he drove, his brain was working rapidly and he didn't notice that Lin Qingyue, who was taking a nap in the back seat, suddenly darkened her face as he was thinking. "Jiang Qin," she suddenly spoke. "What's wrong, Mr. Lin?" Jiang Qin quickly collected his thoughts. What is the most important thing for a bodyguard, especially a bodyguard captain? Lin Qingyue looked at Jiang Qin's back. The most important thing is to protect the life and property of the employer. Jiang Qin said without hesitation. Apart from that, Lin Qingyue asked. Besides that, Jiang Qin was slightly stunned. Isn't the job of a bodyguard to protect the employer? Other than that, it seems like nothing else. Those are the most basic duties for ordinary bodyguards. Lin Qingyue said expressionlessly. If you want to move up, you should be a caring person. In addition to your basic job, you should also be clear-headed and serve your employer well. What does the sister-in-law want to express? Why are you suddenly telling me about your work experience? Isn't it preparing the CPU for me? Jiang Qin was confused in his heart, but on the surface he still looked like he had learned something. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your advice. I will definitely work towards this goal in the future. This is not a reminder. Lin Qingyue's face fell slightly. I just want to tell you that I am very dissatisfied with your performance today. Although your arrangement to send the injured brothers to the hospital as soon as possible was a good one, you forgot about me. I was stuck in traffic for most of the day, and I also waited in front of the hospital for most of the day. I'm still hungry. This is the worst experience I've ever had in all my life. Ah, this. Jiang Qin was a little confused. Turning his head to look at Lin Qingyue, he saw that Lin Qingyue had folded her arms and closed her eyes again, her face still looking a little unhappy. Sister-in-law, what's going on? With her good manners, she wouldn't get angry over such a small matter, right? Isn't this in line with the normal behavior of a sister-in-law? Could it be that my sister-in-law is having her period? Jiang Qin sniffed. Not like that. With my powerful 5 senses, I can't smell any blood. Jiang Qin, what are you doing? Lin Qingyue's expression almost couldn't hold back. Her ears turned red, and she suddenly opened her eyes with some embarrassment on her face. What does it mean to sniff at this time? What the hell? My sister-in-law seems to be really abnormal today. Like a bomb. Jiang Qin quickly retracted his gaze and coughed lightly. Sorry, Mr. Lin, my nose is a little blocked. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Drive your car carefully. Lin Qingyue's ears became redder. She twisted her body somewhat unnaturally and at the same time pushed the hem of her skirt down slightly. Yes. Jiang Qin didn't dare to look back at all. Something is very, very wrong with Lin Qingyue today. I don't know what's going on. It was as if they were deliberately targeting him, Jiang. Inexplicable. Jiang Qin didn't want to offend her again. When the car arrived at the gate of Villa number 018 in Zhongyuan Garden, he immediately ran out of the car and opened the door for Lin Qingyue. Unexpectedly, after Lin Qingyue got out of the car, she raised her pink fist and hit him hard in the chest. Then he snorted heavily and walked away. Oh my god. Jiang Qin was even more confused now. What does sister-in-law mean by this? It's fine that he got angry at me for no reason, but what's wrong with him punching me in the chest in anger before leaving? Is the little girl venting her anger? This doesn't seem like something a cold and beautiful CEO like the sister-in-law would normally do, right? What should I do if I suddenly feel a little panicked? Could it be that my sister-in-law really has some feelings for me? Her anger today, the tone of her voice, and the way she treated me all seemed very wrong. It doesn't look like a sponsor talking to a bodyguard, but more like a young couple flirting. Hiss. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. Jiang Qin quickly stopped thinking. I can't let my imagination run wild any further. If you continue to let your mind wander, your Taoism will be affected, which will affect your future performance plans. My sister-in-law must have been frightened by the idiot's perverted methods and lost her mind. Yes, that's definitely the case. It makes perfect sense. Chapter 138 Su Yuyan is causing trouble again. Jiang Qin brainwashed himself and then quickly left the Zhongyuan Garden Villa district. Unaware that just as he was leaving, in the number 018 villa area of Zhongyuan Garden, Lin Qingyue watched him go away through the surveillance camera. She was very embarrassed and annoyed and hit the stuffed doll beside her hard. You stupid head. You are so stupid. After leaving the Zhongyuan Garden Villa district, Jiang Qin found a place to eat something before returning to the Blue Home community. I returned to my rental house, turned on my phone, started playing games, and watched some videos at the same time. However, he did not expect that just as he was happily enjoying the rare time that belonged entirely to him, his ears moved slightly and he felt footsteps approaching his door, and there seemed to be a charming faint fragrance in the air. A very familiar taste, especially like the one in Su Yuyan's boudoir. Hiss. Su Yuyan. In just a moment, Jiang Qin, who was still immersed in the game and video, reacted all of a sudden. The rhythm of the footsteps and the fragrance of it, who else could it be but his good sister-in-law? This good third sister-in-law, will she not let go of even one day and come to do something for me again? Jiang Qin quickly stopped playing the video and just continued playing the game. As expected, there was a knock on the door soon, and Su Yuyan's sweet voice came from outside. Jiang Qin, are you home? Jiang Qin really wanted to pretend that he was not there. But after Su Yuyan knocked on the door for a while and heard no response, she actually called Jiang Qin directly. The ringtone came from Jiang Qin's cell phone. Jiang Qin couldn't pretend anymore. He could only pretend to be dazed and answered the phone. Who is it? I pretended to be asleep and didn't hear the knock on the door. It's me, Su Yuyan. I'm at your door. Su Yuyan's voice on the phone was still sweet, and she didn't seem to care at all that Jiang Qin didn't hear the knock on the door. Ah! Jiang Qin also showed his acting skills and immediately said in a surprised tone, I was too tired from work today, and fell asleep as soon as I got home. Wait a moment. He pretended to put on his clothes in a hurry, then got out of bed and went to open the door for Su Yuyan. Didn't keep you waiting long. What's wrong? Why are you here again in the middle of the night? I should be the one who is embarrassed. Su Yuyan smiled sweetly at Jiang Qin. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Qin said with a warm and hospitable look, tell me what's going on. You came to see me so late at night, I guess you must have something wrong. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. Su Yuyan smiled, it's like this, the light bulb in the living room of my house seems to be broken. I don't know how to fix it, so I told the landlady. Although she was very enthusiastic, she contacted an electrician, but the electrician didn't come to help me fix it until the next day. Now the living room of my house is pitch black, it's very uncomfortable to look at. Change the light bulb. Jiang Qin was a little surprised. What is the third sister-in-law up to? Can't you just search for tutorials online to learn this kind of thing? Just turn off the power in advance, take down the broken light bulb, replace it with a new one, and turn on the power again. It's just a small matter, you don't need my help, right? This reason is too lame. Yeah, Su Yuyan showed a bit of helplessness. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm actually quite afraid of the dark. When I go to bed at night, I usually have to turn on the living room light to feel safe. I just heard from my aunt that the electrician didn't want to come, so I went to buy a new light bulb and planned to change it myself. But after I borrowed the ladder, I realized that I was a little scared to go up there by myself, so I thought of asking you for help. Good fellow. Jiang Qin, who had just thought this reason was a bit lame, was speechless in an instant. It turned out that Su Yuyan had predicted his prediction and resolved the matter in advance. Have to. According to what she said, I had to help even if I didn't want to. Jiang Qin could only force out a warm smile, it's just a small matter. Then let's go down now. Quick victory. Okay. Su Yuyan seemed very happy to see Jiang Qin agreed, and hurriedly led the way. Jiang Qin followed her to her home. Just one day had passed, and her home had become much warmer and more comfortable. Not only are there a lot more green plants and decorations in the house, but there is also a bouquet of exquisite flowers on the table. But the living room was indeed pitch black. There is a herringbone ladder under the chandelier in the middle. Jiang Qin just wanted to make a quick decision and leave this troubled place as soon as possible. After taking a look at the situation, he asked, where is the power switch in your house? Turn on the flashlight on your cell phone and turn off the power. Okay. Su Yuyan hurriedly did as she was told. When the room was plunged into darkness, with only the light from her cell phone flashlight as the only light, she quickly came to the stepladder, helped Jiang Qin hold the ladder and said, I'll help you hold the ladder and pass you the light bulb. Jiang Qin didn't think much about it and nodded immediately. When she handed him the bulb, he started to change the bulb in the chandelier. Chapter 139. That's too much. Changing the light bulb was a seamless process. Just take down a few bulbs from the chandelier and screw new bulbs in. After finishing, Jiang Qin climbed down the ladder. Unexpectedly, just as he walked down the stepladder, Su Yuyan suddenly burst into a scream. Ah, centipede. There's a centipede. Before Jiang Qin could come to his senses, a fragrant breeze and a piece of warm and soft jade had already thrown themselves into his arms. What's even more outrageous is that Su Yuyan was wrapped around him like an octopus. Third sister-in-law, you are breaking the rules a little bit. Jiang Qin could clearly feel the gentleness against his chest, Su Yuyan's smooth skin against his neck and cheeks, her slight breathing, and the faint fragrance on her body. A martial artist at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, and a fierce man with an ancient martial arts family heritage, was frightened like this by a centipede. It must be at least 120% intentional, right? I knew it wasn't that easy to just ask me to change the light bulb. Jiang Qin complained in his heart. However, he still patted Su Yuyan's back gently and comforted her softly, it's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here. It's just a centipede. Tell me where the centipede is and I'll kill it. After all, the character Su Yuyan presents to the outside world now is just an ordinary beautiful doctor of Huichengtang. If there is anything special about her, it is that she is very beautiful and very pure. Once she puts on that white silk JK top, she is the pinnacle of pure desire. It was indeed quite reasonable for her to pretend to be afraid of centipedes. Jiang Qin could only cooperate with her performance. To prevent her from continuing to hug him like this, her friend would not be able to help but show a cold look. In the direction of the dining table, Su Yuyan also acted out the frightened state of a little girl vividly at this time. If Jiang Qin had not read the original work carefully and knew that this was a master at the peak of the Grandmaster level, he would have almost believed it. Su Yuyan's voice was trembling, and at the same time, it was accompanied by a hot and humid breath, which sprayed on Jiang Qin's ears and neck, making him feel a little itchy. Just now when you came down from the ladder, the direction of my mobile phone flashlight also moved down along with your movements, and then I saw that guy crawling past my feet. I'm so scared. Usually, I'm most afraid of little things like this. It was a pretty big centipede, pitch black. It must have run towards the dining table. It's okay, get off me first, I promise you'll be fine. Jiang Qin patted her back again, picked up his cell phone and turned on the flashlight. He turned on the flashlight and shone it towards the dining table. Sure enough, there was a pitch-black centipede hiding behind the legs of the dining table. After being illuminated by the flashlight, the guy quickly ran into another dark corner. I'm scared, Su Yuyan still clung to Jiang Qin tightly. That's too much, third sister-in-law. You can take advantage of me just for a moment, why do you keep holding on to it? If you continue like this, I will destroy the flowers. Jiang Qin patted her back again and said helplessly, that thing is very cunning. If it gets into the corner of a closet or kitchen, it will be troublesome. By then, even if I wanted to help you, I might not be able to dig it out. You don't want to be threatened by this thing all the time, do you? At this time, Su Yuyan seemed to be obedient. She let go of Jiang Qin with some fear and climbed down from him. At this time, Jiang Qin took a deep breath, stepped forward to distance himself from Su Yuyan, and stepped swiftly and accurately on the centipede that was about to drill into the gap between the furniture. Phew! With one kick, the centipede was crushed to pieces, leaving only its head, tail and many legs that were still twisting and swaying. Jiang Qin kicked it several more times, completely crushing it, then quickly walked to the switch and turned on the lights in the house. Okay, it's okay. Wow, thank you Jiang Qin. Seeing this, Su Yuyan opened her arms again and pretended to come over and hug him. Jiang Qin cleverly avoided the question and pretended not to understand anything. He said casually, where are your broom and dustpan? I'll help you clean up the centipede corpse. Su Yuyan's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of resentment, and the action of hugging him stopped abruptly, in the bathroom. However, it only took a moment for her to regain her composure and continued, anyway, I really want to thank you so much, Jiang Qin, for today. Otherwise, I'd have been scared tonight. The living room is pitch black and there are centipedes everywhere. I guess I won't be able to sleep. It's just a small favor. Jiang Qin went to the bathroom to help her get a broom and dustpan, and suddenly noticed that Su Yuyan had replaced the bathroom with a brand new washing machine. He didn't care and took out a broom and dustpan to help clean up the centipede corpses. I just bought some braised dishes for supper on my way home from get off work. You can stay and have some later. Su Yuyan enthusiastically brought Jiang Qin the slippers she had specially prepared for him. She bent down and placed the slippers in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Qin's eyelids couldn't help but twitch again. Chapter 140 This high-end game. Because of Su Yuyan's bending down, Jiang Qin discovered something extraordinary. Although Su Yuyan wore a loose home dress today, and unlike last time, she wore a bra underneath, there was something else underneath her home dress. I want to die. This looks like a high-end game. We have to find a reason to withdraw quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to use guns tonight. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, quickly looked away, and made an excuse, well, Yuyan, I'm really a little tired tonight. I appreciate your kindness, but let's have supper some other time. I just want to go back and catch up on some sleep now. Don't. Su Yuyan was afraid that he would run away, so she quickly hugged his arm. Jiang Qin suddenly felt his arm being enveloped in a silky and soft feeling. Su Yuyan hugged his arm tightly, it's just a midnight snack, it won't take long. Otherwise, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Jiang Qin tried to pull his hand out without leaving any trace. Yuyan, I appreciate your kindness. I'm really sleepy now, please let me go back and rest first. I'll eat here next time, definitely next time. No, Su Yuyan hugged his arms tightly and refused to let him go. I bought this stewed dish specially for 2 people. If you don't eat it tonight, it won't be as good tomorrow. You have to eat it before you can leave. Oh my god. It seems that tonight is not just a high-end game. Sister-in-law will not give up until she defeats me. This has been deleted. Jiang Qin's mind was a little shaken. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Lin Qingyue calling. Jiang Qin felt like he had found a savior and subconsciously answered the call. But unexpectedly, Su Yuyan was so quick-witted that she immediately ignored Jiang Qin's arm and hung up the call immediately. A bunch of question marks suddenly appeared on Jiang Qin's head. Yuyan, what are you doing? My boss called. It might be something urgent. Su Yuyan was speechless for a moment. She couldn't tell Jiang Qin that she was actually angry and guessed that Lin Qingyue came to ruin her plans after hearing Jiang Qin's thoughts, so she ignored Jiang Qin and hung up the phone in a fit of rage, right? Even though she reacted very quickly, it took her a while to utter, "Sorry, I don't like being disturbed by others. Just now, I lost control in a hurry and hung up your phone." Oh. Jiang Qin didn't have time to think about it before Lin Qingyue called again. "Sorry, I'll go answer it first." Jiang Qin walked over with the phone and answered it. Then he heard Lin Qingyue's slightly unhappy voice. "Why did you hang up on me? As a bodyguard, don't you know that every call from the sponsor is extremely important, and every call may be the only hope for survival in an emergency? I am also unlucky." Jiang Qin was speechless. "My sister-in-law was acting a little strange today, and she was trying to target me. That's good. She's got the upper hand." He was about to explain himself when a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I hung up the phone by accident just now, don't blame brother Jiang Qin. If you're angry, just vent it on me. I'll take it all." When he turned around, he saw Su Yuyan, who had come to his side at some point, looking at the phone in his hand with a look of guilt and determination. "Oh my god, sister-in-law, when did you come to me? I am a master who is close to the peak of the Grand Master realm and has mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra and the God-level Hidden Chi technique. I didn't even notice when you came over. Also, why did you come over here and interrupt my call with my sister-in-law at this time, and keep calling me brother Jiang Qin on the phone? Are you declaring your sovereignty to your sister-in-law? This can easily lead to misunderstandings." Jiang Qin suddenly became Spartan. To be honest, he never dreamed of such a development. Moreover, he clearly did nothing, but for some reason he felt like he was in a Shira field. Chapter 141, This High-End Game. Lin Qingyue's Humiliation. On the other side, Lin Qingyue, who was reading in the study, was so angry when she heard Su Yuyan's words that she threw the book on the desk. After all, from a woman's perspective, Su Yuyan's tone and address were a declaration of her sovereignty over Jiang Qin. And the most important point is that Lin Qingyue is not like Jiang Qin. She knows very well that Su Yuyan must also know that she and Ye Wushuang can hear Jiang Qin's thoughts. Su Yuyan must also know that Lin Qingyue had already known everything that happened on their side through Jiang Qin's thoughts, including her tricks on Jiang Qin. Therefore, Su Yuyan would definitely know that Lin Qingyue called Jiang Qin last night deliberately to ruin her plans. The same thing happened today when Lin Qingyue called Jiang Qin at a critical moment. Now Su Yuyan unexpectedly appeared beside Jiang Qin and spoke to her in this tone. To some extent, it was a provocation to her. The implication seemed to be that she and Jiang Qin already had a very close relationship, and even if Lin Qingyue wanted to interfere it would be of no avail. This little slut. How could she be so reckless? Is Jiang Qin's dragon elephant body really that attractive? Thinking about Su Yuyan's actions last night and tonight, Lin Qingyue became more and more angry. She pretended to ask Jiang Qin to change the light bulb, pretended to be afraid of centipedes and jumped into Jiang Qin's arms to make physical contact, and unnoticeably exposed the secrets under her skirt. And the foul moves in the end to keep Jiang Qin. This set of operations was something that Lin Qingyue couldn't do no matter how bold she was. She couldn't even think of it. After taking 2 deep breaths in front of the desk, Lin Qingyue finally calmed down and pretended to be surprised. I don't know who you are." Su Yuyan's crisp and apologetic voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "My name is Su Yuyan, and I'm brother Jiang Qin's neighbor. I've always heard brother Jiang Qin mention Mr. Lin before. He said that Mr. Lin is very good at business and is also very good to his subordinates. Brother Jiang Qin and I were just about to do something serious, and I was also angry. When I saw that I was interrupted by a phone call, I couldn't control my emotions and hung up your phone. I'm really sorry." "I see." Although Lin Qingyue cursed in her heart, she looked very calm on the surface. If that's the case, then I don't blame Jiang Qin. Please give him the phone number. I have something important to tell him. Okay, Mr. Lin. Su Yuyan's tone was still crisp and a little apologetic, but this matter is really not Brother Jiang Qin's fault. Brother Jiang Qin is very, very good. If you are still angry, just vent it on me. I don't want to see Brother Jiang Qin get wronged, and I don't want him to get wronged because of me. Quote. Lin Qingyue felt like cursing again. What does the tone of the tea in this tea mean? Su Yuyan was not only provoking her, but also taking the opportunity to sow discord between her and Jiang Qin. This woman would do anything to get Jiang Qin first. She immediately said to the other end of the phone, "Don't worry, Miss Su. I always keep my word. Since you said you won't blame Jiang Qin anymore, you will definitely not go back on your word next time. Give him the phone." Okay, then thank you, Mr. Lin, for your magnanimity. On the other side of the phone, Su Yuyan felt a little regretful when she saw that Lin Qingyue didn't fall into the trap. However, she knew when to stop and said the last sentence to Lin Qingyue politely, then handed the initiative of the conversation back to Jiang Qin, indicating that he could talk to Lin Qingyue next. Jiang Qin was naturally speechless again at this moment. Although he didn't understand women's minds, he seemed to be able to vaguely smell some gunpowder from the conversation just now. It seemed that a round of confrontation had really taken place between the eldest sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law invisibly. After taking the initiative in the conversation, he calmed down his inner emotions and quickly said to the other end of the phone, "Boss Lin, do you have any instructions?" "Yes, there is something." Lin Qingyue said calmly, "Where are you now?" Jiang Qin looked at Su Yuyan behind him and said honestly, "At the neighbor's house. If you don't have anything else important to do, go back quickly and log into the Canyon of Kings." Lin Qingyue gave the order. The series of actions Ye Junlin took today made me feel particularly bad. Go to the Canyon of Kings and take me there to vent my anger. Okay, Mr. Lin, no problem, Mr. Lin. Jiang Qin was eager to leave this place of trouble. I'll be back soon. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll be on my way in. After Lin Qingyue finished the call, he quickly looked at Su Yuyan. "Yuyan, our boss has urgent work for me to do. That's it for tonight. I'm going back now." Jiang Qin, Su Yuyan wanted to keep her, but Jiang Qin just slipped away and went upstairs without giving her a chance to speak. Seeing this, Su Yuyan was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't help but stamp her feet. Damn Lin Qingyue, you ruined my plan again. Just wait for me. Next time I will not give you the chance to ruin a good thing. I will drug Jiang Qin directly and make sure you never hear his inner voice again. Chapter 142. No way, my second sister-in-law has also gone crazy. On the other hand, Jiang Qin had no idea what Su Yuyan was thinking. If he knew about it, he would be shocked and would say to Su Yuyan that the punishment was too harsh. After returning to his rental house, Jiang Qin just followed Lin Qingyue's instructions and logged into the Canyon of Kings immediately, starting to play with his sister-in-law for paid money and concentrating on helping her vent. Just when the two were concentrating on killing in the Canyon of Kings, the dark web, with the sky-high bounty offered by Wang Fengnian, almost all the dark web killers in Dragon Country were in an uproar. Because even on the dark web, rewards are divided into different levels. Generally speaking, if the target of assassination is an ordinary person, the reward price would be at most hundreds of thousands. If the target of the assassination is a person of some social status, the reward price is generally between 1 million and 3 to 5 million. If the target of the assassination is a person with a relatively high social status, the reward price can reach tens of millions. Even if one were to assassinate some Grandmaster-level warriors, the reward would usually not exceed 100 million. But this time, the targets, information and prices posted on the dark web completely broke this rule. The reward for assassinating Lin Qingyue, who was just an ordinary person and an entrepreneur with a little social status in Zhongyan City, was as high as 500 million. The reward for assassinating Ye Junlin, a warrior in the later peak Grandmaster stage, is as high as 5 billion. Such a bounty model that breaks the convention and spends a huge amount of money, not to mention some ordinary warrior killers, even many Grandmaster-level independent cultivator killers, all have their eyes shining. That night, not only were the 10 quotas for assassinating Ye Junlin quickly snatched up by a group of Grandmaster-level independent assassins, Even the 10 quotas for assassinating Lin Qingyue were quickly snatched up by a group of Grandmaster-level independent assassins. After taking on the mission, these killers rushed towards Zhongyan City from all directions of Longguo. The storm is coming. In the rental house, Jiang Qin accompanied Lin Qingyue to vent her emotions. After his sister-in-law was completely satisfied, he simply turned off the lights and began to rest. The next morning, as soon as the alarm rang, I got up quickly, washed, changed clothes, went downstairs to have breakfast, and then prepared to go to work. But what Jiang Qin never expected was that just after he finished enjoying breakfast at the breakfast shop downstairs, he saw many uniformed staff members quickly enter the Blue Home community and start measuring and mapping everywhere. Afterwards, after a large group of staff members started to get busy, after a while, a familiar Audi A6 followed by several official cars arrived at the Blue Home community. Several men and women who looked very impressive got out of the car first, then quickly walked to the Audi A6 and opened the door. Then, King Ye Wushuang of Zhongyan and a shadow guard commander got out of the car one after another. "What are you doing? Second sister-in-law, what are you doing here? What is there in an old and run-down community like Blue Home that is worthy of your noble presence?" Jiang Qin's face was immediately filled with question marks. At this time, I heard many neighbors whispering about it. "Good fellow, isn't that His Excellency the King of Zhongyan? She's really beautiful, and has a great temperament. She fits my idea of a queen perfectly. His Excellency the King of Zhongyan has come to inspect our Blue Home community in person. It seems that the rumors I heard before are true." "What gossip?" "I heard from the boyfriend of my third uncle's nephew's sworn brother's wife's cousin's boyfriend that our Blue Home community is not only going to be built into a model project for the renovation of old and dilapidated communities in Zhongyan City as the official propaganda says, but this project was also designed and approved by His Excellency the King of Zhongyan himself. The boyfriend of my third uncle's nephew's sworn brother's wife's cousin is a cook in the Zhongyan Palace. He also told us a lot of inside information about the Zhongyan Palace in private before and never made any mistakes. It seems that our Blue Home community is going to be prosperous. Everyone has seen the reputation and style of Her Excellency the King of Zhongyan. If she personally designs and approves the plan, and personally oversees it, then our Blue Home community will definitely take off. These days, this is more comfortable than demolition. Has the Blue Home community been included in the Zhongyan City Old Residential District Demonstration Reform Project? Or was it designed by my second sister-in-law herself? When did it happen? How come I never knew?" Jiang Qin just felt confused. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was another strange discussion around. "Oh my God, His Excellency the King of Zhongyan seems to be walking towards that young man. Who is this young man? Is he the owner of our community? I don't think I know him. He looks familiar. He seems to be just a tenant. He used to have breakfast at Lao Li's house. Does this young man know His Excellency the King of Zhongyan?" Jiang Qin looked carefully and saw that Ye Wushuang was walking towards him quickly with some people. "Good fellow. Could it be that my second sister-in-law also went crazy and made dumplings just for my vinegar?" His heart skipped a beat and a bad idea suddenly occurred to him. Chapter 143 Ye Wushuang also wants to snatch my man. "What? Ye Wushuang is also going to snatch my man?" Su Yuyan, who was already on her way to work, heard Jiang Qin's thoughts, and suddenly a big word, danger, appeared on her forehead. When she went out to work today, she actually saw a lot of staff in uniform walking towards the Blue Home community, but she didn't pay any attention to them. But no one expected that this group of people was actually hired by the Zhongyan Palace to carry out a demonstration renovation of the old Blue Home community. What's even more outrageous is that for such a project, King Ye Wushuang of Zhongyan came in person to supervise the construction. As a woman, especially one who regarded Jiang Qin as her own, and who knew that Ye Wushuang could also hear Jiang Qin's thoughts, and who also knew that Ye Wushuang had actually done some things that went against the original novel in order to get close to Jiang Qin, Su Yuyan's first reaction was that Ye Wushuang had also set his eyes on Jiang Qin, this popular commodity. This woman, like Lin Qingyue, wanted to snatch Jiang Qin's first blood from her. No, we must not let her succeed. Sitting on the bus, Su Yuyan's brain was working rapidly. Ye Wushuang and Lin Qingyue are different. Due to some misunderstandings by Jiang Qin, Lin Qingyue would easily be suspected by Jiang Qin even if she made some abnormal moves to please him. And it is difficult for Jiang Qin to think in some strange directions. But Ye Wushuang is different. In Jiang Qin's mind, this king of Jiangnan clearly left a very good first impression on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin even admired this woman a little. If Ye Wushuang took the initiative to attack now, with his forbidden identity as king of Jiangnan and his extraordinary appearance and temperament, it is very likely that Jiang Qin's faith would be shaken and he would have some other ideas. In other words, the threat this woman poses to Su Yuyan is much greater than that posed by Lin Qingyue. There are only a dozen minutes left before work time. Just take a leave. No matter what, I have to find an excuse to go back, lest Ye Wushuang takes Jiang Qin's soul away before I do. When thinking of this, Su Yuyan immediately stood up, left her seat, and went to the back door of the bus. At the same time, use your mobile phone to find the taxi app in advance, Gigi Taxi, and place an order back to Blue Home. As soon as the nearest stop arrives, get off the bus immediately and wait for the online car-hailing service to arrive. On the other side, in Villa number 018 of Zhongyan Garden, Lin Qingyue, who was leisurely eating breakfast, dropped her soup spoon directly to the ground with a pop. Mr. Lin, a servant immediately stepped forward and helped her pick up the spoon and clean the floor. Lin Qingyue waved her hand nonchalantly to send him away, and when the other party gave her a new clean soup spoon, her brain started working rapidly. The Blue Home community was included in the Zhongyan City Old Community Demonstration Project. Ye Wushuang personally designed and planned it, and he also went to the site to supervise and inspect it in person. I don't believe it if Ye Wushuang isn't looking for an opportunity to get close to Jiang Qin. What is Ye Wushuang planning? While Lin Qingyue's brain was working rapidly, she completely stopped eating breakfast. In fact, as the president of a group, she pays attention to some major policy trends in the city and even the country every day. For example, she noticed that the Blue Home community was listed as a demonstration renovation project for old communities in Zhongyan City almost as soon as Zhongyan Palace announced it. However, Lin Qingyue didn't care too much at that time. After all, the size of the Blue Home community is not large, and a demonstration renovation project for old communities of this scale is not a particularly large project in the entire city. It is estimated that the total investment will not exceed 500 million yuan. For someone of her level, especially someone who is not in the real estate industry, there is nothing particularly noteworthy about this. But now, after hearing Jiang Qin's thoughts and speculations, Lin Qingyue suddenly reacted. Ye Wushuang was just jealous of Jiang Qin. The so-called demonstration renovation project for old residential areas was fake, and the fact that Ye Wushuang personally designed and decided on the project was also fake. The real reason was that she took the opportunity to inspect the Blue Home community and increase her contact with Jiang Qin. Isn't it possible that His Excellency the King of Jiangnan is also attracted to Jiang Qin? If that's the case, then I'm in a very bad situation. First, Su Yuyan moved to the downstairs of Jiang Qin's house and used various tricks every night to lure Jiang Qin into making mistakes. Then, the king of Jiangnan took advantage of the demonstration renovation of the old residential area to constantly create opportunities to contact Jiang Qin, and the king of Jiangnan left a good impression on Jiang Qin. Lin Qingyue had no appetite for breakfast at all. If I continue with the original pace and want to slowly establish common topics with Jiang Qin, cater to his interests, and then slowly let him discover my feelings, I'm afraid I will soon be pulled further and further away. Su Yuyan and Ye Wushuang's attacks were too strong. The opponent is extremely strong. Facing a table full of sumptuous breakfast, she kept analyzing her opponent's strategy and the advantages and disadvantages of her own strategy. She even forgot to analyze whether her starting point was wrong or not, and whether Ye Wushuang's special visit to Blue Home was to capture Jiang Qin. Chapter 144. Ye Wushuang is a little secretly happy. In fact, at this moment, Ye Wushuang just wanted to increase the opportunities for contact with Jiang Qin and find out more useful information from his thoughts. Ye Wushuang admitted that she had some feelings for Jiang Qin, but those feelings were not enough to make her completely lose her mind. Not to mention letting her take the initiative to this extent. At this time, she came to the Blue Home community. Although the purpose behind it was indeed to increase the opportunities for contact with Jiang Qin, her goal in doing so was definitely not to conquer Jiang Qin. At this moment, when she walked towards Jiang Qin and heard Jiang Qin's inner thoughts, even though she was determined, her ears couldn't help but feel hot. After all, ever since she became the king of Jiangnan, no one has ever dared to behave so frivolously in front of her, the queen of Jiangnan. Not to mention that Jiang Qin's wording at this moment was so shameful. For the Queen of Zhongyan, this was a completely new experience that she had never tried before. However, Ye Wushuang did not blame Jiang Qin. Because during this period of time, judging from Jiang Qin's inner voice, the performances of Lin Qingyue and Su Yuyan were quite alarming. It is normal for Jiang Qin to have some stress reactions. At the very least, the way Jiang Qin criticized her in his heart was much milder than when he criticized Lin Qingyue and Su Yuyan. Ye Wushuang still remembers that Jiang Qin had criticized Lin Qingyue more than once for whether she had a fever or whether Su Yuyan was ovulating. Compared to those words, just saying that she was crazy was so gentle. Thinking of this, Ye Wushuang calmed down the strangeness in his heart and took the initiative to greet him. Jiang Qin, why are you here? When greeting, Ye Wushuang used all his life's acting skills, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if seeing Jiang Qin in this place was a complete surprise. What a coincidence, Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan. Jiang Qin could only force a smile and said honestly, I live in this neighborhood. You live here, Ye Wushuang's surprise deepened. That's quite a coincidence. Haha. Jiang Qin showed an awkward but polite smile, and took the initiative to ask, Your Excellency King of Zhongyan, I wonder why you are making such a big fuss today. Didn't you hear what many neighbors were talking about just now? King Zhongyan seemed very approachable. The Blue Garden community has been listed as a demonstration project for the renovation of old communities in Zhongyan City. Today we have officially started to understand the various aspects of the community. Later, the palace will arrange experts to carry out in-depth renovation design, and then we will start construction. Since you are here, I will take it as an opportunity to learn about the situation of the Blue Home community and ask you about the situation of this community. Jiang Qin was speechless for a moment. No, second sister-in-law, are you, the King of Zhongyan, so idle on weekdays? Under normal circumstances, the most that can be done for the old residential area renovation demonstration project is for the street office to send someone to monitor it. Even on the first day of construction, it would be a great honor if a district leader came to cut the ribbon and inspect the project. What's the matter with you, the great King of Zhongyan, coming to interfere now? Besides, I remember very clearly that there is no such passage in the original novel. What on earth are you up to, second sister-in-law? But he still looked flattered, so that's what happened. I wonder what the King of Zhongyan wants to know. I promise to tell you everything I know. Thank you in advance. Ye Wushuang still had an approachable attitude. After scanning the Blue Home community, he asked, Jiang Qin, how long have you lived in Blue Home? This, Jiang Qin thought for a while. How long have you lived in the Blue Home? It probably started from the time Ye Junlin assigned him a task, asking him to go down the mountain early and help Ye Junlin find out the situation in Zhongyan City, especially when he got close to Lin Qingyue. If you calculate it all, it's actually less than 3 months. A little more than 2.5 months. More than 2 months. Ye Wushuang was not surprised to hear that, and just continued to ask, during your time living in the Blue Home community, what do you feel is more comfortable, what is more uncomfortable, and what do you think you want to improve? Which areas are more comfortable, which areas are less comfortable, and which areas you hope to improve on? Jiang Qin gave answers based on his own personal experience while secretly pondering in his heart. No way, sister-in-law, are you serious? These research works before the transformation are usually handled by little Kurami, right? Why would you, the Queen of Zhongyan, need to ask questions in person? Besides, Wang Fengnian has issued a bounty worth more than 5 billion on the dark web, preparing to take revenge on Ye Junlin and my good sister-in-law. At least 20 top assassins are about to arrive in Zhongyan City, and at least a dozen of them are Grandmaster assassins. Shouldn't you focus more on how to deal with these people and prevent them from bringing turmoil to Zhongyan City? Those are all extremely vicious top killers, and there are 20 of them at once. When the 6 major sects besieged Guangmingding, there was no scene like this. Chapter 145. Am I overthinking? Jiang Qin remembered very clearly that after Wang Fengnian went crazy and placed a sky-high reward on the dark web, all the top killers on the dark web, including some masters and independent cultivators, were tempted by it. By then, the 20 killers rushing to Zhongyan City will almost all be masters ranked in the top 30 on the dark web. Even the weakest one has strength close to that of a grandmaster. If such a group of desperate criminals came to Zhongyan City, the hidden dangers they brought to the city would be extremely huge. Logically speaking, as the queen of Zhongnan, the king of Zhongnan had witnessed Ye Junlin killing Wang Pinggan in public at the Wang family manor, so she should have been more or less cautious. But now she has ignored such a big problem and came here to inspect the demonstration renovation project of old residential areas. What's going on? The queen of Zhongnan quit her job and instead started doing the work of a contractor. Ye Wushuang looked normal. He just followed the normal procedure and asked Jiang Qin some questions he had discovered during his stay there, then thanked him and left for the time being. Watching Ye Wushuang's back as he left, a big question mark suddenly appeared in Jiang Qin's mind. What happened to the second sister-in-law? Did you really just ask about the Blue Garden community and then leave? Could it be that she chose to include the Blue Home community in the old community demonstration renovation project this time? It was really an accident, and then meeting me here was just an accident, right? I thought she was going crazy before, but was it just a misunderstanding? Jiang Qin was a little confused by her. But there is definitely no such passage in the original novel. Besides, the Blue Home community demonstration renovation is not a big project at all, right? What is going on here? Seeing Ye Wushuang asking some other elderly residents of the community and investigating the situation with them, he secretly observed for a moment, but found no clues, so he simply rushed to work. It seems that the plot line may have changed, which caused the second sister-in-law to do something different from the original. Meeting here today should just be a coincidence. Nothing worth paying special attention to. Let's just go to the company and slack off. There is no drama today, so I can fish comfortably all day, so comfortable. He chose to go to work. Inside the Blue Home community, after noticing Jiang Qin's departure, Ye Wushuang, who had just finished questioning an old resident in the community, quickly took Yingxuan to the side and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Yingxuan, do you know there is something called the dark web?" Yingxuan looked slightly surprised and quickly replied, "My lord, I know. When I was dealing with some potential dangers before, I heard from them more than once that it was an inner network outside the law. The people active in it are the most lawless and shameless killers and black businessmen in the world. They are involved in assassinations, human trafficking, trafficking of human tissues and organs, drug trafficking, arms smuggling and so on. We shadow guards also manage to get an account before. We go in and browse the information from time to time to check for any bounties on Zhongnan City, just in case something unexpected happens." Ye Wushuang's eyes flashed with brilliance, then log in now and see if anyone has posted a bounty on Ye Junlin and Lin Qingyue. Yes. Yingxuan responded immediately, opened his mobile phone, clicked on a dark red software icon that was full of evil, and after going through numerous verifications, he finally logged in. He saw the homepage of the software bounty page, with 2 bounties posted in the brightest red and bold font. A bounty of 5 billion is offered for Ye Junlin's head. A bounty of 500 million is offered for Ye Junlin's fiancée Lin Qingyue. When I clicked on it, I saw that the sponsors of the 2 rewards had already paid the commission in advance, and the 10 places for taking the orders had already been snapped up. Yingxuan's face changed, and he quickly handed the phone to Ye Wushuang. "Master, you are right. Ye Junlin and Lin Qingyue are both on the top bounty list on the dark web. And the person who posted the bounty this time is really crazy. The bounty is extremely high, and the bounty is paid in advance. These conditions can only attract top-level dark web assassins." Ye Wushuang nodded and quickly deployed. "I have already issued relevant instructions, asking the brothers and sisters of the Shadow Guard to be on alert. But if the bounty is so huge and the people who come are all elite assassins from the dark web, I'm afraid the brothers and sisters of Shadow Guard will not be able to stop them. I'll give War God Ling Feng a call." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and called the god of war Ling Feng. During the phone call, Ye Wushuang quickly reported the discovery of the dark web bounty in Zhongnan City's current security capabilities, and requested corresponding support from Nanzhou. When the god of war Ling Feng heard the news, although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Ye Junlin for causing so much trouble to Zhongnan City and Nanzhou, he still spoke on behalf of the Nanzhou officials to intimidate the killers on the dark web, and then sent some people to come to the rescue of Zhongnan City. Chapter 146 Xiaotao's Secretary's Strangeness. On the other side, Su Yuyan, who was originally in an online car-hailing vehicle, rushing to Blue Home in a hurry, also looked a little surprised. Ye Wushuang went to all this trouble to come to Blue Garden just to ask Jiang Qin these questions. It seems that I am a little mean. She doesn't seem to be here to flirt with Jiang Qin. She may just want to get some information. Su Yuyan knew Ye Wushuang quite well and knew that this woman always put official business and martial arts first in her heart. It just so happened that Ye Wushuang had witnessed Wang Ping'an's tragic death at Ye Junlin's feet and Wang Fengnian's rage. It was not difficult to imagine that she came to find out what Jiang Qin was thinking at this time, probably to find out what Wang Fengnian would do, so as to prescribe the right medicine to prevent Zhongyan City from falling into passivity and chaos. This queen of Zhongyan has quite a bit of charisma to win Jiang Qin's favor. In comparison, it seems that Lin Qingyue and I are not as good as her. Su Yuyan asked the online car-hailing driver to turn around and reset the destination to Huichuntang, and then her brain started working rapidly. How about I do something to enhance my personality in front of Jiang Qin? This guy seems to be quite receptive to this. In front of him, improve your charisma and then take advantage of him when he's not paying attention and give him the drug. Su Yuyan herself didn't notice that her train of thought was going awry as she kept thinking. She couldn't help but think of drugging Jiang Qin. Then, while Jiang Qin wasn't paying attention, he cooked the raw rice into popcorn. At the same time, in Villa number 018 of Zhongyan Garden, Lin Qingyue also blushed a little. I spent most of the day analyzing the pros and cons of my strategy compared to Ye Wushuang and Su Yuyan's, but in the end I realized that I was overthinking it. Ye Wushuang didn't go to Jiang Qin for the sake of the peace and stability of Zhongyan City. Lin Qingyue, doesn't this make you seem inferior to Ye Wushuang and far more shallow than him? What they have in mind is Zhongyan City, but in your heart, there is only that little bit of love. No wonder Jiang Qin always misunderstands you and says you are stupid and brainless. She quickly rejected all the radical plans she had previously thought of to provoke Jiang Qin. While wiping the food residue from the corners of your mouth, take a deep breath to help your brain return to normal functioning. With Jiang Qin's current strength and the information he has, if he wants to play with women, many beauties can be easily captured. There are even people like Tan Zhu who can easily be used as a gold basin and can stand up and kick at will. But this guy never did it. Obviously, this guy still has something to pursue. I also need to find my own strengths and use my own strengths and unique charm to attract him as much as possible, rather than just going crazy. The plan that was carefully considered before is very stable. It can fully maintain my personal charm, and also appropriately show him some good feelings, moistening things silently. After figuring this out, Lin Qingyue put away the chaotic thoughts in her mind and her eyes gradually regained their firmness. She returned to her dressing room, found a set of cool and elegant queen uniform, put on a pair of Valentino black stockings that made her legs look especially long, and a pair of black high heels, completely revealing her cool and elegant queen temperament and perfect figure. Then she fixed her makeup and hairstyle, and got into the car with full aura and headed for Shizi Pharmaceutical Group. More than half an hour later, when Jiang Qin arrived at Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group and came to the floor where the president's office was located, he saw Lin Qingyue's best friend and assistant, Xiao Tao, walking out of the office with a teasing look on her face. Seeing Jiang Qin, she probably subconsciously wanted to tease him, but then she seemed to remember something, and suddenly her eyes looked strange and she quickly retracted that hint of familiarity. Instead, she pretended not to have seen Jiang Qin and was about to pass by him. Assistant Xiao Tao, good morning. Jiang Qin immediately noticed many things were wrong. But he didn't show it. He just stopped and greeted Xiao Tao with a smile. While saying hello, he also took the opportunity to naturally glance at her eyebrows, eyes, and walking posture. Sure enough, just by observing her, he found that Xiao Tao's brows had relaxed, and there was a hint of spring in her eyes. Her walking posture and the degree of leg opening were also completely different. And the most important point is that when Xiao Tao's eyes swept over him, a strange light flashed quickly, and after her eyes met Jiang Qin for only a moment, she quickly looked away. It seems that the direction of the plot has not changed much with assistant Xiao Tao. When the god of war Ling Feng was about to make his official debut, Ye Junlin still used various means to take her down. Looking at her current appearance, she and Ye Junlin must have broken through the last layer of window paper last night and completed the transformation from a girl to a woman. Chapter 147 Lin Qingyue was backstabbed. What? In the president's office of Shizi Cosmetics Group, Lin Qingyue, who was preparing to welcome Jiang Qin, heard this and felt like a bolt from the blue. That bastard Ye Junlin not only messed around outside, but he even slept with my best friend and assistant Xiao Dao in private. And just last night, the two of them did something. No wonder Xiaotao was walking in a strange way just now. Lin Qingyue found this extremely unacceptable. She already felt disgusted by Ye Junlin's fooling around outside. Now he actually set his sights on the people around him, and even did that to Xiaodao. In her opinion, it was even more disgusting and even terrifying. Moreover, Lin Qingyue quickly thought of something. Why didn't Xiaodao tell me before that she had private contact with Ye Junlin? As her best friend and assistant, Xiaotao knew very well that Ye Junlin was Lin Qingyue's fiancé, and that Lin Qingyue hated this fiancé very much. As Lin Qingyue's confidant, she gave her status and money whenever Lin Qingyue asked for them, but in the end, she had been hiding such an important matter from Lin Qingyue. She even had a relationship with Ye Junlin. How is this different from a blatant backstab? Lin Qingyue couldn't help but look unhappy and felt suffocated in her chest. Outside the CEO's office, Xiaodao didn't know that everything about her was exposed to Jiang Qin. She made eye contact with him briefly and then quickly looked away, forcing out a very unnatural smile. "Good morning, Jiang Qin." Seeing her like this, Jiang Qin also pretended to be concerned. "What's wrong, Assistant Xiaotao, are you feeling unwell? From what I saw from your expression just now, you seem to be in a bad mood. If you encounter anything, you can tell me. We are all friends, if I can help, I will definitely help." "No need, Jiang Qin, thank you." Xiaodao seemed to be afraid of having more contact with Jiang Qin. She forced a smile again, then lowered her head and hurried away. Jiang Qin looked at her guilty look and his eyes moved slightly. It seems that the plot is the same as the original novel. Last night, Xiaodao not only had sex with Ye Junlin, but she also became Ye Junlin's person. Ye Junlin should have learned from her some of the abnormal behavior of my sister-in-law towards me, and let her know my true identity. Now, the real spy that Ye Junlin has planted next to my sister-in-law has become her, and I am not far from being eliminated by Ye Junlin. According to the plot of the original novel, Ye Junlin had actually made preparations to get rid of Jiang Qin long ago. After all, Jiang Qin knew too many of his conflicts, and he was a little too close to Lin Qingyue. Plus, in the original novel, Tan Zhu was also involved with him. With multiple factors combined, sending Jiang Qin to death would be much better for Ye Junlin than letting him live. Therefore, Ye Junlin started planning early on how to fill some of the job vacancies after Jiang Qin was removed. For example, Jiang Qin's most important role is as an eyeliner. In order to ensure that he always has spies around Lin Qingyue, he had already set his sights on Xiaotao, Lin Qingyue's best friend and assistant, who is also a beauty. Xiaotao herself is a person who doesn't like to be lonely. After Ye Junlin created opportunities and saved the beauty twice, she fell in love with him, and finally, reluctantly, she gave herself to him. At this moment, Xiaodao's reaction was unsurprising, as she had completely changed into Ye Junlin's character. She began to be wary of Jiang Qin and was helping Ye Junlin to monitor Lin Qingyue and Jiang Qin. With these thoughts in his mind, Jiang Qin watched Xiaodao leave. He did not immediately go to the president's office to report to Lin Qingyue. Instead, he quietly followed behind Xiaodao. Sure enough, after leaving the president's office, Xiaodao did not return to her office area, where there were surveillance cameras, but went directly into the bathroom dedicated to the president's office floor. After entering a cubicle in the restroom dedicated to the president's office floor, she looked around furtively to make sure there was no one else outside before closing and locking the restroom door. Then he took out his cell phone, quickly found a person's contact information, and typed a text message, "Brother Junlin, I have important information to report to you." Lin Qingyue wore a unique uniform today, and she dressed up carefully. The style was the kind that showed off her figure and temperament and suited Jiang Qin's taste. The speculations I told you last night should be correct. Lin Qingyue might really be a little blind and have some other thoughts about your little brother. As she edited and sent the message, she received a reply soon. Qingyue might be throwing a tantrum and using this little trick to anger me on purpose. There's no way she would like Jiang Qin. After replying to the message, Ye Junlin quickly added, "As for Jiang Qin, this guy has no sense of propriety. He might believe it. This idiot, he didn't do anything treasonous to Qingyue behind my back, did he?" Chapter 148 Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. Xiaodao stood in the bathroom and quickly typed back, "Brother Junlin, I really think Lin Qingyue might have fallen in love with Jiang Qin. Lin Qingyue may appear aloof on the surface, but she must be quite hot-tempered in private. You don't know, Wang Ping'an came to harass her before, and she got so angry that she became ill. She actually asked me to call Jiang Qin to give her a massage. Also, last time I was outside the office door, I heard them alone in the office, making some strange noises. Later, Lin Qingyue's office chair collapsed. When I heard the noise and went in, I saw that President Lin was disheveled and looked very embarrassed and angry. Also, she told me to get a new chair and the cost would be deducted from Jiang Qin's salary. According to my estimation, the two of them were probably playing too much in the office and accidentally moved the chair. But as soon as the message was sent, Ye Junlin quickly replied, "Xiao Dao, don't forget your identity. You are just one of my many women, not a very important one. And Lin Qingyue is my chosen wife." Xiao Dao's face suddenly changed. She didn't dare to say her malicious speculations anymore. She just quickly replied, "Yes. I'm sorry, brother Junlin. I'm just too afraid that you'll be deceived by Lin Qingyue. I don't mean anything else. I can tell what kind of person Qingyue is at a glance. She will never fall in love with Jiang Qin." Ye Junlin said in a very impolite tone, "And you don't understand how amazing the vision of us martial arts masters and medical experts is. I can tell at a glance that Qingyue is still a virgin. She has never even had any intimate contact with a man. It's impossible that anything really happened between her and Jiang Qin. If you dare to say that again next time, I'll be rude to you." Yes, Xiao Dao's face turned pale and blue as she sent this message. After sending the message, a hint of jealousy and unwillingness quickly flashed in her eyes. "Then brother Junlin, what should I do next? Just keep staring at Lin Qingyue and Jiang Qin." "Yeah," Ye Junlin replied in seconds, "keep staring at them, hide yourself well, and don't let them see any problems. Especially Jiang Qin, keep an eye on him for me. I'm not worried about Qingyue, but I'm afraid this guy might be dishonest and not in a clear mind. Don't worry, brother Junlin. I will hide myself well and keep a close eye on them." Xiao Dao replied immediately. After replying, she saw that Ye Junlin no longer replied to her messages, and jealousy and cruelty flashed in her eyes again. It seemed that she was jealous of Ye Junlin's unreserved trust and preference for Lin Qingyue. She didn't notice at all that when she was immersed in her own world, thinking about the things between Ye Junlin and Lin Qingyue, a pair of eyes above her saw every conversation between her and Ye Junlin clearly. After reading the conversation between her and Ye Junlin, Jiang Qin quietly left the bathroom, but his heart was still restless for a long time. Because it was not until this moment that he finally understood why Xiao Dao had always looked at him strangely and always felt that there was something between him and Lin Qingyue. It turns out that from Xiao Dao's perspective, everything that happened between him and Lin Qingyue was like a passionate play in the office. Xiao Dao even mistakenly believed that the two of them had been secretly hooking up with each other for a long time. Also, it turned out that his previous feelings were not wrong. Lin Qingyue seemed to have really developed some other thoughts about him. The #1 heroine in the original novel, his good sister-in-law, seems to have really fallen in love with him. Every time Jiang Qin had a similar feeling before, he would mistakenly rule out the correct answer first. But why? But when he thought about this, Jiang Qin was a little confused. "What does my sister-in-law like about me? Do you like that I have a low income, live in a rented house, or that I always slack off at work and always hide when encountering danger, or do you like that others are respectful to her but I always try to avoid her?" The original novel didn't mention that the sister-in-law had this kind of masochistic tendency. What is the problem? I am on her side, but I have always acted like a seasoned and ordinary person, right? He came to the door of Lin Qingyue's office, and took a long time to calm down before he adjusted his mood. He gently knocked on the door and said, "Boss Lin, I'm here to work. I will continue to stand guard at the door for you. If you need anything, please let me know at any time." After saying this, Jiang Qin originally wanted to stand at the door and continue thinking about the reasons why Lin Qingyue might like him. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingyue's voice was heard in the office soon. "Come in, Jiang Qin. I have something I want to talk to you about." Huh. Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. "Want to talk to me about something? What's up?" There is no such passage in the original book. Also, the tone of the sister-in-law's voice seems a little off. No, it's the sister-in-law who's going to add to the drama again, right? Chapter 149. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing earlier? Jiang Qin prepared himself mentally, then nervously pushed open the door of the president's office, and saw Lin Qingyue, dressed in royal sister's clothes, leaning on the boss's chair, rubbing her temples on both sides with a little pain between her brows. Under the royal sister outfit, she also wore a pair of exquisite and charming black stockings and high heels. At this moment, she leaned back against the boss chair with her hands raised, her body naturally straightened and her chest raised, making her figure lines even more terrifying. It's really thrilling. Oh my god. Sister-in-law, why didn't you tell me in advance about such a big thing? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. It's terrible. Jiang Qin didn't dare to look around at all. He just glanced at her again and again, then quickly supported his chin with his hand, forcing his head and disobedient gaze to raise a little. While forcing his head and eyes to rise, he also took the initiative to divert attention. Boss Lin, what do you want from me? Sit down first. Lin Qingyue continued massaging her temples and glanced at a chair opposite the desk. Sit down and talk. Oh, okay, thank you Mr. Lin. Jiang Qin behaved exceptionally honestly at this moment. After he sat down, he put his hands on his legs, looking very serious, and asked with concern, is Mr. Lin feeling unwell? A little bit. Lin Qingyue simply responded, then stopped massaging, sat up straight, and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sat up straight again, as if listening attentively. Lin Qingyue stared at him for a while, then blurted out, Jiang Qin, before I talk to you about things, let me ask you a question first. Mr. Lin, please ask me anything. I promise to tell you everything I know. Jiang Qin smiled. You've been in the company for so long, you must have dealt with Assistant Xiaotao many times, right? What do you think of Assistant Xiaotao? Lin Qingyue looked at Jiang Qin calmly. What do you think of Assistant Xiaotao? Jiang Qin's heart was moved again. Why did the sister-in-law suddenly ask this question? Could it be that there is something wrong with Assistant Xiaotao today? She has noticed something. Jiang Qin looked honest and simple. He carefully considered his words while secretly observing Lin Qingyue's reaction and said, Boss Lin, you asked this question. To be honest, this is a bit beyond my ability. You know, I'm just a bodyguard, a rough guy who can barely read. I don't understand too many twists and turns. Lin Qingyue still had no expression on her face. That's why I want to ask, in the minds of people like you, what do you think of Assistant Xiaotao? Oh my god, this is not easy. Jiang Qin is a bit muggle. There is no way to practice Tai Chi. Lin Qingyue's expression also gave no clues. He could only answer tentatively, then I will dare to express some immature opinions from our rough perspective. While answering, Jiang Qin was still secretly observing Lin Qingyue's reaction. Assistant Xiaotao, from what I understand, you should have a very good relationship with President Lin. At least he is a close confidant that Mr. Lin trusts very much, and only then he is the assistant to the president of Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group. She is very pretty, of course, but not as pretty as you, Mr. Lin. She has a good temperament, of course, but still not as good as you, Mr. Lin. She is also very friendly to the subordinates in the group, of course, this is also not as good as you, Mr. Lin. Alright, Lin Qingyue felt a frown on her face. Take away the part about comparing yourself to me. Speak nicely. Jiang Qin responded with an honest look, okay. Then I will remove the comparison between Assistant Xiaotao and you, Mr. Lin, and just talk about Assistant Xiaotao. Anyway, from the perspective of us rough guys, Assistant Xiaotao is pretty good. She's friendly and capable, so most people should like her. Yeah. Lin Qingyue nodded and said as if she was just talking about it, she was my college classmate and also my best friend in college. After graduating from university, she wanted to find a job based on her own abilities, but the jobs she found were not ideal. I wanted to give her a hand, so I hired her to be my assistant. Over the years, I have brought her up and nurtured her. In addition to these, I also gave her her house and car in Zhongyan as a reward from the company. Including her extraordinary treatment, I also arranged it specifically for her on the grounds of her outstanding performance. Jiang Qin quickly flattered her, then I understand why Assistant Xiaotao is so outstanding. Mr. Lin is really good to the people around him. But in his heart, he nodded secretly, it's a pity that you, sister-in-law, have entrusted your trust to the wrong person this time. You originally wanted to look up to the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the ditch. Assistant Xiaotao not only backstabbed you, but also got together with your fiancé, and also acted as a spy for someone else. She even wants to win Ye Junlin's favor for you, and wants to discredit and belittle you whenever she has the chance. Chapter 150 Sister-in-law, you are testing the cadres. Just now, she was in the bathroom tipping off Ye Junlin, calling you by your name, and saying that you appear cool on the outside but actually have a fever. Also, she is quite green tea, saying that she is afraid that Ye Junlin will be deceived by you. She also talked about a lot of things between us that she maliciously speculated about. Thinking about this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but give Lin Qingyue a sympathetic look. After all, his sister-in-law was really miserable. The elders in her family forced her to marry Ye Junlin. And her fiancé Ye Junlin has always been thinking about plotting against her. Xiao Dao, her only and most trusted best friend and assistant, also got involved with her fiancé and served as a spy for him, secretly trying to discredit her image in Ye Junlin's heart. In addition to being entangled by Wang Ping'an's dog skin plaster before, now because of Ye Junlin, he is going to run into trouble one after another. It can be said that it is extremely miserable, and it is quite explosive in the world of misery. Lin Qingyue took a deep breath, her eyes wavered for a moment, and then she said, Xiao Dao has been working as an assistant for several years. It is difficult for her to have any room for advancement in this position. It just so happens that I am planning to invest in a factory recently to be responsible for the production of the group's own pharmaceutical cosmetics. I need a trustworthy person to serve as the factory manager there. What do you think of Xiao Tao? Jiang Qin was a little slow to react. Boss Lin just asked these questions because he wanted to find a suitable candidate for the factory director of Shizi Cosmetics' new factory. Yes. Lin Qingyue's expression remained unchanged. It is very important for a pharmaceutical and cosmetics group like us to have our own production line. Many similar companies in the past were easily stuck at critical moments because they did not have their own production lines. As a newly opened production line, the person in charge is also very important. He must be trustworthy to the group and have strong capabilities in all aspects. Jiang Qin secretly observed her expression again. Sister-in-law, are you serious or are you fooling me? Although these words are true, isn't this the legendary promotion in the open but demotion in secret? The person in charge of the group's production line may have more power and a higher salary, but in reality he is far away from the core of the group, and even further away from you, the group's boss. To put it simply, it is like delegating power from a core department to a peripheral department. It looks like I got a promotion, but the potential and room for development in the future are totally different. Also, in this case, Xiao Dao seems to be unable to help Ye Junlin keep an eye on the two of us. Could it be that my sister-in-law has also discovered something abnormal about Xiao Dao and wants to transfer her away from her? Jiang Qin dog furtively observed some of Lin Qingyue's subtle expressions and reactions, and tentatively said, I don't know much about these things. Mr. Lin, you are more professional. If you think it is suitable, then it should be suitable. However, from our perspective, if he was promoted from assistant to the group president to head of the production line, this operation might seem like a promotion in name only and a demotion in reality. I wonder if this will affect the relationship and feelings between you, Mr. Lin, and assistant Xiao Tao. No doubt, it will definitely have an impact. Lin Qingyue's face showed no emotion, but, this is the best candidate I thought of after careful consideration. She is the only one who deserves my trust, and she has strong learning ability and abilities in all aspects. Besides her, I can't think of a more suitable candidate in the group. In that case, Mr. Lin, just follow your own thinking. Jiang Qin showed an honest smile. As I said before, I am just a rough man and don't understand these things. Mr. Lin, you are the expert. Yeah. Lin Qingyue nodded calmly, took a deep breath again, and then said, I've been having a headache about this matter just now, and now the old problem seems to have come back. Can you help me press it with the same method you used last time? Jiang Qin was caught off guard. Let me give you a massage again. Sister-in-law, you are dressed like this today, and you let me know your true thoughts. I am afraid I really can't stand it. Lin Qingyue's eyes wavered for the first time, a blush appeared behind her ears, and her voice seemed to carry a hint of embarrassment. Why, you don't even want to help me with such a small matter. That's not the case. Jiang Qin quickly explained, it's my honor to give President Lin a massage, but I heard some rumors before, and it seems that there is some misunderstanding about the relationship between me and President Lin. If I give Mr. Lin a massage again this time, what if there's some noise and someone hears it and spreads it? I'm afraid the rumors will get worse. Just press it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Qingyue glared at him and leaned back in the boss chair, with her beautiful pair of legs in black stockings placed directly on the desk. If anyone dares to spread rumors, I will have someone investigate and punish them severely. Jiang Qin could only stand up and said, then I will respectfully obey your command. Chapter 151. Jiang Qin is overwhelmed. When he stood behind Lin Qingyue again, looking at Lin Qingyue's exquisite face, perfect figure, and black silk legs that seemed like they could lead you to heaven, Jiang Qin prepared himself mentally before he stretched out his sinful hand and began to massage Lin Qingyue. While massaging, in order to avoid any accidental discharge, he also tried his best to think about all the sad things in his life. After waiting for a long time, when Lin Qingyue completely collapsed in the boss chair, her whole body like a puddle of mud, he quickly left this place of trouble, sweating profusely. I want to die. It seems like something is really wrong with my sister-in-law. Although she did ask me to give her a massage this time because her illness was about to flare up, I could feel during the massage that her body no longer resisted me. It was completely different from the first time I gave her a massage, when her body was tense and she was very defensive towards me at the beginning. Obviously, this also proves, to some extent, that her attitude towards me has completely changed. I'm afraid the following plot will be difficult to deal with now. When leaving Lin Qingyue's office, Jiang Qin was still secretly feeling a headache. After all, his hands had felt it during the massage just now. Lin Qingyue made it clear that she was basically defenseless against him. This is a very dangerous signal. Originally, my next plot was that my sister-in-law was in a bad mood and wanted to go outside to relax. The assassins on the dark list started to assassinate my sister-in-law. I discovered the abnormality in advance, and started to take my sister-in-law to escape while waiting for the second idiot to come and save her. That was it. Now that my sister-in-law's attitude towards me has changed, and she seems to have some other thoughts about Xiao Dao, who knows what kind of changes will happen. By then, this plot, especially the next one, might collapse if we're not careful. Jiang Qin's brain was working rapidly. Because according to the plot of the original novel, it is estimated that starting tomorrow, some top killers will enter Zhongyan City one after another. By then, not only will Ye Junlin, the #1 bounty target, be surrounded by dangers, but Lin Qingyue will also soon be targeted by some killers. It just so happened that Lin Qingyue was in a bad mood and wanted to go out to relax, which gave the killers an opportunity to take advantage of her. Then, Jiang Qin accidentally discovered that he was being followed, and he began to consciously take Lin Qingyue and escape, and by the way informed Ye Junlin. Then Ye Junlin once again showed his prowess, rushing to save Lin Qingyue at the critical moment and completely winning Lin Qingyue's heart. In this plot, there are two key points that affect Jiang Qin's performance. One is that Lin Qingyue was feeling depressed and wanted to go out and relax. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the killers to take advantage of the opportunity, and the subsequent series of stories would not be so easy to unfold. The second is to let Ye Junlin follow the same path as in the original novel and not regard Jiang Qin as a threat at all. In particular, she must not let Ye Junlin find out that Lin Qingyue has actually fallen in love with Jiang Qin. Otherwise, given Ye Junlin's personality and style, Jiang Qin was very worried that there would be no need to wait until everything was ready before arranging any life-threatening mission to send him to death. Ye Junlin would directly kill him with other more violent and extreme methods. The first key point only affects the current part of the plot. The second key point directly affects the final scene of the plot he plays, which is particularly important. Judging from Jiang Qin's many years of experience in playing games and completing dungeons, this kind of finishing stage often carries a very large weight in the scoring. Many times, this link alone can determine life or death. Therefore, in order to safely win the ultimate prize of the system, there must be no problems in this link, or this plot. You must do more preparation in advance and think about every link and every possibility. When Ye Junlin arrives at the scene tomorrow, he must not be allowed to find out that something is wrong with his sister-in-law. In this case, we should first consider solving the problem from the source. For example, figure out how to make my sister-in-law no longer like me or even hate me. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin simply took out his mobile phone and quickly entered keywords such as characteristics of men that women hate most, men that women hate most, what kind of men do you hate most, into the search box and started searching and studying. He had no idea that while he was learning eagerly, in the president's office of Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group, a look of shame and anger flashed across Lin Qingyue's face again. Okay, you're criticizing me in your heart again, right? You asked for this. Tomorrow, I will show you how to increase your strength. Lin Qingyue knew very well that Ye Wushuang and Su Yuyan could hear Jiang Qin's thoughts. The vicious words Jiang Qin used to criticize her at this moment were no different from those on the radio. In the minds of Ye Wushuang and Su Yuyan, Lin Qingyue's image at this moment has probably been completely ruined. Since you are not a human being, don't blame me for scaring you to death tomorrow. You want me to hate you? I'll go against you. Snort. Chapter 152 The Beautiful CEO's Little Thoughts. While Lin Qingyue felt embarrassed and annoyed, she quickly straightened her clothes and lowered the air conditioning temperature in the office. After all, although Jiang Qin felt a little embarrassed about what he said to her just now, to some extent, it was actually quite true. During the massage, she was indeed completely defenseless against Jiang Qin. In addition, Jiang Qin's massage was so ecstatic that not only was her entire body covered in sweat, she even felt a little unsatisfied. Now she had to cool down her body quickly, then go to the bathroom and tidy herself up, so that no one would notice anything. On the other side, inside Huichin Hall, Su Yuyan, who was sitting in front of the counter, pouted unconsciously. Good fellow, this assistant Xiao Dao is really damnable. He backstabbed Lin Qingyue, so he backstabbed Lin Qingyue. Why didn't he be more careful when he reported to Ye Junlin? Jiang Qin actually saw the content of the messages she sent, and also let Jiang Qin know Lin Qingyue's true thoughts. This is causing trouble for me. Originally, she thought that although Lin Qingyue had adopted an offensive posture and began to use some tricks to get closer to Jiang Qin, these would not pose much threat to her. Anyway, Jiang Qin had always had some misunderstandings about Lin Qingyue and did not understand Lin Qingyue's true thoughts. Now that Assistant Xiao Tao has broken that layer of membrane, the situation has immediately changed. Jiang Qin spends almost all his daytime time around Lin Qingyue. After knowing that Lin Qingyue likes him, if Lin Qingyue continues to use those little tricks to narrow the distance between the two of them, Jiang Qin will probably slowly fall under her sugar-coated bullets. In this case, Su Yuyan would be in danger. Maybe Lin Qingyue will get there first. However, fortunately, Jiang Qin doesn't seem to want to be liked by Lin Qingyue yet. When Su Yuyan thought of Jiang Qin's later thoughts, she finally stopped pouting and her eyes regained their luster. This guy doesn't seem to want Ye Junlin to see any clues, so as not to ruin his plan. And he is actively looking for ways to make Lin Qingyue hate him. This is good news. It's also a great opportunity for me to get closer to him. How to make a woman hate herself the fastest. Isn't this a piece of cake for her? Open the small H book and search for keywords below. Soon, a large number of popular posts complaining about Jaime emerged. When I clicked on it, I saw a collection of girls complaining about what they thought were the most despicable behaviors in men. And each one of them resonated with thousands of girls. Even someone like Su Yuyan, who loves fun, was shocked when she saw it. If I teach this to Jiang Qin, and let him learn it and then use it to improve Lin Qingyue's dislike, then it will definitely go up. When the time comes, Jiang Qin will definitely be grateful to me. Su Yuyan quickly wrote down some of the more typical cases and operations, and at the same time, her brain was working rapidly as she began to consider how to pass on this knowledge to Jiang Qin. At almost the same time, in the office of the Prince of Zhongyin's mansion, Ye Wushuang was paying more attention to another part of the information in Jiang Qin's thoughts. The killers on the dark web will probably enter Zhongyuan City one after another tomorrow and launch the assassination attempt on Ye Junlin and Lin Qingyue. When the experts sent by Nanzhou arrived at the Zhongyuan Palace, she immediately summoned Yingxuan and a group of shadow guards and quickly issued an order. We have received reliable information that the assassins from the dark web may arrive in Zhongyuan City one after another starting tonight. Everyone, start guarding all the checkpoints in Zhongyuan City from tonight. At the same time, mobilize some of the spies on the ground in Zhongyuan City and have them help keep an eye out for those unfamiliar faces. Once a dark web killer is found, he will be driven away. If the killer refuses to cooperate, he will be killed on the spot. After giving the order and sending out the shadow guards and some experts from Nanzhou who came to help, she quickly edited a message and sent it to Yingyu. Tomorrow morning, remember to synchronize Lin Qingyue's location information to me in real time. She planned to secretly lurk beside Lin Qingyue early tomorrow morning and act as another layer of protection for her. At the same time, we will take the opportunity to severely punish some daring killers and let those dark web killers see what the consequences will be for ignoring the ban of Zhongyan City and breaking into Zhongyan City and doing whatever they want. This day seemed calm and peaceful, and apart from Lin Qingyue asking Jiang Qin to give her a massage, there seemed to be nothing special. But in fact, there were undercurrents. After Jiang Qin carefully sent Lin Qingyue back to Villa number 018 in Zhongyan Garden, and then to the rental house in Blue Garden community. After a while, he smelled a familiar faint fragrance again, mixed with the sound of footsteps coming to his door. Chapter 153. Do we have to fight so hard? Please, give me some time off. Jiang Qin's speechlessness could almost fill the entire world. As soon as he got up in the morning, his second sister-in-law went crazy and ran to the Blue Home community to personally inspect the demonstration renovation project of this old community, and also came to talk to him. As soon as I arrived at the company, I found that Assistant Xiaotao was not right. Then, the sister-in-law started to add to his drama, asking him what he thought of Xiaotao's assistant. After asking, he still had a fever and asked him to give her a massage. Now I finally got home from get off work, but my third sister-in-law Su Yuyan is here again. The donkeys in the production team were not used in this way. I work 3 shifts a day, and all 3 heroines are eyeing me covetously. How can I play like this? Even if I have a strong waist and strong kidneys, I can't stand such torture, okay. He put away his phone and sat up. Sure enough, after a short while, there was a knock on the door, and Su Yuyan's sweet voice came from outside. Jiang Qin, are you home? I'm not here. Jiang Qin wanted to start talking again, and even turned off his phone in advance. As a result, after hearing the dial tone and the power-off tone coming from outside, Su Yuyan let out a soft, "Hum." Then, the door lock of the rental house clicked and was pried open. Su Yuyan actually pried open his door lock. Is there still kingly law? Is there still law? But this beautiful JK girl with white stockings is also a great actress. After prying open the door lock, he even uttered a surprised sound at the right moment. Hey, the door is not closed. Why is Jiang Qin so careless? Jiang Qin, are you home? Then, she pushed open the door and walked in. Jiang Qin was speechless again. He could only pretend to be sleepy and rub his eyes, then walked out of the bedroom. Who is it? It's me, Jiang Qin. Are you sleeping again? Su Yuyan looked him up and down, then smiled sweetly. I bought a big watermelon and packed a few dishes while passing by. I was planning to invite you to eat together, but no one answered the door when I knocked, and the phone call was unreachable. By the way, you have to be more careful next time. You forgot to close the door tightly today, and I just pushed it lightly and it opened. This is very dangerous. Her concern and sweetness were so natural, there was no sign of acting, and there was no doubt that she was the one who pried open the door lock. Jiang Qin even admired her a little. Sister-in-law, you are so outstanding, don't you really consider developing a career in the entertainment industry? With your acting skills, image and temperament, it will be no problem for you to become famous all over the world. Also, do you have to be so cruel? I turned off the phone in advance, but you still sneaked in through the door and pried the lock. If I install a lock on the inside of the door next time, are you going to climb in through the balcony again? Su Yuyan, it's not impossible to consider it. Next time if you install a lock on the door, I will climb over the balcony. At worst I can think of an excuse in advance. Jiang Qin still looked very surprised and looked at the door. Is the door not closed tightly? I remember when I came back, it was locked up pretty hard, right? It seems that I still need to check it again after closing next time. Yes, Su Yuyan responded, sometimes when we are in a hurry, it is easy for the door to not be closed tightly. We still have to check it again after closing it. Well, Jiang Qin, let's not talk about this anymore. Have you eaten yet? If not, come over to my place and have some together. I have eaten. Jiang Qin gave the answer quickly. Now that you've eaten, come over to my place and have some watermelon and chat with me for a while. Su Yuyan hugged his arm and took him downstairs. Jiang Qin was speechless again. They're going to drag me down anyway, so is there any point in asking these questions? It seems like I have room to refuse. When he was forced to be carried down in the warmth and softness of the jade, he could only follow Su Yuyan's footsteps and walk down, while casually asking, Yuyan, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly think of dragging me down to chat today? Hi, I'm feeling depressed and want to find someone to chat with. Su Yuyan sighed, a trace of sadness appearing on her sweet face. Jiang Qin was a little surprised. Second sister-in-law is feeling depressed and wants to find someone to chat with. What's going on? There is also this part in the original novel. Why should she be depressed at this moment? He looked curious on the surface. Why are you depressed? Is work not going well? Su Yuyan took Jiang Qin to her rental house, asked him to sit down first, poured him a beer, and poured herself a beer. She clinked beer with him first, then drank it in one gulp. Then she said, it's not that. I met some super low-class guys outside. Jiang Qin's eyes moved slightly. He just wanted to learn how to make a woman bow her head. Is it such a coincidence? There is such a good thing. Yuyan, tell me quickly, how do those men do it? Jiang Qin immediately sat up straight and showed an interested look. This time, it was Su Yuyan's turn to slowly type a question mark. Chapter 154 Lin Qingyue, 6. You seem quite happy to hear that I met a shrimp-headed guy. Su Yuyan looked at Jiang Qin with some confusion. Jiang Qin coughed lightly and quickly changed his words. Well, what I mean is that I sympathize with your situation, Yuyan. How do those shrimp-headed men get down? Let me see if there's anything I can do to help you. As he said this, he quickly put away his excitement, thought about all the sad things he had encountered in his life again, and tried his best to summon up emotions of sympathy and sadness. So that's how it is. Su Yuyan looked at him for a while, and seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, she didn't ask any more questions. She just filled another glass of beer for herself, and then sighed. There are 3 shrimp-headed men in total. I will call them A, B and C. Jiang Qin maintained a sympathetic and sad expression on his face, but secretly opened his little notebook in his heart, ready to take notes while studying. Among them, A is one of my patients. He is in his early 40s, has a wife and a daughter, is pot-bellied, and always has a greasy, hypocritical smile that is typical of middle-aged men. Su Yuyan spoke so seriously that even the character's appearance came to life on the paper. This person, A, is always arrogant and thinks he can do anything. He always acts in a condescending manner and is unwilling to accept suggestions and criticisms from others. Whenever he interacts with us, he always likes to show off to us to show off himself. He never considers the feelings of us, his subordinates, and only knows how to lick his superiors. After complaining about all this, she also gave some specific examples. For example, I saw him once when I went to treat him. He would hold on to the smallest mistakes made by his subordinates and almost scolded them to the point of wanting to commit suicide on the spot. However, when it came to his superiors, he would lick them like a lapdog, doing everything he could to please them. For example, today, when I went to deliver medicine to him, I saw him using the little power he had to threaten a female subordinate whose husband had lost his job. This man simply embodies the greasy and ugliest elements of middle-aged men. This kind of person is really despicable. Not to mention you, a girl, even I, a man, can't stand it. Jiang Qin agreed verbally, but silently took note of it in his heart. Greasy, arrogant, and annoying. You can learn from this. Tomorrow I will act a little greasy and arrogant in front of my sister-in-law. Hayashi Qingyue. Lin Qingyue, 6. I can't stand clients like this. Su Yuyan said, and drank another glass of wine. She continued, after delivering the medicine to that guy, I disguised myself, and then seized the opportunity, put a sack on him and beat him up. By the way, I sealed some of his acupuncture points, making him unable to stand up for the rest of his life and causing him to urinate frequently and urgently. Is it so cruel? Not only can I not stand up, I will have frequent urination and urgency for the rest of my life. What's the difference between this and being useless? Jiang Qin was a little shocked, but he agreed, well done. Greasy scum like this needs to be punished like this. Yeah. Su Yuyan nodded, poured herself a third glass of wine, and continued, after talking about the first person, let's talk about the second one, B. Yi is a regular customer of Hui Chuntang, a super creepy guy. How should I put it? His appearance gives people a very vulgar feeling. He always has that lewd smile on his face. Jiang Qin then wrote down in his little notebook, vile. Su Yuyan drank and ate as she slowly spoke. B is actually not ill, but he probably saw that the female doctors, Pharmacists and nurses in Huichin Hall are all young and pretty, so he comes here every few days and always asks the doctors and nurses here to feel his pulse and examine his body. Every time he takes the opportunity, he tries to take advantage of them or get some small advantage. For example, peeking at someone's breasts, legs, or underwear, or touching their hands, or making some physical contact. It's particularly obscene. Jiang Qin then added after the word, obscene, the eyes must be obscene, and some behaviors must also be obscene. The main characteristic is that he tries to take advantage of women as much as possible. This can also make people very disgusted. He agreed, it's the same thing. Not only do you girls hate it, but we men also find it disgusting. Everyone loves beauty, but this is not the way to love beauty. This is almost tantamount to harassment. Yes. Su Yuyan nodded, drinking and eating, and said, so, when he tried to take advantage of one of my colleagues today, I gave him a few injections. It will stop the secretion of the relevant hormones in his body, and he will never be interested in women again in his life. Good fellow. Jiang Qin didn't know that these were all fabricated by Su Yuyan. He was just surprised when he heard the words. Third sister-in-law, your method is quite impressive. When punishing someone, you can always hit the opponent's weak spot accurately. It would be a bit wrong for second sister-in-law not to make you the Zhongyan city crime slayer. Chapter 155. Jiang Qin wants to improve too much. However, Jiang Qin still looked like he agreed with what he said. This kind of wretched man should lose interest in women for the rest of his life. Let him get lost in confusion and exhaust himself mentally. Su Yuyan nodded again and continued, next, I will talk about C. C is also a patient at Huichuntang. He is a very ordinary man in terms of appearance, family conditions, and personal conditions. But he always has a kind of mysterious self-confidence and even narcissism that we can't understand. He even felt that all the female doctors, nurses, and pharmacists in Huichuntang had a crush on him. Jiang Qin continued to take notes, confident and narcissistic. Let me give you a few examples. Su Yuyan shook her head while eating and drinking. Once, he came to our store to get medicine. Other patients paid for their medicines, but he just stood there and acted cool, thinking he was so handsome. After working all day, the girl in charge of the cashier in our store couldn't stand it anymore, so she urged him and said that she needed him. He actually gave the cashier a devilish smile and said that he saw through her little tricks and told her not to treat him specially and that he didn't want to fall in love yet. Oh my god. Not only was the cashier girl stunned, I almost got a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Jiang Qin also felt extremely embarrassed. However, at the same time, I also inexplicably felt that this move was extremely lethal. There is no doubt that if this trick was used on Lin Qingyue would definitely be disgusted and even feel embarrassed, and would consciously keep some distance from him. He quickly resumed taking notes. Su Yuyan continued, another time, a female doctor examined him and prescribed medicine, and asked him to leave his contact information so that she could follow up on his treatment. As a result, this guy was so confident that he thought the female doctor was looking for an excuse to get his contact information. He was so arrogant that he wrote, your heart, on his address and gave the female doctor a devilish smile, telling her not to beat around the bush and to just ask for his WeChat directly. The female doctor explained it to him, but he still thought she was covering it up. Seriously, it was at Huichuntang when I was still at work, otherwise I would have pushed him to the toilet and let him pee and look in the mirror. This kind of person is indeed a lowly person. Jiang Qin just responded while taking notes in the little notebook in his mind. He felt that he had definitely benefited a lot from today's chat. The few elements that Su Yuyan mentioned were much more refined and useful than the spam marketing content he found on Baidu search. If he learns all these things in the future, there is no doubt that Lin Qingyue will stay away from him. Maybe I even want to fire him. In this way, the next plot he needs to play should be secure. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qin gradually relaxed. With watermelon, beer and snacks, he counseled Su Yuyan and drank a few glasses with her. The two chatted until very late, and only ended when Su Yuyan had almost had enough fun. Hey, look at me, I forget the time when I start complaining. It was at this time that Su Yuyan's face turned red, and she smiled apologetically at Jiang Qin with a slight drunkenness. I'm sorry, Jiang Qin, for keeping you for so long. I forgot you have to get up early for work tomorrow. Well, you go back and rest first. I'll take this time to fix the washing machine, and then I'll tidy up and get ready to rest. Well, the third sister-in-law is so obedient today. Jiang Qin, who had been on guard, was surprised again. Did she really just drag Jiang Qin down to have a meal and complain tonight? Apart from touching Jiang Qin for a while when he was carrying him down, he didn't do anything else. Suddenly I feel a little uncomfortable, what should I do? Seeing Su Yuyan stand up and walk to the bathroom, he also stood up and prepared to leave, pretending to be polite and said, "Look at what you said. Didn't I also give you a meal and a drink? Okay, you should rest early after you finish. If you need anything later, feel free to call me." After saying that, Jiang Qin prepared to leave. But just as I reached the door of Su Yuyan's house, I heard a noise coming from her bathroom, and then Su Yuyan's slightly embarrassed and nervous voice, "Wait a minute, Jiang Qin, don't leave yet. Come and help me." What's wrong? Jiang Qin didn't think much about it. He stopped and turned around to look in the direction of the bathroom. Su Yuyan's voice was obviously getting more and more embarrassed. "I think the washing machine is stuck." What the hell? Jiang Qin's mind suddenly became clear. I quickly walked to the bathroom door and saw Su Yuyan, half of her body stuck in the washing machine, struggling constantly. She was still wearing a simple, loose home outfit today. At this moment, his body was stuck in the washing machine, and his lower body was shaking and struggling. The scene could not be said to be seductive, but the sense of déjà vu was too strong. Chapter 156. Let's end exercise. Hiss. This intensity is a bit high. Jiang Qin suddenly thought of some animated pictures he had seen in his previous life. A beautiful woman's body is stuck in the washing machine. You choose. 1. Go over and help her take it out of the washing machine. 2. I have a bold idea. 3. I have a bolder idea. I knew that third sister-in-law would never be honest. So you were waiting for me here. As a man with a positive outlook and a positive appearance, I would of course choose 3. No, I would choose to resolutely not fall for the tricks of the third sister-in-law. How could she, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, who also inherited many ancient martial arts family traditions, be stuck in a washing machine? Not to mention her bone-shrinking skills, just relying on her peak Grandmaster level martial arts energy, she could easily blow up this washing machine. The washing machine got stuck, that was just part of the third sister-in-law's trick. If I approach her now, even if I don't take advantage of the situation, she will definitely have other tricks waiting for me. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin also began to play dumb, and said in an ambiguous tone, "What did you say, Yuyan? I think I was a little drunk, so I didn't hear clearly." "I'm stuck in the washing machine." Su Yuyan's voice was still shy and embarrassed. While speaking, her body twisted and arched outwards a few times, as if she wanted to break free but couldn't. Stuck in the washing machine. How could you be so careless? Jiang Qin didn't even approach, and said in a drunken manner, "I'm also confused at the moment, I'm afraid I can't help you." "Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call and see if I can find someone to help." He picked up his cell phone and walked out while holding onto the wall. Finally, he simply fell to the ground drunk and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Qin. Hearing the noise outside, Su Yuyan, who was still stuck in the washing machine, almost got burned out. "I'm in this state, but this guy doesn't take the opportunity to do something bad, but just pretends to be drunk and asleep. Is there any justice in this? This guy's determination is so strong." She stayed in the washing machine and secretly sensed the situation in the living room. After discovering that Jiang Qin was indeed fast asleep on the floor, she came up with another plan. "Are you pretending to be drunk? Okay, then let's have a drunken slip of the tongue, drunken behavior, drunken chaos. Jiang Qin, are you still there?" Su Yuyan pretended to call out to Jiang Qin while continuing to struggle. After a while, it seemed as if it had finally escaped from the washing machine. While stretching its muscles, it exclaimed, "Oh my god, I finally got out. Jiang Qin, where have you been?" After expressing her feelings and portraying the image of a woman who had finally managed to escape from a washing machine vividly, Su Yuyan stretched her muscles and walked out of the bathroom. When she saw Jiang Qin lying on the ground and sleeping soundly, she quickly walked over and asked in a nervous and concerned voice, "Jiang Qin, why are you lying on the ground? Are you okay?" While Su Yuyan was talking, she was about to pick up Jiang Qin and bring him back to the bedroom. "Yuyan," but at this moment, Jiang Qin opened his eyes and mumbled, "I just dreamed that you were stuck in the washing machine." As he said this, he sat up without waiting for Su Yuyan's hand to rest on his body, and looked around again. What's wrong with me? Why am I lying on the floor of your living room? Su Yuyan almost couldn't hold back when she saw him like this. She was very embarrassed and annoyed, so she punched him twice and then stood up and left angrily. Figure it out yourself. Humph. After all, this guy Jiang Qin was simply too much. She had done so much, but this guy was still playing dumb for his plans. It is simply a denial of Su Yuyan's charm. Although Su Yuyan admitted that Jiang Qin's plan might be very important, putting that aside, is it true that Jiang Qin did nothing wrong? She decided to ignore Jiang Qin for 3 days. No, 3 days was too long. She couldn't bear it, so she decided to ignore Jiang Qin for 1 day. Let him reflect on his mistakes. Jiang Qin, there is such a good thing, it's a promise, double happiness. Su Yuyan was very angry. But Jiang Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yuyan turn around to clean up the mess on the table, he still pretended to be confused for a while with professionalism, and then stood up. Oh, I remember. Yuyan, it seems you were stuck in the washing machine just now. I was going to call someone for help. I'm so sorry, Yuyan. I drank too much last night and got a little drunk. HMPH, Su Yuyan just snorted and didn't answer. Seeing her like this, Jiang Qin apologized to her again and then left angrily. Although he looked unhappy on the surface, he was secretly delighted in his heart. Great. My third sister-in-law seems a little unhappy about my actions just now. In this way, maybe she won't test me again tomorrow, and my last 2 plots won't be complicated. I'm sorry, third sister-in-law, it's not that you don't have charm, but the timing doesn't allow it yet. When I finish my big job, I promise to help you practice, thousands and thousands of times. Chapter 157. Su Yuyan is satisfied. Damn Jiang Qin. In Su Yuyan's rental apartment, she heard Jiang Qin's words and immediately burst into laughter. You still have some conscience. In that case, since you have a conscience, are handsome, have a strong body, have the same values as mine, and have the body of a dragon and elephant, I will reluctantly forgive you this time. I'll still be with you tomorrow. But the next second after she burst into laughter, Su Yuyan blushed again. This guy is really something. What do you mean by help me practice? He even ruined a good word. Okay. After you put it like that, how can I look at this word directly in the future? 1,000 times, how shameless. Although she has always coveted Jiang Qin's dragon elephant body, and has been knowledgeable from his many years of chivalrous deeds, she is still a virgin after all. Many of the methods used to seduce Jiang Qin were learned on the spot, and they had never been used in real combat. This was the first time she had heard such explicit words, except for some villains who would say them to her when they were seeking death. Moreover, Su Yuyan was also very clear that Lin Qingyue and Ye Wushuang would also hear these thoughts. Jiang Qin's explicit words can be said to be equivalent to broadcasting. It always feels like they heard the couple's private conversation at night. But it feels kind of refreshing for some reason. Especially when I think about how Lin Qingyue, my potential love rival, might hear these words and how she might react after hearing them, the feeling of satisfaction becomes even stronger. Su Yuyan was in a particularly good mood. If she had a foxtail at this moment, it would definitely be raised high and swaying behind her. While happily cleaning up the mess on the table, Su Yuyan's mind was working rapidly. Since Jiang Qin also knows my thoughts and has feelings for me, will he drug me after he's done what he wants? If I give him drugs, it seems a bit unnecessary, but if I don't give him drugs, if he starts to have some strange thoughts, it would be too bad. Oh, I'm so confused. Just when Su Yuyan was struggling over whether to drug or not, Lin Qingyue rarely smiled in Villa 018 of Zhangyan Garden. This guy has a lot of tricks. When Su Yuyan pretended to be stuck in the washing machine, she pretended to be drunk and fell to the ground. She is really a wolf. No wonder Su Yuyan was angry. As a woman, she knows too well how shameful it is for a man to still not understand how a woman can do this. To put it mildly, that situation is that the man is unromantic. To put it bluntly, the man has no such thoughts about women at all. This indirectly shows that women have no attraction and charm in front of men. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that Su Yuyan has run into a wall with Jiang Qin. And the most important point is that Jiang Qin clearly understood Su Yuyan's intention, but he kept pretending to be stupid. This was not just a one-time blow to Su Yuyan, but multiple blows plus a super critical hit to Su Yuyan. The scene where Su Yuyan couldn't help punching Jiang Qin must have been very funny. Thinking of Su Yuyan being humiliated, Lin Qingyue felt inexplicably pleased. This eccentric and mysterious heir of the ancient martial arts family has been attacking Jiang Qin fiercely for some time. Yesterday, he was so bold as to gossip on the phone to alienate her and Jiang Qin. Lin Qingyue has been holding a grudge against him in her heart. Although Lin Qingyue didn't directly slap her in the face this time, she still felt good seeing her being humiliated by Jiang Qin. Anyway, Jiang Qin was the man she had chosen, so it was her fault that Jiang Qin slapped her in the face. Jiang Qin equals her. Nothing wrong. But after feeling happy, Lin Qingyue felt a little worried for some reason. After all, Su Yuyan had done a lot of bad things to her tonight, to some extent, and taught Jiang Qin a lot of tricks to make people lose control. Moreover, Jiang Qin studied a lot seriously. She didn't know what kind of shady things that guy would do to her tomorrow. Although Lin Qingyue had made up her mind not to get angry with Jiang Qin tomorrow, and even wanted to confront him on purpose, she felt a little unconfident after eavesdropping on Jiang Qin's tutoring tonight. Not sure if I can handle it. If Jiang Qin is determined, I might really go against his will if I get too excited. What to do? How can I prevent it in advance? Single quote. Lin Qingyue's brain raced as she began to think about what Jiang Qin might do tomorrow and how she should respond in a reasonable way while preventing Jiang Qin from succeeding. Chapter 158. Why is the style of painting so strange? At the same time, in the Zhongyan Palace, Ye Wushuang also laughed in silence. This Jiang Qin is really amazing. In order not to ruin his own plan, he really can resist the temptation. With the intensity of Su Yuyan's attack, let alone a sex-hungry ghost like Ye Junlin, any other man would not be able to resist the temptation, but he just managed to resist it. And this guy took a path that no one had imagined, which directly made Su Yuyan so angry that she couldn't pretend anymore. It has to be said that Ye Wushuang admires Jiang Qin a little. Even if we put aside other things, this guy is at least a person with a firm faith in Taoism and the ability to resist temptation. Just based on these 2 points, he is far ahead of many people and makes Ye Wushuang look at him with higher regard. And if you add that his 3 outlooks are relatively positive, then he surpasses even more people. I think he will achieve great things sooner or later. Ye Wushuang thought about Jiang Qin's previous operations, and his thoughts drifted away. She herself didn't realize that when she thought of Jiang Qin, her mind was full of positive comments. Moreover, the corners of her mouth kept rising. The next morning, Jiang Qin deliberately gave himself a very flashy hairstyle and made his bodyguard uniforms flashy before heading to Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group. And when he arrived at Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group, as expected, the other Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group employees who went upstairs with him in the elevator couldn't help but quietly move away from him. Some who couldn't hold it in any longer simply looked at him secretly, revealing expressions of great shock. After all, Jiang Qin's image is too greasy at the moment. At first glance, you can tell that she has an exaggerated hairstyle that is made of countless pounds of hair oil, and her clothes, pants, and shoes are decorated with fancy things, and her face is shiny and greasy. This combination, let alone high-quality males, I guess even the Daqing oilfield would say, "Brother, you produce more oil." When they walked out of the elevator and finally arrived at the floor where the president's office was located, Jiang Qin was not surprised that after Assistant Xiaotao saw his appearance at the moment, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and showed a shocked expression. However, although she was surprised and shocked and even wanted to laugh, she still didn't dare to make eye contact with Jiang Qin. She greeted him dryly and left quickly. Jiang Qin didn't care. He just adjusted himself a little and knocked on the door of Lin Qingyue's office again. "Boss Lin, I'm here. Do you have any new instructions today? Or should I continue to stand guard at the door as usual?" Moreover, this time, he deliberately did not wait for Lin Qingyue to respond, and directly pushed open the door of the president's office and walked in. "Jiang Qin, what's with this look?" To his surprise, Lin Qingyue didn't seem angry at all. He didn't care at all that he walked in without waiting for Lin Qingyue's consent. Moreover, Lin Qingyue looked Jiang Qin up and down seriously with some surprise, and a hint of interest appeared on her face. "What's going on?" Jiang Qin was a little surprised. "I'm so rude, sister-in-law, don't you mind at all? And even though I'm acting so greasy now, she doesn't seem to be disgusted at all. Is it because the intensity is not enough?" Jiang Qin quickly struck a cocky pose and said with a very confident attitude, I asked a designer friend to tailor a new look specifically for me. How about Mr. Lin? Isn't he extremely handsome? While posing, Jiang Qin continued to secretly observe Lin Qingyue out of the corner of his eye. Lin Qingyue looked at him carefully and nodded slowly. It's quite special. You should change your look occasionally, otherwise it's too boring and monotonous to always have the same look. As she spoke, she also looked at Jiang Qin's hairstyle, makeup, and clothes, and gave him serious advice. The hair clay you are using now is of poor quality, and the glossiness of your hair is not good enough. You can change to a better quality one later. As for the clothes, they are eye-catching enough, but they are a bit too stuffy to wear in this season. I can change to lighter styles and choose breathable fabrics. As for your belt, change it to a higher grade one, otherwise it will not be worthy of your status as the captain of the bodyguards. Jiang Qin's CPU almost smoked. No, sister-in-law. I'm so greasy and yet I still believe you, don't you hate it at all? What is this serious person trying to do by giving me advice and appearing to support me in being so greasy and unreliable? The original book didn't mention that you have such a strong taste, so you would have a feeling for this one. He could only bite the bullet and thank them, then continue to greasy Pu Xin while preparing for the strongest strength. Add a bit of vulgarity to your greasy and ordinary faith. After thanking Lin Qingyue for her valuable suggestions, Jiang Qin suddenly had an idea when he saw that the cup in front of Lin Qingyue was empty and that she was wearing a high V-neck dress with a large white neckline that could not hide her charm. He showed a lewd smile. Boss Lin, let me pour you a glass of water. Chapter 159 You're blushing like a bubble teapot. After Lin Qingyue nodded, Jiang Qin began to pour water, and took the opportunity to keep glancing at Lin Qingyue's collar and beautiful legs in black stockings. However, to his surprise, Lin Qingyue acted as if nothing had happened. No matter how Jiang Qin peeked at her or how obscene he acted, she seemed to not notice at all. No way, sister-in-law, where is your alertness? I can see everything under your collar from behind you. Are you so defenseless against me? Also, I've been looking at your black stockings. I can't even continue to act in that lewd image. Can you give me some reaction? You've made it so that I don't feel any sense of accomplishment as a gangster. Lin Qingyue seemed to have no defenses against Jiang Qin at all, and seemed to be completely unaware that at the moment she was sitting and Jiang Qin was standing. From Jiang Qin's perspective, he could almost see the entire view inside her collar. Jiang Qin is almost unable to continue playing the role of a creepy man. As a last resort, he could only grit his teeth and continue to increase his intensity. When Lin Qingyue was about to get the cup to drink water again, he pretended to take her cup unintentionally to help her get water again, and held her hand on the cup. Then, when Lin Qingyue turned her head to look at him, a hint of obsession appeared in her eyes. It seemed as if holding Lin Qingyue's soft, boneless, and creamy little hand was enough to make him feel great. Now, I should be able to portray the greasy, ordinary, and vulgar character to the fullest. Even if my sister-in-law realizes it later, she will still feel disgusted, right? When he performed to this point, Jiang Qin felt that he should be stable. While showing that expression, he secretly observed Lin Qingyue's reaction out of the corner of his eye. As a result, Lin Qingyue's face actually showed a touching blush, and then she lowered her head shyly. She tacitly agreed to Jiang Qin holding her hand and showing such an obsessed expression. Acquiesced. She was even shy and blushed. Sister-in-law, you are blushing like a bubble teapot. What the hell? Don't do this to me. Can you please be more normal? I'm scared of playing like this. In this way, Jiang Qin became the one who felt scared. His original intention was just to appear greasy, common, and vulgar, but he didn't mean to express that he was greedy for Lin Qingyue's body. Now that Lin Qingyue has acquiesced, if she gets carried away again and breaks that layer of membrane, everyone will no longer be able to keep it to themselves, and Jiang Qin will not be able to continue acting. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin quickly let go of Lin Qingyue's hand, and quickly showed a look of panic and apology. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't mean to offend you. Well, since there's still water in your cup and I don't have any other instructions at the moment, I'll be leaving first. After he finished speaking, he didn't dare to stay here any longer and quickly slipped out of Lin Qingyue's office. After slipping out of Lin Qingyue's office and closing the door, in order to prevent Lin Qingyue from having wild thoughts alone, Jiang Qin quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his good brother Ye Junlin. Boss, I just came out of my sister-in-law's office. She seems to be in a bad mood. Well done. Soon, a message from Ye Junlin came. Afterwards, Jiang Qin's powerful five senses clearly heard the ringtone of Lin Qingyue's cell phone coming from the office. Lin Qingyue hung up and the phone rang again. Then I hung up, but the phone kept ringing. After that, the call was connected again after being hung up for who knows how many times. When Lin Qingyue answered the call, she heard an angry voice from the other end. Ye Junlin, are you sick? I have blocked 2 of your phone numbers, and just blocked the 3rd one. Why do you keep calling me? After getting angry, Lin Qingyue retorted to Ye Junlin a few more times, forcefully rejected Ye Junlin's invitation to go out and relax together, ended the call, and was furious in the office. Amy Tofu, now that my sister-in-law's hatred or attention has shifted to my good brother, I should be fine for the time being. Jiang Qin also breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for this, sister-in-law. We can't do that now. I can only let you bear the brunt of the anger for now. I will make it up to you later. Sao Rui. When the time comes, I promise that I will not resist and will not cut corners. As he breathed a sigh of relief, his brain began to work rapidly. According to the rhythm of the original novel, this afternoon should be the time for my second-to-last plot to be performed. The incident started with a phone call from the Lin family to my sister-in-law. It seemed that the Lin family had chosen the date for the engagement between my sister-in-law and my good brother without my permission. No matter how much my sister-in-law resisted or argued, she could not change the Lin family's mind, and then the two sides had a big quarrel. Then, my sister-in-law was so angry that she had no intention of working at all, so she took us bodyguards to relax in the beautiful outdoor places. After that, after we drove out of the city, the dark web assassin saw the opportunity and prepared to take action one after another. Chapter 160, Crazy, all crazy, it's better to be a little crazy. The plot related to Jiang Qin is that Lin Qingyue is in a bad mood and wants to go outside to relax. The killers on the dark list start to assassinate her. He discovers the abnormality in advance and starts to escape with his sister-in-law while waiting for Ye Junlin to come and save her. Judging from Lin Qingyue's current mood, the problem shouldn't be too big. After all, in addition to the call from the Lin family forcing a marriage today, Ye Junlin also ignited Lin Qingyue's emotions in advance. Jiang Qin should be able to relax a little bit now and not worry too much about making any big mistakes. At about 2:30 p.m. that day, just as Jiang Qin had expected, the Lin family called Lin Qingyue's cell phone, saying that an auspicious date had been set for 5 days to hold an engagement dinner for Lin Qingyue and Ye Junlin. Lin Qingyue was furious and argued with the Lin family, but the result was that the Lin family was completely unreasonable. Lin Qingyue was so angry that she smashed things in the office and still felt that it was not enough. She immediately shouted at the office door, Jiang Qin. What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Jiang Qin naturally pushed open the office door and walked in, then looked at Lin Qingyue with a little surprise and concern. You don't look very well, are you in a bad mood? That's about right. Lin Qingyue's face was full of annoyance, and the majestic figure in front of him rose and fell violently. Go down first and prepare the car. You can take me to Dongshan Lake in a while. Call me when you're ready. Mr. Lin, you'd better take care of your health. It's you who got sick from anger. Jiang Qin asked with concern again, then quickly went downstairs to prepare the car. After preparing the car and driving it to the gate of the group, he started calling Lin Qingyue. After a while, when Lin Qingyue came down, he opened the car door for her in a servile manner, helped her sit down, and then drove the car. Hurry to the Dongshan Lake. Dongshan Lakeside is a benchmark resort area built at great expense of Zhongyuan City. It is also the only 5A-level resort park and the only wetland park in Zhongyuan. There are not only beautifully maintained forests and vegetation, but also a very beautifully crafted lake and a very magnificent mountain range. It can be called a standard resort and natural oxygen bar. That place was located outside the eastern suburbs of Zhongyuan City. As Jiang Qin drove there, he began to think about it. According to the plot of the original novel, the dark list assassins who targeted the sister-in-law should start to show up one after another after about half an hour. The first to appear was a dark energy warrior who was called the King of Guns, and his accomplices. The situation wasn't too dangerous at the time. We drove to the downtown area and didn't give them a chance to shoot. Basically, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But after driving for only a short while, Jiang Qin discovered something was wrong. The car had only driven less than 2 kilometers from Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group and was still in the downtown area of Zhongyan City when a car secretly followed behind. Moreover, in addition to Yingyu, the leader of the shadow guards of the Prince of Zhongyan's palace, there was also someone Jiang Qin had never dreamed of, Ye Wushuang. She actually followed Yingyu and followed behind Jiang Qin and Lin Qingyue's car all the way. It seemed that she was prepared to protect Lin Qingyue secretly together with Yingyu. No, second sister-in-law. Do you have to be so serious? After driving a little further, Jiang Qin felt a little nervous when he found that Yingyu and Ye Wushuang's car had indeed been following them all the way. You are the king of Zhongyan, and you have already given me a lot of respect by sending a master-level expert like Commander Yingyu to secretly protect my sister-in-law. Now you are personally taking part in the battle. What are you trying to do? If I let you do this, will my sister-in-law be in danger later? Who among those assassins from the dark list can threaten her safety? However, no matter how busy he was, Jiang Qin thought that this would not affect his acting, so he continued to drive forward according to the navigation route. As expected, as he and Lin Qingyue's car passed a fork in the road again, an unremarkable SUV suddenly followed from the other side of the fork. Although the other party was following very covertly and kept a considerable distance from Jiang Qin and Lin Qingyue's car, Jiang Qin, with the powerful sensing ability of a grandmaster, could clearly sense that the person in the passenger seat of that car was staring at this side. The man in the passenger seat had the strength of the early stage of dark energy, but his eyes were very sharp, like an eagle. He should be the king of guns on the dark list. Although he is only at the initial stage of dark force, I heard that he is an expert in using a sniper rifle. He once successfully assassinated a master in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm with his extraordinary marksmanship. Mr. Lin, our car seems to be targeted by someone. Jiang Qin took advantage of the fact that Ye Wushuang and Yingyu had not taken any action yet, and quickly showed a nervous look and reminded Lin Qingyue according to the original book. Fasten your seat belts and hold on to the handrails. I'll drive faster and see if I can get rid of them. Afterwards, without waiting for Lin Qingyue's reaction, he secretly sent a message to Ye Junlin while driving out of Lin Qingyue's sight. Chapter 161, Half the Role. After sending the exciting message to Ye Junlin and synchronizing his location information with Ye Junlin, Jiang Qin felt relieved. Because at this stage, the first half of his role-playing in this plot has been successfully completed. Next, no matter what Ye Wushuang, Lin Qingyue and the others do, it will not have much impact on his performance in the plot. Even if Ye Wushuang rushed out at this moment and killed all the dark list assassins who intended to assassinate Lin Qingyue, it would not be a problem. As long as Ye Junlin doesn't want to kill Jiang Qin in advance after he arrives, it will be fine. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It's not easy. Finally I can enter the slacking mode again. Jiang Qin did the same thing as in the original novel. He pretended not to notice anything unusual and drove at a normal speed. But after passing a fork in the road, he deliberately changed direction and started driving towards the downtown area again. Deliberately took the Gun King to the downtown area. According to the plot of the original novel, not long after the King of Guns and his accomplices appear, another dark list killer will also appear. Nicknamed Yaksha, seems to be a female cultivator in the early stage of Grandmaster realm. That guy is even more vicious. She seems to be following him on foot, intending to get the head of the sister-in-law before the King of Guns. Another thing is that in Villa number 018 of Zhongyan Garden, there is another group of people preparing. It seems to be a killer nicknamed Mechanic. That guy is a genius in blasting. Although he is only at the Mingjin stage, he has successfully assassinated a master-level expert with his superb ability to manufacture and install machinery and explosives. This guy should have sneaked into Villa 018 of Zhongyan Garden by now and is making and installing bombs. In addition, there is another one nicknamed Thousand-Faced Ghost. Jiang Qin's brain was working rapidly, thinking about the movements of several waves of people who had sneaked into Zhongyan City to assassinate Lin Qingyue. He had no idea that while he was thinking about all this and driving around the downtown area with Gun King and Yaksha, Ye Wushuang called Yingshuan from the car behind him. Yingshuan, how many groups of dark web assassins who have infiltrated Zhongyan City have you arrested and stopped so far? After learning that all the shadow guards, including the reinforcements sent by the god of war Lingfeng, had intercepted a total of 9 groups of dark web assassins who were about to sneak into Zhongyan City, she quickly asked, is there a nickname called Mechanic, and a nickname called thousand-faced ghost, among them. According to Jiang Qin's inner voice, there will be 2 waves of ambushes waiting at Lin Qingyue's residence. One wave is the mechanic and the bombs prepared by the mechanic in advance. Another wave is the harmless-looking, thousand-faced ghosts. After learning from Yingxuan that these people were not among the dark list assassins they intercepted, Ye Wushuang immediately said, "Then you and the reinforcements sent by God of War Lingfeng, go to Villa 018 in Zhongyan Garden immediately and investigate the situation carefully. I have received reliable intelligence that there may be assassins lying in ambush around Lin Qingyue's home. Yingyu and I have also discovered 2 waves of assassins." After arranging for Yingxuan and his group to rush to No. 018 Zhongyan Garden to encircle and suppress the mechanic and the thousand-faced ghost, Ye Wushuang eavesdropped on Jiang Qin's thoughts for a while. After confirming the assassination crisis, and that the only 2 groups of people following Lin Qingyue, ready to assassinate her, were the Gun King and Yaksha, Ye Wushuang took advantage of a red light and nodded to Yingyu, who was driving nearby. Then, the driver's and passengers' doors opened almost simultaneously. Yingyu and Ye Wushuang flew out almost at the same time. Among them, Yingyu was as light as a swallow, circling in a Z shape, quickly approaching the off-road vehicle where the King of Guns was. As for Ye Wushuang, he was like an arrow shot from a bow, heading straight towards Yaksha, who was about 100 meters away from the traffic. Not good. At this moment, Gun King and Yaksha discovered the abnormality almost at the same time. There is an expert. The King of Guns immediately picked up a submachine gun from his hand and quickly fired several shots in front of the Z-shaped curve of Shadow Moon. The moment the gun went off, he growled directly at the person in the driver's seat, "Get out of here." The person in the driver's seat reacted immediately, stepped on the accelerator, and crashed into the guardrail next to him. After crashing through the guardrail, drive along the sidewalk to the wide area next to it. As for the King of Guns, after seeing that all the bullets missed the target, he fired at the cars and windows nearby. Someone fired a gun. Run! The cars and their passengers were all frightened into a panic, and many people got off the cars and fled in all directions. Speed up! While the people around him were in a panic, the Gun King asked his companions to drive faster, preferably so that they could leave this place in the chaos. On the other side, Yaksha also followed suit and deliberately ran towards the road. Prepare to create chaos and escape during the chaos. But unfortunately, Ye Wushuang has already stepped half a step into the Grandmaster realm, which is simply not comparable to her, a casual cultivator in the early Grandmaster realm. Before Yaksha could escape to the main road, a force of energy hit her right leg from a long distance away. Crack! With a cracking sound, her running body staggered unconsciously, and she almost fell to the ground with her head covered in shit. Chapter 162. You have a way to die. When an expert who is close to the Grandmaster level takes action, a dark list killer who is only in the early Grandmaster level naturally has nowhere to escape. After breaking his leg, even though Yaksha tried to endure the negative impact of the broken leg and continued to flee forward, he was eventually quickly caught by Ye Wushuang. After seizing the sealed power, she helped Yingxuan stop the off-road vehicle where the Gun King and his accomplices were in a short while. When Ye Junlin rode over aggressively, the King of Guns and Yaksha were already being interrogated. Ye Junlin probably didn't expect the situation to be like this, and his expression was stunned for a moment. Then he hurried to the car where Lin Qingyue and Jiang Qin were. "Qingyue, are you okay?" Lin Qingyue just snorted coldly and did not answer. Seeing this, Ye Junlin didn't care. He glanced at the captured Gun King and Yaksha, and said in a deep voice, "These 2 people assassinated you, right? Not long ago, I also encountered some assassination attempts. According to my interrogation, someone must have posted a high reward on a place called the Dark Web. 5 billion is enough to buy my head." Lin Qingyue still snorted coldly and did not answer. Ye Junlin ignored the existence of Ye Wushuang and Yingyu, walked directly to Yaksha and Gun King, kicked them in the chest, and said in a deep voice, "Tell me the truth, why did you want to assassinate Qingyue? It is impossible for the 2 dark web killers to surrender so easily." Seeing this, Ye Junlin once again showed his cruel side and tortured Yaksha in an extremely perverted method. Soon, Yaksha and Gun King collapsed one after another. We also accepted the reward on the dark web. On the dark web, in addition to the bounty for you, there is also a bounty for Lin Qingyue. A reward of 500 million for Lin Qingyue's head. A murderous look flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. He offered a bounty for both me and Qingyue. Do you know who offered the bounty? Yasha and the King of Guns both shook their heads. I don't know. Except for the contact person on the dark web, no one can know the identity of the sponsor. This is the rule of the dark web. Even the dark web contact people usually don't check the identity of the financiers. We are just paid to do the job. Who could it be? Ye Junlin was still frowning, and Lin Qingyue spoke with a sullen face. I knew that you had provoked him in front of Patriarch Wang before, and it would definitely cause trouble. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Ye Junlin showed a little surprise and realization. Qingyue, you mean, those rewards were issued by the Wang family? Isn't this nonsense? Lin Qingyue did not hide her annoyance. You can figure it out with a little brainpower. I almost never make enemies outside, especially powerful ones. Apart from the fact that you caused trouble and accidentally made enemies with the Wang family, no one has any motive to spend 500 million to kill me. Moreover, anyone who can come up with 5.5 billion at once must be a big shot with deep background. When these 2 points are combined, isn't the answer obvious? Wang Fengnian, Ye Junlin's eyes were grim. He's looking for death. By the way, the sponsors of those 2 bounties are indeed quite wealthy. Yaksha and Gun King both wanted to survive, so they immediately told him everything they knew. He paid the bounties directly to the official account of the dark web for both bounties. To be able to come up with 5.5 billion in liquid funds in one go, that's really an extraordinary strength. It should be the same as what Mr. Lin said. It has a very important background. Damn it, Ye Junlin shouted angrily, I will kill this guy right now. He dared to use this method to hurt me and you, Qingyue. He has already chosen death. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted his energy and wiped out Yaksha and the King of Guns. Then, his body was like a hurricane, heading directly towards the Wang family manor. Master, at this time, Yingyu subconsciously glanced at Ye Wushuang with an ugly expression. Because Ye Junlin acted too strong and arrogant from beginning to end. It was obvious that Yaksha and the King of Guns were captured by King Zhongyan and Yingyu, but this guy never asked Ye Wushuang and Yingyu about anything from beating, scolding, forcing a confession, to killing them. Even after killing the 2 dark list assassins, he didn't show any intention of explaining and just left. This is simply a complete disregard for the King of Zhongyan and the King's palace. Ye Wushuang's expression also looked a little unhappy, but she didn't pay too much attention to this little detail. She just waved her hand and said to Yingyu, these are not important now. What's really important is that the Wang family and even the entire Zhongyan city will probably face a bloody storm in the future. We must do our best to stop it. It is imperative to control the situation to the minimum impact. After she finished speaking, she hurriedly nodded to Jiang Qin and Lin Qingyue, and quickly chased in the direction of Ye Junlin. Let's go to Wang's house too. Chapter 163. You don't want to lose this job, do you? Cool. Almost at the same time, Jiang Qin couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's so cool. How could he forget that Lin Qingyue was getting angry when she saw Ye Junlin? Lin Qingyue didn't want to communicate with Ye Junlin at all at this moment, and she was even too lazy to pay attention to Ye Junlin. Moreover, Lin Qingyue is no longer affected by the halo of the protagonist and will not be reduced in intelligence anymore. She is completely different from the original novel. She no longer foolishly falls in love with Ye Junlin just because he saves her. Instead, she is very clear that the reason she was assassinated this time was because Ye Junlin's method of revenge on Wang Ping'an last time was too simple and crude. In this case, my good brother will definitely pay more attention to my sister-in-law. Now he went to Wang's house to look for Wang Fengnian. According to the plot of the original novel, there is basically nothing for me and my sister-in-law to do. After killing Wang Fengnian this time, my good elder brother will immediately know that the Ye family was wiped out because of the war god Lingfeng, who secretly ordered the Wang family to do it. His attention will also shift from his sister-in-law to the god of war Lingfeng. This part of my story will be over when the Wang family is destroyed. Jiang Qin smiled in his heart. After so much anxiety, this plot is finally over. As long as this part of the plot is over, it is no exaggeration to say that his pressure will be greatly reduced, and he will have almost no pressure in acting out the last part of the plot. The final grand prize played by the system is just ahead. Jiang Qin couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. We just need to confirm later that if the second sister-in-law and Yingyu follow them, it will not lead to the death of Wang Fengnian and the extermination of the Ye family. The main plot line of The Secret is finally revealed and remains unchanged. Just when he was thinking about this, he didn't expect that Lin Qingyue, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly said with a sullen face, "Jiang Qin, turn around." "What's wrong, Mr. Lin?" Jiang Qin was caught off guard. He quickly put away his thoughts and looked at Lin Qingyue pretending to be surprised. "Let's go to Wang's manor." Lin Qingyue said in a cold tone, "I want to ask the head of the Wang family in person what hatred or grudge he has that he has to spend 500 million to get my head. In this matter, I was the victim from beginning to end. It was Wang Pinggan who insisted on harassing me and even sent experts to kidnap me. I didn't do anything at all. Even when Ye Junlin went to find Wang Pinggan and tortured Wang Pinggan in front of him afterwards, it was all Ye Junlin's personal behavior and had almost nothing to do with me. I just want to ask him, if he wants revenge, why does he have to involve me, Lin Qingyue?" "Mr. Lin." Jiang Qin had no idea that Lin Qingyue was just looking for an excuse to go to the scene. Now he wanted to persuade Lin Qingyue not to waste her energy. Judging from Ye Junlin's behavior, Wang Fengnian will definitely die today. It doesn't matter whether Lin Qingyue asks this or not. And, more importantly, according to the plot of the original novel, Yang's role in this section of the story has almost been completed. He really didn't want to add to the drama with Lin Qingyue. "No need to say anything." Lin Qingyue interrupted Jiang Qin coldly before he could finish his words of persuasion. "Go to Wang's house, now, as fast as possible. Make sure to catch up with Ye Junlin, King Zhongyan and the others." Jiang Qin opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. "You don't want to lose this job, do you?" At this time, another familiar threatening voice came. "Have to. It's this familiar recipe and familiar taste again. My sister-in-law must have learned a lot of Japanese action dramas on a daily basis." Jiang Qin could only step on the accelerator and turn around to rush towards the Wang family manor. He didn't notice at all that when he started the car, Lin Qingyue's face in the back seat of the boss chair flashed with shame and her folded fists clenched. At the same time, at Huichuntang, Su Yuyan, who was still working, also had a look in her eyes. The truth behind the extermination of the Ye family is revealed. Is this the most important story point in this novel world? Ye Wushuang, Lin Qingyue, and Xiao Zhongchen all went. Then I must be included in this fun. She didn't even have time to talk to her leader on the spot. She picked up her phone to call her leader and rushed to Wang's house as fast as she could. "Manager, something urgent happened at home and I need to take an emergency leave." "I'm sorry, manager, I didn't have time to tell you in person. I'm on my way home now." Fortunately, she has a good reputation in Huichuntang, and her leaders appreciate her very much and are particularly reasonable. As soon as she made the call, the leave was approved immediately. After Su Yuyan finished the call, she quickly put away her things, took off her doctor's uniform, and rushed to the outside of the Wang family manor with ease, hiding herself in the crown of a large tree with an excellent view. Chapter 164. He doesn't have any perverted hobbies, right? Whoever stands in my way will die. When Jiang Qin drove Lin Qingyue to the Wang family manor, the entrance to the Wang family manor was already littered with corpses, and everywhere you looked were broken limbs and blood. Ye Junlin was also at the Wang family's fountain square, killing people indiscriminately. Anyone who dares to stand in his way, no matter who it is, will not be able to withstand one of his attacks. And every time he made a move, Wang's bodyguards and a cloud of blood would fly out. There was no one at the gate of the manor. Jiang Qin simply drove in. Not long after he rushed into the Wang family manor at a speed of over 150 miles per hour, Ye Wushuang and Yingyu also rushed over one after another. Jiang Qin didn't pay much attention to it. He parked the car under the fountain square and turned to look at Lin Qingyue. "Boss Lin, why don't we stay in the car for now?" Now Ye Junlin was like a killing god, killing people everywhere with blood mist and flying limbs. Not only was there a strong smell of blood outside, but it was also easy to get covered in blood, and one might accidentally affect the fish pond. It would not be a wise move for Lin Qingyue, an ordinary person, to get off the car. Okay. Seeing this, Lin Qingyue seemed to have the same idea and simply started watching the show through the car window. Jiang Qin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't insist on getting off the car. If Lin Qingyue doesn't go down, he can at least save a lot of trouble. Now you can take a break and watch the show. At this moment, over at the Wang family's fountain square, the Wang family's bodyguards were already a little frightened after Ye Junlin's bloodbath. No matter how much Wang Fengnian ordered, he dared not move forward. Seeing this, Ye Junlin immediately stepped forward, sneered, and grabbed his hair. Wang Fengnian, I wanted to spare your life, but I didn't expect that you would not take the road to heaven and break into hell. You insisted on being an enemy of me, Ye Junlin, and my fiancé, Lin Qingyue. How dare you? Wang Fengnian was grabbed by the hair in public, and anger flashed across his face. Ye Junlin, are you looking for death? Let me go. Ye Wushuang and Yingyu had also arrived by this time, and they also looked unhappy. However, after some cliched tug of war, Ye Junlin still maintained his arrogant attitude, not taking anyone seriously at all, and severely abused Wang Fengnian. Not only did he abuse Wang Fengnian, he also killed all the people Wang Fengnian cared about in front of Wang Fengnian and Ye Wushuang. The Wang family's priest and Wang Fengnian's nephew were all brutally killed. After the massacre, seeing Wang Fengnian's mentality gradually collapse, Ye Junlin had an evil smile on his face. After dealing with them, I will deal with you next. I've said before, in my eyes, the Wang family can be destroyed in a snap of a finger. For me, destroying you is not worth mentioning at all. What is more challenging is how to make you suffer so much that you cannot rest in peace even until you die. As he said this, he began his perverted torture of Wang Fengnian again. Ye Wushuang tried to dissuade him but to no avail. Lin Qingyue's eyebrows twitched violently when she saw this. Seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't it possible that this idiot really has some perverted and sadistic tendencies? Every time he kills someone, it seems like he deliberately does something fancy and tortures them in different ways. These actions can only be done by someone who is not a pervert. Hanbani would get his scalp tingling after seeing this. Besides, this guy is a little too careless about the impact of his actions. The eldest and second sisters-in-law are watching, but he still does this. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, the eldest and second sisters-in-law would have been lucky not to have developed any psychological trauma towards him, let alone fall in love with him. Seeing Ye Junlin using those perverted methods to torture Wang Fengnian, making Wang Fengnian bloody and almost dismembered, he frowned unconsciously and turned to look at Lin Qingyue. Boss Lin, how about we not watch it for now? I'm afraid you'll have nightmares if you see this kind of scene too much. Too bloody and violent. Lin Qingyue obviously wanted to watch more. She suppressed her physical discomfort, covered her mouth and waved her hands towards Jiang Qin, signaling him not to dissuade her. Seeing this, Jiang Qin could only shut up for the time being and let Lin Qingyue continue watching. At this time, Wang Fengnian had obviously completely collapsed. After Ye Junlin shattered another toe bone, he screamed, tears and snot fell, and said in a crazy voice, Ye Junlin, it's useless even if you kill me. Since the moment you killed my son Ping'an, I have been ready to risk my life and fight you to the death. In addition to the 5.5 billion bounty that has already been posted on the dark web for your and Lin Qingyue's heads, to tell you the truth, I have also set up an additional fund. He was trembling all over and staring at Ye Junlin with crazy eyes. This fund is all the money I have obtained from selling all the easily sellable properties of the Wang family during this period. The total is nearly 50 billion. The content is that once I die, this fund will take effect immediately. Anyone who can kill you will be able to gain control of the fund. In other words, even if I die, you will never be able to escape the pursuit of the dark web killers and the world's top masters. Ha 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 ha, you, the evil offspring of the Ye family who luckily escaped a disaster in the past, now you should prepare to be buried with my son. Chapter 165 The turning point of destiny is coming. Here it comes, the highlight of this scene, the turning point of my destiny, is coming. Jiang Qin couldn't help but shudder when he heard this, and his eyes turned serious when he looked at the scene. At this moment, Ye Junlin obviously also tasted something. His expression changed slightly. Ye family bastard, what do you mean? Do you know the truth behind the tragic case of the Ye family being wiped out? Ye Junlin grabbed Wang Fengnian's neck and lifted him up as if he was lifting a chicken. Tell me. Cough, cough, ha ha ha. Wang Fengnian, whose body was already broken and covered in blood, laughed crazily while coughing up blood. Didn't Zuo Shandiao tell you? He led people to the Ye family to exterminate them. It was the order given to me by the god of war Lingfeng. Then I found him again. Back then, Zuo Shandiao had a great time killing your entire family. Not only did his people wipe out your entire family, they also deliberately used a very cruel method to torture and kill your parents. Your parents were scared, and in the end, they begged them like a dog, asking them to give them a quick death. Ha 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 ha, Zuo Shandiao was proud of this when he reported it to me before. Haha, now that I think about it, I only regret that I didn't give the order back then, letting Zuo Shandiao and his men find you at all costs and kill you, the troublemaker. Are you deliberately provoking me? Do you want to die? Veins bulged on Ye Junlin's forehead, and the hand that was pinching Wang Fengnian's neck suddenly began to increase its strength. Crack, crack, and other teeth-grinding sounds followed, as if the bones could no longer withstand the pressure. Wang Fengnian's breathing also became difficult, his breathing became rapid, and his pupils began to dilate. But even so, he still had a crazy smile on his face. Yes, I just want to die. I want to go underground to keep my son safe, and I also want to activate the 50 billion fund to kill you, and let the god of war Lingfeng know how vicious and terrifying you are. Kill me if you can. You useless bastard, kill me if you can. If you want to die, I can satisfy you. Ye Junlin's eyes were cold, but based on what you just said, I won't let you die so easily. He quickly tapped Wang Fengnian's body a few times to stop the bleeding from his other wounds and sealed his limbs. Then, he tore off one of his fingers and hung his body upside down in front of Wang Ping'an's door. This is an extremely cruel form of punishment. The purpose was to let Wang Fengnian feel the pain and blood loss, and slowly die in the double torture of mental and physical torture. But even so, Wang Fengnian still shouted in pain, "You can continue to be rampant. You won't be able to be so rampant for much longer anyway, ha 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 ha. War God Ling Feng, there is a 50 billion assassination fund, and a 5.5 billion reward on the dark web. You will definitely die. Ping'an and I will be waiting for you in the underworld." War God Lingfeng, Ye Junlin sneered, he was actually the mastermind behind the annihilation of my entire Ye family. He won't survive this night. As he spoke, he took out his phone and called someone. He looked at Wang Fengnian and quickly said, "Help me find the location of War God Lingfeng. I'm going to Nanzhou to find him later." It was at this moment that Yingyu seemed to have finally reacted. She looked at Ye Wushuang beside her in disbelief. "My lord, this." She was obviously deeply shocked by Wang Fengnian's words. Such a secret is actually hidden in the territory of Zhongyan City. The dignified god of war Lingfeng actually colluded with the Wang family in private, and even led the annihilation of the entire Ye family, a little-known family. Although Ye Wushuang knew the whole story from Jiang Qin's thoughts before, she was still moved when she heard Wang Fengnian talk about it in person. She turned her head to look at Yingyu. At this time, Yingyu seemed to have considered the following words: "Master, what should we do now? Originally, Ye Junlin was so cruel and wanted to kill people. We should have stopped him. But now that his family was exterminated and his parents were killed, it doesn't violate the management regulations of Zhongyan City. Also, this matter actually involves War God Lingfeng. It's beyond our jurisdiction. Should we report it to War God Lingfeng?" Ye Wushuang was also a little hesitant. Starting from the most simple emotions, she deduced that God of War Ling Feng had obtained his position by illegitimate means, and that he might have colluded with the Japanese to plot against God of War Chu Qing in order to take the throne of the Lord of Nanzhou. He had also engaged in many intrigues in private. In fact, she was disgusted and averse to this person to the same degree as Ye Junlin. But from a business perspective, she seemed to have to report something to War God Ling Feng. After all, she was at the scene and witnessed it all with her own eyes. Just when Ye Wushuang was struggling, Ye Junlin actually chuckled and spoke first. "It's your duty, and it's okay to report to the War God Lingfeng. Anyway, no matter whether he made preparations in advance or not, from the moment he was confirmed to be the real culprit behind the extermination of our Ye family, he was doomed to die." Chapter 166. Who changed the script? Ye Wushuang's eyes suddenly became stern. "Ye Junlin, don't you think you are too arrogant? Last time, Wang Ping'an was brutally killed in front of me. This time, dozens of people from the Wang family were brutally killed in front of me again. Isn't it a bit too much for you to take me, the king of Zhongyan, seriously?" Yingyu, who was standing by, was sweating profusely for her. After all, although she was a martial artist at the Grandmaster level, she couldn't see through Ye Junlin at all. What was even more terrifying was that she couldn't see clearly when Ye Junlin made a move. Judging from some previous situations, this person is very likely to be a powerful grandmaster. Given his arrogance and disregard for human life, Yingyu was a little afraid that Ye Junlin would kill King Zhongyan if they disagreed with him. But fortunately, Ye Junlin is always very patient with beautiful women, especially with the women he is determined to win. Even though Ye Wushuang's tone was particularly impolite at this moment, he still had a frivolous smile on his face. Your Excellency King Zhongyan, I have no intention of disrespecting you. You know the root of the matter very well. I killed Wang Ping'an because he kept harassing Qingyue and even sent assassins to do something to Qingyue. He was the one who made the mistake first. As for me killing Wang Fengnian, the situation is even more difficult to explain. He offered a reward of 5.5 billion and sent assassins on the dark web to assassinate Qingyue and me. He was even the enemy who ordered the destruction of our Ye family. Ye Wushuang knew that what he said was all valid. And this is also the reason why she did not take direct and forceful action to stop it. However, although Ye Junlin's motives were tenable, his means of revenge were extremely unacceptable to her. She shouted angrily with a sullen face, I know all this, and I acknowledge it. But your method of revenge is a little too cruel and crazy. Before, you tortured and killed Wang Ping'an in front of Wang Fengnian, which was tantamount to provoking the Wang family. With your strength, you obviously didn't have to do that. You could have just taken revenge on Wang Ping'an without anyone knowing, and you didn't have to let Wang Fengnian and the others know. Also, this time, when you came to seek revenge on Wang Fengnian, you didn't have to implicate so many innocent people, but you still chose to slaughter all the people close to Wang Fengnian. This has gone beyond the normal scale of revenge. Haha. Ye Junlin still had a frivolous smile on his face, that's their own fault. I've said it before, anyone who dares to provoke me must be prepared to suffer a fate worse than death. I will make everyone who dares to be my enemy tremble with fear when they think of my name. After this time, you must leave Zhongyan City. Ye Wushuang directly issued an expulsion order. Why? Ye Junlin probably didn't expect that this would be the result after his pretense, and his expression was obviously stunned. According to his past experience, after he completes a round of killing and makes a show-off statement, the beauties around him should be impressed by him. What's going on that Ye Wushuang is going to expel him now? Who changed the script? Why do you say that? Ye Wushuang asked him back with a cold face. Think about it yourself, what have you done since you returned to Zhongyan City? Killing Zuo Shandiao has caused chaos in the underground world of Zhongyan City. Killing Wang Ping'an has caused a large number of dark web assassins to come to Zhongyan City. Zhongyan City has no choice but to seek help from Nanzhou and send experts to work overtime to maintain stability. Now you have completely driven Wang Fengnian into a crazy state and made him set up an assassination fund. There is no doubt that for the sake of the 50 billion, there will definitely be countless more powerful experts coming to assassinate you. By then, wherever you are, there will definitely be no peace. Those are nothing but ants to me. Ye Junlin sneered, not taking it seriously at all. But this is not the case for Zhongyan City. Ye Wushuang looked at him coldly, many ordinary people in Zhongyan City cannot withstand such a catastrophe. From now on, you must leave Zhongyan City. There's no room for a Buddha like you here. Ye Junlin looked straight at her and said calmly, what if I say no? I will report to Nanzhou. If the problem cannot be solved in Nanzhou, I will report to Longguo. Ye Wushuang said in a firm tone. Aren't you afraid that I will be angry? Ye Junlin said in an imposing manner. Just part of the aura was released, and it was enough to make Yingyu shaky and almost unable to stay upright. But Ye Wushuang gritted his teeth and withstood the pressure. I am more afraid that Zhongyan City, which has finally become stable and prosperous after so many years of hard work, will never have peace again. Well, you are worthy of being the woman I admire. Upon hearing this, Ye Junlin actually showed a hint of approval on his face, and immediately retracted the pressure he had released. In that case, I don't blame you. You can do whatever you want. I won't leave Zhongyan City anyway. Ye Wushuang gritted his teeth. I think what His Excellency the King of Zhongyan said is very right. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Ye Junlin, you are a disaster star. Chapter 167 Why should I be the enemy of the whole world? When Ye Junlin heard the voice, anger clearly flashed in his eyes. But then, when he saw clearly that the person who spoke was Lin Qingyue, his long-admired fiancé, he immediately put away his anger and said, Qingyue. Qingyu, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Please call me by my full name, or call me Mr. Lin like everyone else. We are not that familiar with each other yet. Lin Qingyue's tone was very cold. Ye Junlin's face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. However, he quickly suppressed his embarrassment and said with some surprise, Qingyu, I do this for you. Whether you kill Wang Ping'an or Wang Fengnian, it all comes down to the fact that they pose a threat to you. Haha. Lin Qingyue sneered in response, maybe your starting point is for me, but did you consider me when you actually did these things? Before Ye Junlin could answer, Lin Qingyue raised her voice, just like what His Excellency King Zhongyan said, you did things without considering the consequences. Obviously, this does not include the possible consequences for me. For example, killing Wang Ping'an. He harassed me time and again, and last time he even hired a master to intercept and forcibly abduct me. It's reasonable for you to seek revenge on him, and I am grateful to you. But why did you deliberately torture and kill him in front of Wang Fengnian and so many people from the Wang family? Isn't this a naked provocation to the entire Wang family and even a slap on their faces, forcing them to fight to the death with you and me? You, Ye Junlin, are an extraordinary martial artist and you don't care about these people's revenge, but what about me? Have you ever considered me? Isn't this making me unreasonable and putting me at the center of the storm? Today, Wang Fengnian has issued a high bounty on the dark web. In addition to you, I am also one of his assassination targets. Isn't it because of your reckless behavior that day that caused the disaster? Ye Junlin's face turned a little ugly. Lin Qingyue continued, and today. In a situation like today, it's understandable that you seek revenge on Wang Fengnian, but you chose to use the most extreme and perverted method. First, you killed all his close relatives, tortured and attacked him mentally. Then, you used this extremely cruel method to let him bleed to death. If these things were to get out, it would definitely have a huge negative impact on my reputation, and even make me look like a perverted and dangerous person that many people would fear. Not to mention the 50 billion revenge fund that Wang Fengnian mentioned. Once the 50 billion revenge fund is activated, there is no doubt that I, your fiancé in everyone's eyes, will be targeted by countless vicious people, and even the entire Zhongyan city will fall into great turmoil. All of this is because of you. Think about it yourself, are you a disaster star? Ye Junlin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I told you about Qingyu. Those so-called dark web assassins, including the assassins that may come next, are nothing but chickens and dogs in my opinion. Even if the whole world is against you, I can still protect you. Lin Qingyue said angrily, then why should I make an enemy of the whole world? I was running a successful business, and even though some things at home didn't match my ideas, my life was harmonious and thriving. With a life like this, why should I go against the whole world? Is it because of your ridiculous, disgusting and utterly disgusting fiancé? Qingyu, you have misunderstood me too deeply. Although Ye Junlin's face was embarrassed again, it seemed that his determination to follow the Tao had not been shaken. Besides, your understanding of the world is still a little too shallow. Only when you kill everyone and make them afraid of you, will they not dare to provoke you. Do you understand? I still say that as long as I am here, no one can hurt you. Lin Qingyue was probably completely dizzy at this time. She glared at Ye Junlin and said in a deep voice, your existence is the greatest harm to me. If you still have a bit of shame and conscience, you should leave Zhongyan City as soon as possible and stop harming us and the millions of people in Zhongyan City. Qingyu, Ye Junlin's expression turned a little ugly at this time. But before he could say anything more, a cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it. He didn't bother to explain to Lin Qingyue anymore and simply took the phone to the side to answer it. What? The location of the god of war Lingfeng has been determined. He is in seclusion in the God of War Palace. I guess he won't come out in the next 2 days. Okay, I'll go find him right away. Send me the location of the God of War's palace. After answering the phone, Ye Junlin didn't have time to say anything more to Lin Qingyue and Ye Wushuang. He quickly left a message, Qingyu, Your Excellency King Zhongyan, I have something important to do, so I won't chat with you for now. After I have avenged my family's destruction, I will come back and explain everything to you. After he finished speaking, he stole a luxury car from the Wang family and rushed straight to the Nanzhou God of War Palace at lightning speed. Chapter 168, The acting career is about to end. Master. Just as Ye Junlin left, Yingyu turned her head and looked at Ye Wushuang again. What should we do now? At this moment, Wang Fengnian is dead, and the activation of his so-called 50 billion revenge fund has become a foregone conclusion. And judging from Ye Junlin's appearance, he obviously wouldn't be threatened by Ye Wushuang. Zhongyan City is likely to be in big trouble next. In the front, there is a 5.5 billion bounty on the dark web, which will attract countless dark web killers to come one after another. In the back, there is a 50 billion revenge fund, which stimulates masters from all over the world to come and seek revenge on Ye Junlin. It's easy to guess that if the Zhongyan Palace relies on itself, it will be impossible to stop so many vicious people. In addition, Ye Junlin is now on the move, which may be detrimental to the god of war Lingfeng. Nanzhou may also fall into turmoil because of him and will not be able to take care of Zhongyan City. This situation is simply not that bad. Ye Wushuang's face was also very gloomy. She glanced at the mess at the Wang family and said in a deep voice, "Immediately report to the God of War Palace what Ye Junlin just did. In addition, we will also report the situation in Zhongyan City directly to the Longguo inspection team. If the Dragon Country inspection team is unable to resolve this matter, we will continue to report to the Dragon Country Wuan Marquis Mansion. In short, we must find someone to check and balance Ye Junlin, and it would be best if we drive him out of Zhongyan City." Yingyu responded quickly and took out his cell phone to call the War God Palace. However, just after she found the contact number of the War God Palace, she hesitated again and whispered, "My lord, what Wang Fengnian mentioned this time is that the War God Lingfeng secretly instructed Wang Fengnian to exterminate the entire Ye family. We will pretend to be unaware of this matter at the Ares Palace and not mention it at all." Ye Wushuang thought without hesitation, but we must mention it when reporting to the Dragon Country inspection team. Yingyu immediately understood what she meant. "Hurry up and call the palace of the God of War." Ye Wushuang took a deep breath and looked at Lin Qingyue again. "Although we will contact our superiors, it will take some time for the message to be delivered and for them to respond. Next, I guess there will still be some potential dangers on your side. I will arrange for Yingyu to continue protecting you in secret." "Thank you, Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan." Lin Qingyue naturally hurriedly thanked him, and then hurriedly apologized. "I'm really sorry that I couldn't control Ye Junlin and caused trouble for you and the entire Zhongyan City. It's not your fault." King Zhongyan was also helpless. This person is arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. I guess no one can persuade him unless his martial arts strength can firmly suppress his character. Wang Fengnian is playing such a big game this time. I don't know what will happen next. You should be careful. "Thank you, Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan, for your concern." Lin Qingyue thanked him again. "Oh, right," King Zhongyan continued, "I just arranged a group of people to check near your home, and found a dark web blasting expert nicknamed Mechanic, and a master-level dark web assassin nicknamed Thousand Faces Ghost, lying in ambush there. According to the current situation, your home should not be safe anymore. For safety reasons, why don't you stay in the Zhongyan Palace for the time being? After a while, when the bounty problem on the dark web is resolved, you can move back. There are assassins lying in ambush in my house." Lin Qingyue looked very angry. Then he asked about the details of the ambushing killers. After she understood the situation clearly, she looked unhappy and said, "Damn Ye Junlin. Look what he brought me." Ye Wushuang also comforted her again. After Yingyu finished the call, she simply got in Lin Qingyue's car and went to Zhongyan Palace together. It was at this time that Jiang Qin couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. Good, good, good. That's great. After being slapped in the face by the elder and second sisters-in-law, the second fool had no time to think about other issues or pay attention to me. This episode passed smoothly. Next, my last plot, there is nothing to do with the eldest sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, and the third sister-in-law. There is no pressure at all. My acting career is about to end. After seeing Ye Junlin killing Wang Fengnian, he was worried about what impact it would have on the plot if he brought Lin Qingyue here and Ye Wushuang also brought people here. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingyue and Ye Wushuang's anger not only slapped Ye Junlin in the face, but also further intensified the conflict between them and Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin was so busy pretending and explaining that he didn't pay any attention to anything else. Lin Qingyue had no intention of paying any attention to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin completed the second half of the penultimate part of the plot without any major incidents. As long as Ye Junlin kills the god of war Ling Feng, he will completely lose his last bit of use in Ye Junlin's eyes and become a time bomb that will only pose a threat to Ye Junlin. In this way, Jiang Qin's farewell plot in the original novel also came. Chapter 169 The Calm Before the Storm. Jiang Qin's brain was working rapidly while he was driving. According to the plot of the original novel, there is no suspense at all about Ye Junlin seeking revenge on the god of war Ling Feng today. War god Ling Feng is just a powerful person in the early stage of Grandmaster realm, and he is also a powerful person in the early stage of Grandmaster realm with mediocre talent and background. In front of Ye Junlin, who can kill a martial king by leaps level, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is not much stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster. After realizing how powerful Ye Junlin is, the god of war Ling Feng will put away his arrogance as a god of war and start to use coercion and inducement, and even take the initiative to tell the reason why he ordered the extermination of the entire Ye family. When god of war Ling Feng was competing for the position of Lord of Nanzhou in the early years, he found that he might not be able to defeat god of war Chu Qing, so he colluded with the Japanese people with evil ambitions. With the help of the Japanese masters, he severely damaged the god of war Chu Qing and took the position of the Lord of Nanzhou. He was also completely tied to the same boat with those Japanese people. At that time, a senior official from Japan gave him an order. It is said that the Japanese imperial master calculated that the key to Japan's plan to infiltrate Nanzhou lies in the Ye family, and he wants him to destroy the Ye family. War god Ling Feng said this, not only to excuse himself, but also to use his tiger skin to intimidate Ye Junlin. Take the opportunity to intentionally or unintentionally tell Ye Junlin that he, the god of war Ling Feng, is a member of the Japanese high level and plays a very important role in the Japanese high level. There are many great master-level warriors in Japan, so Ye Junlin had better not act rashly. But he never expected that Ye Junlin was so arrogant that he didn't take the so-called Japanese seriously at all. When he learned that his family was wiped out because of the Japanese plot, Ye Junlin killed the god of war Ling Feng on the spot and prepared to go to Japan for revenge. Then, before Ye Junlin was ready to go to Japan, he arranged some matters in advance, such as dealing with the dark web assassins, and getting rid of some hidden dangers such as me, the abandoned child. Although there are many things in the original novel's plot that are difficult to describe, the development is still quite reasonable in terms of the overall framework and main line. After Ye Junlin learned that the enemy who wiped out his family was from Japan, he immediately decided to go to Japan for revenge. Before heading to Japan, he prepared to stabilize the country before he could fight against foreign enemies. On the one hand, he wanted to deal with the worries about the dark web killer, and on the other hand, he wanted to get rid of this follower who followed his fiancée every day, who was of no use to him but knew too many of his secrets. This is not only very reasonable in terms of plot design, but it is also quite cool to put yourself in the perspective of the destined protagonist. Jiang Qin remembered very clearly that the way Ye Junlin planned to get rid of him was to assign him a mission that would surely result in his death. The execution process of this task is also the end point of his role-playing in this plot. The time is late this evening. After sending Lin Qingyue to the Zhongyan Palace and saying goodbye to her and Ye Wushuang, he immediately prepared to take a taxi and couldn't wait to go to Nanzhou to prepare for the task that Ye Junlin gave him after killing the god of war Ling Feng. At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the role-playing of the tip-off plot. The overall score of the plot role-playing is 91 points, and you have received a reward, 20 years of martial arts skills. Immediately afterwards, an invisible powerful energy quickly poured into Jiang Qin's limbs and bones. Under the impact of this invisible energy, Jiang Qin's muscles swelled up as if they were inflated, and many chaotic areas in his brain seemed to be broken open in an instant. Click, accompanied by a slight crack that only his brain could hear. The sea of consciousness was like chaos that had just begun to emerge, and the brain began to become clearer than ever before. The five senses are stronger than ever. Jiang Qin seemed to have broken through a barrier and entered a new world. Under the continuous impact of martial arts skills, his muscles, bones, qi and blood were all constantly being extracted and enhanced. Even his sea of consciousness seemed to be rapidly expanded after being swept away. That is definitely an experience that can only be experienced when leaping into a new level of life. Just like fish cross the river and reach the sea, birds jump out of the forest and fly into the vast sky. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Wait for Jiang Qin to recover from that state. He actually felt like he wanted to be liberated both physically and mentally. The surrounding world, air, plants, and insects no longer seemed to be obstacles to him, but parts that he could drive and borrow at any time. Martial King Realm. Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly moved. By opening the bridge between heaven and earth, the physical body can begin to communicate with heaven and earth, possessing certain supernatural powers and stepping half a foot into the realm of human immortality, reaching the realm of King of Martial Arts. At this moment, he clearly felt that the power of his five senses and internal strength had increased by at least several times compared to before. With such martial arts skills, coupled with the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, even without taking into account the system's final grand prize, he could easily kill Ye Junlin alone at this time. In this way, after the final scene is over, he can immediately go to Ye Junlin to settle the score. The blue sky has died, the yellow sky should be established, the year is Jiazi, and the world is blessed. Jiang Qin was more energetic than ever before. After hailing a taxi, he headed straight for Nanzhou. Chapter 170. Ye Wushuang and Su Yuyan begin to exert their strength. Did the god of war Ling Feng really collude with the Japanese warriors? And this guy is also working with Japanese warriors to infiltrate Nanzhou. Inside the Prince of Zhongyan's palace, Ye Wushuang, who was originally preparing to take a short nap, heard Jiang Qin's thoughts and an uncontrollable flash of anger flashed across his face. You know, he is a Japanese warrior. For thousands of years, Japanese warriors have repeatedly violated borders. Not only have they attempted to invade Longguo as a whole country more than once, they have also committed many inhumane massacres in Longguo. It is no exaggeration to describe the blood feud between them and the Dragon Kingdom. Especially in the past few years, they have made some small moves more than once, and their wolfish ambitions towards the entire Dragon Kingdom are self-evident. In order to compete with war god Chu Qing for the position of Lord of Nanzhou, war god Ling Feng chose to collude with these guys in private, murder war god Chu Qing, and also gave the green light to the infiltration work of Japanese warriors. What's the difference between this and being a traitor and a traitor? Both publicly and privately, Ye Wushuang could not tolerate such a situation. From what Jiang Qin said, it seems that the god of war Ling Feng is not only a very important part of the Japanese warriors' infiltration into Long Country, but he also knows a lot about the Japanese intention to infiltrate Long Country this time. In this case, then maybe I don't need to report it step by step and wait for feedback. I can just handle it specially and contact Wuhan Marquis Mansion directly. Let Wuhan Marquis Mansion come forward to quell the troubles in Nanzhou and Zhongyan City. When thinking of this, Ye Wushuang's eyes couldn't help but light up. Marquis Wuhan is the Dragon Kingdom's national martial god and a truly unrivaled national hero. Coming from a military background, not only has he made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, he is also a man of loyalty and courage, and enjoys a high reputation both in the Dragon Kingdom's court and among the people. The most glorious battle was when Dragon Country wanted to get one of the 5 standing director seats of the Global Martial Arts Alliance. This marquis single-handedly fought against the martial kings of 8 countries, forcing them to bow their heads and finally vote for Dragon Country. The king also trusted this man very much. After Dragon Country became one of the top 5 executive directors of the Global Martial Arts Alliance a few years ago, he specially established a new department and put him in charge. Dragon Guard. They manage things that others can manage, and they also manage things that others cannot manage. They manage the internal affairs of the court and eliminate the villains outside. They execute first and report later. They are the special envoys of the imperial power. This department is specifically responsible for dealing with foreign invasions and malpractices within the court. Moreover, everyone inside is a top martial arts master. It would be most appropriate to report the matter of war god Ling Feng and the Japanese warriors' intention to infiltrate to them for handling. Once the people from Wuhan Marquis Mansion arrive, they will not tolerate even the slightest bit of sand in their eyes. I guess the crisis brought to Zhongyan City by the dark web bounty will also be cleared up by them. Ye Wushuang's eyes flickered, and after sorting out all the situations in his mind, he simply came to the office of the king of Zhongyan's mansion, picked up an old landline phone specially provided by Longguo in the office, and quickly dialed a special number. Hello, is this the Marquis of Wuhan Mansion? I am Ye Wushuang, the king of Zhongyan. Please inform the Marquis that Ye Wushuang has something important to report to him. It is a special dedicated telephone that is absolutely not allowed to be used unless under special circumstances, and the telephone authority is extremely high. As Ye Wushuang called over, a middle-aged male voice with a powerful tone came from the other side. I am Zhao Weian, Ms. Ye, please tell me what you want to say. Ye Wushuang quickly reported some of the information he knew to Wuanhu Zhao Weian. On the other side, inside the crown of a big tree outside the Wang family manor, Su Yuyan's eyes fluctuated. From what Jiang Qin said, he is going to start getting hard today, and after finishing the last scene, he will confront Ye Junlin. That's a rare and great pleasure. I have to join in the fun. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, she left quickly like a phantom, and then called an online taxi and prepared to go to Nanzhou. While waiting for the bus, her brain was working rapidly. Looking at Ye Junlin's strength, it should be no problem for him to kill a warrior in the early stage of the martial king realm alone. And this guy is a bit evil. Although Jiang Qin has also broken through to the martial king realm and possesses the dragon elephant prajna paramita technique, he may not be able to kill him in one fell swoop. If this guy escapes this time, there will be endless trouble in the future. I have to find a way to help him. I have to ensure that Jiang Qin's revenge is foolproof. A suitable candidate quickly emerged in Su Yuyan's mind. She quickly opened her address book, found her father Su Chengqing's number, and called him. Dad, bring someone to help. Your beloved son-in-law is in Nanzhou. He's about to be beaten to death by a perverted rogue who has a very powerful background and does all kinds of evil things. Woo. What the hell? Son-in-law. On the other side of the phone, Su Chengqing, who was leisurely fishing and seeking enlightenment amidst a vast landscape of mountains, rivers and countryside, almost dropped his phone and fishing rod when he heard the voice. Chapter 171 Can't afford to play. Su Chengqing originally wanted to send Su Yuyan to the secular world to gain more experience for a period of time, to see all that is worldly, so as to pave the way for her to break through the martial king realm in the future, to reach a higher realm, and to comprehend her own martial arts. He originally thought that with his precious daughter's extraordinary talent and vision, it would be difficult for anyone to catch her eye. But now Su Yuyan actually told him that he already had a son-in-law. What is going on? His own precious daughter secretly got married to someone else without his knowledge. Let's put saving people aside for now. Tell me, your husband, what's going on with your son-in-law? Su Chengqing originally had a very sage-like demeanor, but when talking about this, he somehow sounded a bit murderous. Oh, that's it. I met a guy who was really fun and exactly what I wanted to do, and then I fell in love with him. Su Yuyan said lightly. Su Chengqing said in a deep voice, what's the boy's name, where is he from, how many people are there in his family, what does he do, and how old is he this year? His name is Jiang Qin. We don't know where he's from, how many people are in his family, what he does, or how old he is. You were with him without knowing anything. Su Chengqing blew his nose and glared, that guy can cast a spell. Did he cast a love spell on you? No dad, Jiang Qin is really nice, I like him very much. Stop asking so many questions, just come and save him. Su Yuyan acted like a spoiled brat. In the past, whenever she used this trick, his father would be immediately controlled and would listen to her obediently. But this time, Su Chengqing still blew his nose and glared, this is your lifelong event, don't try to get away with it. That kid. Oh, Dad, Su Yuyan interrupted Su Chengqing's questions and said, Jiang Qin is the man I have chosen, and I will never change in this life. He may be in danger now. I'm asking you for help. Will you help me? Do you want your daughter to be a widow and live in pain for the rest of her life? Yes. Su Chengqing didn't want to ask any more questions after hearing this. After a moment of helplessness, he replied, tell me, where is the location? Your husband will be there soon. Nanzhou, come to Nanzhou and meet me first, and I will tell you slowly about the rest. Okay. Su Chengqing hung up the phone and prepared to leave. But when he turned around and saw that there was not a single fish in his basket, he got angry for no reason again. Others come to fish and catch nothing, but I come and catch nothing. Are you looking down on me? His whole body was filled with a powerful aura, an invisible force burst out, and a strange scene suddenly appeared. A column of water swept up from the pool in front, sweeping away all the water in the pool, causing the water level to continue to drop. In a short while, all the fish, shrimps, crabs in the pond and even the scene at the bottom were exposed. The fish, shrimps and crabs inside were suddenly in a panic. Fish, shrimp and crab, if you can't catch them, you have to take the money. Can't afford it. Su Changqing controlled the flow of the water column while staring at the fish, shrimps and crabs and snorted coldly. Remember this face, okay? Next time if I can't catch you, I'll really pump the water out and fish you all out. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, letting the water column return to the pool. Su Changqing threw all the remaining baits into the pool, and then he flew away into the air like an immortal. On the other side, just when Su Yuyan and Su Changqing rushed to Nanzhou, preparing to meet in Nanzhou Qingyan Mountain, on the top of the mountain, in an area rarely visited by people. An old man who was sitting facing the wall in meditation suddenly had his eyebrows twitching. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and began to calculate quickly by counting on his fingers. After calculating carefully for a moment, he suddenly said, "Not good," and then he left the cliff like a gust of wind and came to the middle of a group of small wooden houses, shouting like thunder, "Everyone come here quickly, something big has happened." Following his roar, dozens of distinguished men and women immediately emerged from different directions. "What's wrong, boss? What happened that made you lose your composure like this?" These are all masters who chose to retire to Qingyan Mountain because of various special stories. Each one of them, if taken individually, is a person who once created a legend. And they all have the same identity, Ye Junlin's master. The one who was in charge of shouting was Ye Junlin's master, the founder and manager of this secluded place, the former peerless martial king, Tianjizi. Tianjizi looked at everyone with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Just now I was meditating on the cliff, and suddenly I had an idea and sensed an unprecedented crisis. After careful calculation, I found that our disciple Junlin might have encountered the greatest disaster in his life. I calculated a hexagram, and it shows that this calamity is extremely dangerous. It is a disaster that is beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. If Junlin cannot get through it smoothly, he may die. It's urgent. So, I gathered everyone here at this moment because I want to bring a few brothers and sisters who can help. Let's go down the mountain together to help Junlin and try to help him survive this disaster." Chapter 172 Lin Qingyue, what are you doing? Tianjizi's strength is unquestionable. Although the person who was able to create the urban myth at that time was not invincible, looking around the world, there were only a few people who could be on the same level as him. A powerful warrior in the late stage of martial king realm. His sense of destiny is extremely accurate. Moreover, as an old man on Qingyan Mountain, everyone knows that this man's divination is simply divine. You can almost see through the secrets of heaven. Many of them were able to find a glimmer of hope in some dangerous and desperate situations thanks to Tianjizi's divination. Hearing Tianjizi being so serious, and that the matter involved Ye Junlin, the excellent successor they had finally found, everyone's faces became serious. "Since you've lost your composure so seriously, boss, we old guys will accompany you this time." Several old men whose strength had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm or even the half-step martial king realm were the first to walk out of the crowd. Among them, there is an evil doctor with poisonous hands who is good at medical skills, a former thief king who is good at making things happen with his bare hands, and a global gambling god who dominates the gambling world. But these identities are not the point at the moment. What is really important is their martial arts skills, all of which have reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm or even the half-step martial king realm. Moreover, apart from their profound martial arts skills, they also have their own strengths. The medical skills and acupuncture of the evil doctor with poisonous hands, the agility and skills of the thief king, the thousands of changes of the god of gamblers. These additions make their strength far beyond the reach of other warriors of the same level. To put it bluntly, with their many years of experience in the martial arts world and their unique skills, any one of them could fight against an ordinary martial king realm master. If he were to be placed in public, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a peerless master. Seeing this, Tianjizi nodded slightly. If these people followed him down the mountain, it would definitely provide more security for Ye Junlin. "Boss, this is my Wolf King order. When necessary, use this order to summon 100,000 members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group from abroad. Boss, this is my Lighthouse Country Supreme Black card. With this card, I can get all the financial groups in Lighthouse Country to help me. Boss, this is a magic sword that I have spent all my efforts to forge and nurture over the years. The name of the sword is Zonlong. Although the others were not as strong as others in martial arts, they all took out their best treasures and gave them to Tianjizi. Junlin is a rare genius who only appears once in a century. It is highly likely that none of us will find another excellent successor in this lifetime. Everyone placed all their hopes on Tianjizi and his group. So, boss, I'm leaving it to you. Tianjizi accepted these treasures one by one, and then said in a deep voice, Junlin is also the successor I have chosen for this life. No matter what, I will do my best to protect him. After he finished speaking, he nodded slightly to everyone, then he and several masters from Qingyan Mountain quickly jumped off the cliff together. Almost at the same time, Tianjizi and his group rushed to Nanzhou, preparing to find Ye Junlin and help him overcome the tribulation. In a guest room in the Zhongyan Palace, Lin Qingyue couldn't help pacing back and forth inside. Judging from what Jiang Qin just said, Jiang Qin is about to usher in his last episode. After the story ended, he prepared to take revenge on Ye Junlin. At such a critical juncture, given her current importance and feelings for Jiang Qin, she should have been present. But what bothers Lin Qingyue now is that she can't play any role at all in the martial arts world, especially in front of martial arts masters of the level of Jiang Qin and Ye Junlin. She had no way to help Jiang Qin. Even if he went to the scene, he might become a burden to Jiang Qin. In this case, it seems better not to go. What should I do? Go ahead. I'm afraid I'll become a burden to Jiang Qin and bring him trouble. If I don't go, it will seem that I don't value him enough, and I will always feel that I owe him something when I think about it later. Lin Qingyue kept pacing back and forth, but could not think of a solution that would satisfy both parties. As a last resort, after comparing the two options again and finding that neither was good, she simply called Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I have a question for you. If someone you care about is going to do something very important, emotionally, you should be with him, but logically, you can't help him at all, and you may even become a burden to him. What would you do? In an online hailing car heading to Nanzhou, Jiang Qin immediately put on an expression like an old man on the subway with his cell phone. If you are not my sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why do you want to ask such a question so suddenly? Also, isn't it a bit too abstract? I am just a bodyguard, not a psychologist, a chat companion, or a writer of inspirational articles. Can you please respect my profession a little? Chapter 173, The friend who starts the fight must be the clown. Jiang Qin's psychological activities are very rich. But on the surface, he acted extremely calm, and was only slightly surprised when he heard the voice and asked, Boss Lin, why did you suddenly think of asking this? I have a friend. Lin Qingyue's slightly complicated voice soon came from the other end of the phone. When a friend starts, it must be the clown. No, that friend must be you. Jiang Qin's brain started working rapidly again. The eldest sister-in-law has someone she cares about very much, and she has to do something very important. Emotionally, she should go to accompany that person, but logically, she can't help that person at all, and she may even become a burden to that person. Hiss, why does this sentence give me such a strong sense of déjà vu? Is it a coincidence? My friend encountered such a problem and just came to ask me, but I don't know how to deal with it. For some reason, Lin Qingyue's voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little shameful. Jiang Qin suspected that he had heard it wrongly. He coughed lightly and said politely, Boss Lin, you know I'm just a rough guy. I don't have much knowledge, and my brain is not very smart. But aren't you a warrior? Lin Qingyue interrupted hastily. Logically speaking, you should be able to empathize with that kind of situation better than an ordinary person like me. Put yourself in the situation first, and then tell me what is the best way to do it. This, Jiang Qin felt something was not right. He always felt that Lin Qingyue was alluding to them. To be on the safe side, he thought about it for a moment and said simply, in a situation like this, I think if I were your friend, Mr. Lin, it would be best not to cause trouble. Because it's easy for us to understand the situation from a bystander's perspective. If Ms. Lin's friend went there, she would say that it's better to be with the person she cares about. In fact, it's just satisfying her own psychology. It may not be the case for the person she cares about. To some extent, this is simply the wishful thinking of your friend, Mr. Lin. She went there to satisfy a certain psychological need of her own, but at the same time, she actually brought trouble to the people she cared about. I think that as long as the person your friend, Mr. Lin, cares about is not a love-brained person, he should be more inclined to not become a burden. If she really misses him or feels bad, she can just call him or send him a message to tell him that she misses him and that she doesn't want to be a burden to him. This way, she can satisfy her psychological needs without becoming a burden to him. As these words were spoken, Lin Qingyue on the other end of the phone was obviously lost in thought. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long while before she breathed a sigh of relief. What you said makes sense. In that case, I will go back to my friend like this. Thank you, Jiang Qin. Mr. Lin, you're welcome. Jiang Qin still felt that Lin Qingyue seemed to be alluding to them, but she had no evidence. He said polite words, and after the call was hung up, he put away his phone and secretly pondered some of the messages in Lin Qingyue's words. Someone Lin Qingyue cares about very much is going to do something very important. At this point in time, it really seems like it's talking about Jiang Qin. But when I think about it carefully, it doesn't seem like he is talking about Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin was now preparing to act out the final scene, and was even going to settle accounts with Ye Junlin after the performance was over, but he had not mentioned these things to anyone. It is even more impossible for Lin Qingyue to know. Unless she is the worm in Jiang Qin's stomach, or she can hear Jiang Qin's thoughts. These are obviously unreasonable. Therefore, judging from the overall situation, Jiang Qin was probably just a little overstressed and was paranoid. When thinking about this, Jiang Qin slowly relaxed and began to close his eyes to rest. When we arrived in Nanzhou, we randomly booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel and relaxed comfortably in the suite. That evening, after having thoroughly enjoyed myself and adjusted myself to my best state, as expected, Ye Junlin called me. As soon as the call was connected, Ye Junlin's slightly low and angry voice came from the other end. Jiang Qin, I have already sought revenge on the god of war Ling Feng. From the clues given by war god Ling Feng, he is not the real mastermind behind the annihilation of our Ye family. The real order to exterminate the entire Ye family was issued by a mysterious organization in Japan. Even the Japanese national master is a member of that organization. What? Jiang Qin naturally said in disbelief. Boss, your family's blood feud is actually related to a mysterious organization in Japan. Is there some secret hidden behind your family's blood feud? I also suspect there is something fishy going on here. Ye Junlin's voice was low and filled with anger, but war god Ling Feng doesn't know either. I only got 2 clues from him. One is that the mysterious Japanese organization he cooperates with has a small secret base in Nanzhou. The other is that the mysterious Japanese organization has a larger base in the coastal area. Here it comes. When Jiang Qin heard this, his breathing became uncontrollable and stagnant for a moment. The suicide mission that Ye Junlin arranged for himself, the last episode of his acting career, is coming. Chapter 174. Being brothers, in the heart, if something goes wrong, the phone can't be reached. Jiang Qin waited quietly for Ye Junlin's next words. As expected, after saying this, Ye Junlin continued, in order to avoid any more trouble, I plan to go to the coastal area overnight to investigate the hideout of the mysterious Japanese organization mentioned by the god of war Ling Feng. You should also take action immediately and prepare to go to the small secret base in Nanzhou to investigate and see if you can find any useful clues. Yes. Jiang Qin seemed to be submissive on the surface, but he was actually excited in his heart. It's finally here. Looking forward to the stars and the moon. After this episode ended, I was able to make the most of the sea. Jiang Qin knew very well that Ye Junlin's claim that he went to the coastal area to investigate the large hideout of the Japanese organization was completely false. This guy had taken down Mikami Keiko before, and today he killed the god of war Ling Feng with great power, which completely conquered this girl. She is now busy having in-depth exchanges with her. The so-called coastal Japanese organization's hideout does not exist at all. After killing the god of war Ling Feng, Ye Junlin never left the god of war palace. He was having an exciting time in the war god palace, in front of the corpse of war god Ling Feng. The so-called investigation of the hideout of the Japanese organization along the coast was just an excuse he made up to ask Jiang Qin to investigate the hideout of the Japanese organization in Nanzhou. Moreover, Ye Junlin had already figured out the situation of the Japanese organization's hideout, and was very sure that Jiang Qin would be dead if he went there. His arrangement this time was exactly the same as in the original novel, which was to let Jiang Qin go to his death. After hearing Jiang Qin's response, Ye Junlin rarely showed a little affection towards him. Thank you for your hard work during this period. After we have thoroughly investigated the situation of the mysterious organization in Japan and found out who the enemy who wiped out my entire Ye family is, I will arrange a leisurely job for you to rest. When the time comes, I will arrange everything for you, including cars, money, houses, and women. I guarantee that your hard work will not be in vain. Thank you, boss. Jiang Qin looked grateful. After all, you are my brother, and you have been through life and death for me for so long. Ye Junlin still looked like a brother with deep affection. Okay, it's settled. Get ready and come to Nanzhou as soon as possible. I'll send you the location of the mysterious Japanese organization's hideout in Nanzhou. Go check it out under cover of night. Yes. Jiang Qin responded passionately again on the surface, but he sneered in his heart. Brother. Being brothers is like being brothers in your heart. You can't get through to me on the phone when something happens, right? In that case, I also love gold and my sister-in-law, and I love chopping big guys with a kitchen knife. In the Zhongyan Palace, Lin Qingyue's cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? Jiang Qin naturally didn't know this. After Ye Junlin hung up the phone, he sent another address. After thinking about his own plot in the original novel in his mind, he quickly worked out the details of his own role in this plot in his mind. Around 11 o'clock that night. According to the time of the events in the original novel, Jiang Qin quickly moved towards the base of the mysterious Japanese organization in Nanzhou. The place was a forest of unfinished buildings in the northern suburbs of Nanzhou City. In stark contrast to the bright lights around it, it was pitch black inside, with no birds and only overgrown weeds. In the bustling city, it seemed particularly lonely, eerie and mysterious. If you want to shoot a horror movie or horror scene material, you don't need to build any additional scenery. Just shoot it and add some scary BGM. Just looking at the surrounding situation, apart from the occasional homeless vagrants or stray cats and dogs that occasionally step in, there seems to be no signs of human activity at all. However, Jiang Qin also knew that these were just appearances. The address given by Ye Junlin is indeed correct. There are indeed some warriors from the mysterious Japanese organization hiding inside. Furthermore, these warriors were not just any little karamis, but some elites from a mysterious Japanese organization that intended to infiltrate Nanzhou. Among them there are not only several Japanese warriors at the Grandmaster level, but the leader has even reached the Grandmaster level. At this moment, the reason why there is no sign of anyone's actions around here is that they are deliberately hiding so as not to attract the attention of others, especially the dragon guards of the Dragon Kingdom. These guys are now in a somewhat similar state to the wartime spies of the past. Although infiltration work is important, hiding oneself is also extremely important. When he arrived at the vicinity of the unfinished buildings, Jiang Qin first sensed them carefully. As expected, they discovered that in the high-rise buildings on the four sides of the unfinished building forest, there were Japanese warriors secretly occupying the commanding heights, carefully watching any movement around the unfinished building forest. And in the center of the unfinished building forest, inside an unfinished building, there are several powerful auras hidden. The one with the most powerful aura among them was actually a powerful person in the early stage of Grandmaster realm. Exactly the same as the description in the original book. After confirming that the situation was correct, Jiang Qin immediately imitated his own performance in the original work and began to act out his role. Chapter 175 The Last Performance. The unfinished building is located next to a big river, with dense forests on both sides. The main entrance and exit is connected to a busy road. Jiang Qin walked into the dense forest from the main road, and then from inside the dense forest, the dog sneaked towards the unfinished building forest. Of course, at this time, he played the role of a sneaky dark energy warrior. So, when his figure suddenly disappeared from the busy main road into the dense forest, and then sneaked towards the unfinished building forest, a Japanese warrior who had been eyeing that direction soon noticed him. When Jiang Qin finally passed through the dense forest and arrived in front of the unfinished building, he looked inside quietly when a male voice with a very heavy accent suddenly came out from behind him. "Are you new?" "Who?" Jiang Qin pretended to be startled and turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. Kang, there was a sound of a sharp blade being unsheathed, a cold light flashed past, and a flashing, icy ninja sword was already placed on his neck. "If you don't want to die, just come here and be quiet." The speaker was a middle-aged man with a mustache, pigtails, and a particularly sinister look in his eyes. Japanese warriors. Why are there Japanese warriors here? Jiang Qin pretended to be surprised. "Tell me, who are you and why did you come to us?" The man with the mustache still had a heavy accent. While interrogating Jiang Qin, he also made noises similar to the chirping of a bird. Soon, a burst of bird calls was heard from the unfinished building forest. Immediately afterwards, several powerful auras hidden in the unfinished buildings flew towards this side together. Of course, only these few figures came. The few Japanese warriors hiding on the rooftops of several unfinished buildings, responsible for observing the surrounding movements, are still holding their posts. What's going on? When those figures approached, Jiang Qin clearly saw that the dwarf leading the group looked at the boy with the pigtail in a serious expression. Behind him, several other Japanese ninjas were also on guard. In reply to Kurofuji Taijin, an intruder has been discovered. And this guy is a warrior. These people were all speaking Japanese, which was a lot of gibberish and Jiang Qin couldn't understand at all. Fortunately, he had a system, which automatically translated it for him, so he understood the conversation between the Japanese devils. That Lady He Teng is the person in charge of this den. After he understood the situation clearly, he looked at Jiang Qin with a sullen face. Who are you and why did you break in here? He Teng speaks Longguo dialect very fluently and sounds like a native Longguo person. Everyone, I was just avoiding my enemies and accidentally broke in here. I really don't know. This is your territory. Jiang Qin recited the lines from the original novel verbatim. Nonsense. Before the Black Vine lady could say anything, the braided girl blew her nose and glared. I've been observing you for a long time just now, and you're clearly coming towards us. Tell me the truth, who are you and what are your intentions? The expression on the face of the Black Vine Lord also became more gloomy. Dragon countryman, it's not a big deal for you to break into our territory, but if you lie to me, then the situation will be completely different. What I hate most is when someone cheats me. Jiang Qin continued to read from the script. No, I really broke in here by accident. If you don't welcome me, I'll leave now. I will forget everything that happened here after I leave. Kurofuji Taijin, this man is definitely lying, and judging from his appearance, he seems to be prepared to fight to the end. The little braided boy once again communicated with Kurofuji Taijin in Japanese. It's no longer suitable for us to stay here for long. We don't have time to interrogate him strictly. Why don't we just kill him and quickly move to another temporary base? I will kill him right now, and then we will quickly clean up the scene and leave. No, Black Vine Lady waved her hands and said in a deep voice, this man should be killed, but he cannot be hacked to death. Once the person is killed, there is still some trace of blood and smell, which makes it difficult to clean up in a short period of time. There is no way to hide from martial arts masters. Knock him out and throw him into the river behind. It would be best if you let the river drown him. As for moving to other temporary bases, there is no need. Since this place has been exposed, the other temporary bases are likely to be exposed as well. We might as well wait here and see what kind of forces are investigating this place. According to common sense, there shouldn't be any disturbances in Nanzhou recently. There's no new news coming from Lingfeng either, so it shouldn't be someone from the Dragon Country official. When Xiaobianzi heard what He Teng Taijin said, he thought it made sense. He shouted, "Hi," and then slapped Jiang Qin on the back of the neck with a palm knife. Jiang Qin naturally groaned as well, and pretended to faint. He fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 176 Roleplay completed, ultimate prize received. Deal with it more cleanly. Seeing Jiang Qin fall down, He Teng Taijin was too lazy to stay here any longer. After leaving the last words, he took his subordinates and quickly flew back to the place where he had been hiding before. Hi. As for the man with pigtails, he saluted respectfully at his back, and after watching He Teng's figure go away, he picked up Jiang Qin, quickly cleaned up some traces at the scene, and flew towards the river behind the unfinished building as light as a swallow. When carrying Jiang Qin to the river, Xiaobianzi was very cautious. He walked along the river for several thousand meters downstream and only stopped when he came to a bridge. After stopping, the man carefully checked Jiang Qin's breathing and heartbeat, and confirmed that there was no problem. He then tied Jiang Qin's hands and feet with a rope, and then threw Jiang Qin into the river. Not only that, after throwing Jiang Qin into the river and watching Jiang Qin's body being submerged by the surging river, Xiaobianzi left immediately and hid in the darkness to observe for a while. Generally speaking, if a person is drowning in water for no more than 4 minutes, they can most likely be saved. But if drowning lasts more than 4 minutes, there is basically no chance of survival. He hid in the darkness and observed silently for 5 minutes, confirming that there was nothing unusual on the river surface. Then he cleared all traces of himself and quickly rushed back in the direction of the unfinished building forest under the cover of darkness and dense forest. At the same time, at the bottom of the river, Jiang Qin, who had been maintaining a state of suspended animation and secretly paying attention to the situation outside, suddenly broke the ropes that bound his hands and feet, leapt up, and quickly emerged from the bottom of the river. Then, it stepped on the surface of the river like a dragonfly skimming the water and quickly returned to the shore. While walking back through the river, he mobilized his internal energy to drain the river water from his hair, skin, clothes, and shoes. When he returned to the shore, his whole body had been completely clean and refreshed. Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly became brighter than ever before. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the last scene play, the play score is 100 points, and you have received the reward, the ability to shield your inner voice. The ability to shield the host's inner voice. Once acquired, the host can shield his inner voice at will, preventing anyone from knowing the host's inner voice. Huh, Jiang Qin was a little surprised. Don't let anyone know your inner thoughts anymore. What does this, anymore, mean? Has my inner voice been discovered by someone before? But before he could think about it, another long-awaited system prompt sounded. Congratulations host, you have completed all the plots. The system will now begin to comprehensively score all the plots of the host. Please wait. Please wait. Ding, the comprehensive score of all plot roleplaying is completed. The host's comprehensive score of all plot roleplaying is 69 points. The roleplaying is qualified and meets the conditions for receiving the ultimate prize. Congratulations to the host for winning the ultimate prize of the God-level roleplaying system, a super gift package worth trillions. Host, would you like to claim it now? A beating heart, trembling hands. Receive it. Jiang Qin chose to receive it without even thinking twice. Then, the next second, a series of system prompt sounds rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for winning one of the ultimate prizes, unlocking all permissions of this system, and obtaining a copy of the corresponding information of the highest permissions of this system. As the system prompt sounded, the detailed functional description of this God-level role-playing system was clearly imprinted in Jiang Qin's mind. That's why Jiang Qin finally understood what the reward for the plot role-playing meant by not letting others know his inner thoughts. It turns out that after he bound the system, Lin Qingyue, Ye Wushuang and Su Yuyan could all hear his, Yang's, thoughts. No wonder Lin Qingyue acted so abnormal when he just came here. No wonder Ye Wushuang appeared early. The plot of Su Yuyan and Ye Junlin's first meeting also turned into Su Yuyan running to find him. I see. It turned out that at the beginning, it was not Lin Qingyue who had a fever but Ye Wushuang who was crazy. Behind all of this, it is because they heard his voice and knew their future fate in advance. Everything is clear now. Jiang Qin suddenly understood. Congratulations to the host for winning one of the ultimate prizes, her telepathy. After mastering this, you can hear the thoughts of all the people you want to eavesdrop on within the range of your spiritual awareness. As the system prompt sounded this time, Jiang Qin felt a subtle feeling surge into his heart. When he came out of that subtle feeling, his perception of the surroundings seemed to become even more subtle. Congratulations to the host for winning one of the ultimate prizes, 100 billion in cash. The funds will be delivered to you within 24 hours in a completely reasonable and legal manner. And these are just the beginning, the system's ultimate prize is still being awarded. Chapter 177 Awakening, Hunting Time. Congratulations to the host for winning one of the ultimate prizes, the gate for free travel between the two worlds. The free shuttle gate between the two worlds, the host can activate it at will, and freely shuttle between the world before the traversal and the current novel world. Unlimited use. P.S. The host can freely shuttle with the harvest of the novel world, and the shuttle will not affect the host's previous harvest. As another system prompt sounded, Jiang Qin's eyes couldn't help but move. After that, you can even travel freely between the two worlds. And you can also carry your own harvest with you when you travel. This is a bit invincible. Imagine that if you were a martial king master with the dragon elephant Prajna Paramita Kung Fu and 100 billion in assets, and you were to return to the real urban world, wouldn't that be a massacre? It's kind of exciting just thinking about it. It would be even more invincible if we could bring the characters in the book, such as Lin Qingyue, Su Yuyan, Ye Wushuang, etc., to the real world together. Jiang Qin had just had this thought when another system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host, you have won the ultimate prize, 900 years of skill. This time the system's prompt sound appeared. An incomparably pure and powerful force quickly filled Jiang Qin's 8 extraordinary meridians, 362 acupoints, 208 bones, and every tendon. A cool and refreshing force that seemed to be intoxicating enveloped his brain and sea of consciousness. Then, under the impact of this powerful force, he began to feel as if his body was being torn apart. First, the skin bursts like a balloon inflated to its limit. Then the acupuncture points and tendons began to break open. Then comes muscle breakdown. Bones exploded. The whole person felt as if he was being tortured to death. Even though his sea of consciousness was well protected by the cool feeling, Jiang Qin still felt a shudder in his soul, as if his soul was about to die from the pain. The pain did not begin to subside until his body, under the impact of that force, expelled most of the impurities from his bones, tendons, blood, muscles, and skin, and his skeleton finally took on a texture like white jade. After the jade bones are forged, the next step is to widen and strengthen the tendons and the 8 extraordinary meridians, extract the qi and blood, strengthen the muscles, and strengthen the skin. Jiang Qin didn't know how long he was washed over by that force. He only knew that when the wash finally ended, he felt like he was reborn, as if he had completely merged with the world. Harmony between man and nature. Everything in Zhou Zai's life seemed to be his hands, his eyes, and part of his body, and he could use it to his heart's content. The bone marrow is like mercury, the qi and blood are like the tide, and the body is like glass, pure and without any blemish. The surrounding flowers and plants grew towards him, as if bowing to him. Countless snakes, insects, rats and ants trembled, and the river water surged. Incomparably powerful. Martial arts saint. Martial arts holy land. Done. Jiang Qin felt his own condition, familiarized himself with the ability to block his mind and his various abilities, and then strolled towards the unfinished building forest. Now that he has completed all the plot roles, he can do whatever he wants and be himself. Next, wake up, it's hunting time. On the other side, just as Jiang Qin was walking through the courtyard towards the unfinished building forest, in a secret base in Nanzhou, Ye Wushuang was communicating with the dragon guards of Wuan Marquis Mansion with a confused look on his face. Because ever since Jiang Qin went to the unfinished building Lin and was thrown into the river by Xiaobianzi, his voice mysteriously disappeared. Such a change made her feel a little at a loss. After all, she had never encountered a situation where Jiang Qin's heart disappeared before. Thinking that Jiang Qin was tied up and thrown into the river, Ye Wushuang was confused and inexplicably nervous. Could it be that Jiang Qin had an accident? How about we go over there secretly and take a look? Thinking about this, she briefly explained a few things to the dragon guards, then drove the car herself towards the bridge where Xiaobianzi threw Jiang Qin into the river. At almost the same time, on the rooftop of a high-rise building in Nanzhou, Su Yuyan also looked confused after meeting Su Changqing. I have no idea why Jiang Qin's voice suddenly disappeared. She turned her head and looked at her father. Dad, if a Grand Master is tied up and drowned for a few minutes, will he drown? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Changqing already knew that his daughter was just in love with him and they were not really in a relationship. He was deceived by her to act as insurance. Hearing this, he was immediately annoyed. A great master has strong blood and qi. His bones, muscles and pores can contract freely. Not to mention holding his breath for 3 or 4 minutes, he can even pretend to be dead for 3 or 4 days without any problem. Being underwater for 3 or 4 minutes is easier for them than eating or drinking. How could they drown? As for being tied up with ropes, that's even more ridiculous. A great master can project his energy dozens of meters away, and even flying petals and falling leaves can hurt people. Unless the material is made of some rare treasure, how can there be a rope to tie up their hands and feet? Chapter 178 How can the fishing man's affairs be said to be the Air Force? What's going on? Su Yuyan's eyes flickered. Since it is almost impossible for a Grand Master to be at risk of drowning and it is also difficult for him to be trapped by ordinary ropes, why did Jiang Qin's voice suddenly disappear? Could it be that some unexpected changes occurred? Dad, you're fast. I'll point me in a direction and you take me over there to have a look. Thinking of this, Su Yuyan hurriedly looked at her father. What are you going to do? Su Changqing glared at his daughter unhappily. Su Yuyan said quickly, Jiang Qin and I have an agreement. He has to go to a place to do something. When the matter is completed, he will send me a signal. But now, more than 10 minutes have passed since the time he agreed to meet with me. I'm afraid something might happen to him. Su Chengqing understood her meaning immediately. You mean, Jiang Qin is a master at the grandmaster level. He pretended to be tied up and thrown into the river. And then he pretended to be dead at the bottom of the river for a few minutes. According to your original plan, he would send you a signal after 3 or 4 minutes of pretending to be dead, but now, more than 10 minutes have passed and he still hasn't sent you a signal. Su Yuyan's scalp tingled. Dad, with your IQ, it's no wonder you don't have many friends. Ordinary people can't keep any secrets from you. It's terrible. Humph. Su Chengqing snorted coldly, then I'll let you play me around. Your words, you don't want your daughter to be a widow and live in pain for the rest of her life, almost broke my heart. Your father, had a pond full of fish but I didn't even have time to catch them, and you came here in a hurry. Zundujiadu, Su Yuyan blinked immediately when she heard the keyword, fishing. Dad, you are so angry, are you out of luck again? Nonsense, Su Chengqing's face turned red, and he quickly defended himself. Don't you know how good your father is? I always come back with a full load. How can it be possible that I always come back with nothing? Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me where that young man named Jiang Qin is right now, and I'll take you there right away. Dad, why do I feel like you are covering up something? Su Yuyan blinked again. Su Chengqing's old face became even redder. He coughed quickly and said with a stern face, are you going to rescue Jiang Qin or not? If you don't go, I'll go back. You dragged your dad to the rooftop to enjoy the cold wind late at night, and you slandered your dad and me as an Air Force officer. Aren't you bored? Help, help, help. Su Yuyan quickly walked to her father's side. Dad, let me tell you the direction, please take me there. Speak. Su Chengqing snorted again. After Su Yuyan gave a direction, he picked her up and stepped directly out of the 100-meter rooftop, stepped on the void, and headed towards the direction Su Yuyan said. When Su Yuyan saw this, a hint of cunning quickly flashed in her eyes. My dad is good at everything except fishing, which is hard to describe in words. But he is not good at it and loves to play, which is his hobby. He also hates it when others say that he fails. She talked about this now, and sure enough, she had her father under control. When Su Chengqing took Su Yuyan to the place where Jiang Qin was thrown into the river, he came to his senses. It seems like I'm being manipulated by my own daughter again. He glanced at Su Yuyan beside him and shook his head secretly in his heart. It is said that a daughter is her father's little cotton-padded jacket. It seems that my little cotton jacket is leaking air. On the other hand, Jiang Qin didn't know what happened between Su Yuyan and her fisherman father. When he strolled around the unfinished building forest, he originally wanted to seek revenge on the man with the pigtail who tied him up and threw him into the river. But what was unexpected was that the secret sentry on the unfinished building had been replaced. She was replaced by a Japanese female warrior with a hollow face and a burly figure. When the female warrior saw Jiang Qin appear beside her without anyone noticing, she was obviously surprised, and then her eyes became excited. You actually escaped back. Unbelievable. However, this is also fine. I can enjoy this young and strong body first and then kill it. The female warrior swallowed her saliva and looked up and down at Jiang Qin's face and strong body, which were as handsome as those of many readers, and her eyes lit up. What the hell is this? Jiang Qin felt a chill in his heart, and then he was too lazy to talk nonsense with this melon-faced tank, and just thought about it. A powerful force, like an invisible giant hand, grabbed the Japanese female warrior fiercely. Bang! It was like a 200-pound water balloon being instantly burst by a force of over 100,000 pounds. The female warrior's body was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only a cloud of blood mist that exploded. A bloody smell also spread. Jiang Qin didn't try to cover anything intentionally. Baka. Enemy attack. There's a smell of blood coming from the southeast, enemy attack. Within the range of his powerful spiritual sense, he soon heard a slight commotion coming from the middle of the unfinished buildings. Then another burst of bird calls came from one of their mouths. Chapter 179, The Damage of a Fight. Jiang Qin knew that this was a secret code for these Japanese warriors to communicate with each other. The bird calls this time were almost reminding all the Japanese warriors in the unfinished building forest that there was an enemy attack. The next second after the bird's cry, the Japanese warriors who were stalking in the other three directions looked towards Jiang Qin's direction almost at the same time. The Black Vine lady who was in the middle of the unfinished building forest also brought a group of people and quickly flew towards Jiang Qin. When they followed the direction of the bloody smell and came to the unfinished building where Jiang Qin and the Japanese female warrior were, there was a flash of surprise in the eyes of Taijin. "It's you." Then, the Black Vine lady immediately turned her head and looked at the pigtailed girl behind her. "Didn't you just tell me that you had thrown this dragon countryman into the river and cleaned up all traces? Explain, what is going on?" When Xiaobianzi saw Jiang Qin standing alive on the unfinished building, and the Japanese female warrior had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood at the scene, he also widened his eyes in shock. "Kurofuji Taijin, I just tied up this guy's hands and feet and threw him into the river under the bridge a few kilometers away. To make sure everything was safe, I secretly watched from the shore for several minutes after throwing the thing into the river. I can confirm that there was no movement after the guy was thrown into the river." The face of Taijin was a little dark. Looking at Jiang Qin who was standing there with his hands behind his back, as if watching a play, he said in a deep voice, "Then tell me, what is this thing standing in front of us now? Are you going to tell me that this is the ghost of that Dragon Nation warrior? Don't rule out this possibility, Lady Haiteng." Little Pigtail opened his eyes wide, trying to find any signs on Jiang Qin's body that he was not a living person. "Damn it," Taijin slapped him directly. "As a martial artist at the Grandmaster level, you are so close to him, can't you even hear his breathing and heartbeat? This is obviously a living person. You were in charge of dealing with him just now, but you were either lazy and didn't handle it properly, or you neglected your work, which led to him coming back and injuring Yamato and Momo." Red Bean Paste Private Marseille, the little braid was slapped in the face. Although his face turned red, he didn't dare to refute at this moment. Instead, he immediately bowed to Taijin. "Kurofuji Taijin, in order to atone for my sins, please give me a chance to deal with this guy in person again. If you can't handle it well this time, you'll commit suicide by disembowelment and die to apologize to Yamato Momo." Kurofuji Taijin just snorted coldly, then stood aside with his hands behind his back, looking like he was going to see how Xiaobianzi would perform. Seeing this, Xiaobianzi immediately drew out his ninja sword, took a step forward, and looked at Jiang Qin coldly. "Baka. Although I don't know how you escaped from the bottom of the river, but since you insist on seeking death, I have no choice but to kill you again. Also, in order to avenge our companions, I will not let you die so easily this time. You talk too much nonsense." Jiang Qin just slapped him in the air. A huge palm of energy suddenly took shape. It was as if a pair of God's hands, carrying a terrifying and unrivaled force, lashed towards the pigtail. "What?" The guy with the braid suddenly turned pale and tried to block it with his sword. But before he could even raise the knife, a slap had already come. Bang! It was like being hit by a force of 10,000 tons. Not only was Xiaobianzi's body shattered, it was also beaten into a ball of blood mist. Even the indestructible ninja sword in his hand was beaten into powder. The smell of blood filled the air, and Jiang Qin calmly withdrew his slap. But the scene was deathly silent. Because not only Kurofuji Taijin but also the other Japanese warriors present never expected that the plot would unfold in this way. The Grand Master, before he could even make a move, was slapped into a bloody mist by the Dragon Nation warrior in front of him. What's even more outrageous is that Taijin and everyone else clearly remembered that Jiang Qin's previous aura was just that of a small warrior in the Dark Force period. Even when he just delivered that slap, he didn't have any aura of someone with profound martial arts skills. It was just like a casual slap from an ordinary person. But it was such a little warrior who seemed to have only the cultivation level of the dark energy stage, who casually slapped out a palm and not only turned a Grandmaster into a bloody mist, but also directly broke the pigtailed ninja sword. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. It's so weird. Chapter 180. Should we say that you are narrow-minded or arrogant? Lord Haiteng, a middle-aged man who looked very distinguished behind Haiteng saw this, and after a brief moment of stunned silence, he quickly reacted. This Dragon Country warrior's previous dark energy cultivation was probably a disguise. To be able to slap a Grandmaster warrior into a bloody mist and smash the ninja sword into powder with just one slap is definitely not something a Dark Force warrior can do. Even if the Grandmaster warrior is completely unprepared, it is absolutely impossible. The muscles, bones and flesh of a grandmaster have been strengthened to a certain extent, and their internal strength is also extremely abundant. Even a grandmaster would find it difficult to slap them into a bloody mist. The true cultivation level of this Dragon Nation warrior is probably at the grandmaster level. The other Japanese warriors were also moved and immediately drew their weapons and took an alert stance. However, more people still showed fear. The Japanese are wired to bully the weak and fear the strong. Before, they could be arrogant when they thought Jiang Qin was just a dark force stage warrior, but once they learned that Jiang Qin was actually a grandmaster, they immediately became afraid even though Jiang Qin hadn't made a move against them yet. If it weren't for Haiteng Taijin standing in front of them, many of them would have wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Haiteng Taijin also took in the reactions of these people. But he ignored it. Lady Haiteng just looked at Jiang Qin, her expression becoming serious. I didn't expect that I was wrong just now. Your Excellency is actually a master at the Grandmaster level. I don't know who you are. Logically speaking, a Grandmaster is considered a top figure in Nanzhou. I should be very familiar with you. Why does he look so unfamiliar to me? Jiang Qin was too lazy to waste time talking to these people who were worse than dogs. Oh no, I was wrong, they are nothing either. He asked directly, are you done with the nonsense? Let's go together after we're done. I'll be in a hurry to seek revenge on an old acquaintance later. Arrogant, as soon as Jiang Qin said this, Lady Haiteng was obviously furious. Do you think you are so great just because you are a great master? A powerful aura erupted from him. As the aura opened, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop to dozens of degrees below zero. Chirp chirp. All the birds within a few hundred meters around the unfinished building forest flew away as if they were frightened. The snakes, insects, rats, ants and beasts in the forest seemed to be in imminent disaster and fled in all directions frantically. There was chaos all around. All the Japanese warriors were trembling with fear. Because those who are familiar with Kurofuji Taijin know it too well. Although this middle stage Grandmaster Black Vine Master is usually kind and elegant, he looks as gentle as the well-read scholars of the Dragon Kingdom. But in fact, this guy is just a powder keg in human skin. Whenever something goes wrong, it's easy to explode. Moreover, once this person explodes, he will never stop until everyone's head is knocked to the ground. Sometimes he was so angry that he would not even spare his own people. I'll give you one last chance to tell me your origins. If the answer satisfies me, I can consider giving you a quick death. At this moment, Haifuji Taijin was like a devil walking out of hell. Half of her face was shrouded in haze, her eyes were full of blood, and a terrifying low pressure permeated her whole body. Jiang Qin couldn't help but shook his head. A mere ant in the middle stage of Grandmaster realm actually has the guts to say such things. I really don't know whether to say that this guy has been at the bottom of the well for too long and has no idea how high the sky is, or whether to say that he is too arrogant. He simply stretched out his hand. From a long distance away, an invisible force suddenly grabbed Haifuji Kisaburo's neck like a hand of God, and lifted his body up in the air as if he was holding a chicken. Didn't your parents teach you manners? Or does it mean that people like you don't deserve parents? Haiteng Gaizan was obviously confused at this time. He was grabbed by the neck by an invisible hand and lifted up in the air. He hurriedly grabbed his neck with both hands, trying to shake off the invisible hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free at all. He was like a drowning man, struggling and whimpering in the air. Haifuji Kisaburo looked at Jiang Qin in pain, disbelief and horror. He kept struggling and making some unclear, sounds from his mouth. Kurofuji Taijin. Behind him, all the Japanese warriors held their breath. I never expected that after Black Vine Lady Lord unleashed the pressure of a mid-stage Grandmaster, this would be the outcome. Kurofuji Taijin. With their breathing stagnant, they just called out Haiteng Gui-san again in confusion and helplessness, not knowing what to do next. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, snorted coldly when he saw Haiteng Gaizan's eyes gradually dim and his expression gradually turned into fear. With a click, he completely crushed Kurofuji Kisaburo's neck. After a cloud of blood mist burst into the air, Haifuji Gaizan's head and body were immediately separated, and he fell from the sky like a broken blood-spraying kite. Afterwards, Jiang Qin turned his head and looked at the remaining Japanese warriors present, as if he had done something insignificant. Chapter 181. It's almost time. Plop, plop, plop. It was beyond Jiang Qin's expectation. Almost at the moment when Jiang Qin's eyes swept over, those Japanese warriors all knelt down in front of him. Red Bean Paste Private Marseille. I am truly sorry, Your Excellency Grand Master. I didn't know you were a Grand Master before. I apologize for the offense. We all know we were wrong. Please show some mercy and spare the lives of us ants. When they knelt down, these Japanese warriors all turned into kowtow machines, kowtowed to Jiang Qin repeatedly. Jiang Qin couldn't help but burst out laughing. The Japanese warriors present here are all powerful masters. And there were more than a dozen of them. Adding the 3 accomplices who were stalking in the other 3 unfinished buildings, the total number was close to 20. After seeing their companions and superiors being killed, these people's first reaction was not to seek revenge or to flee separately, but to kneel down and beg for mercy. It's really ironic. It perfectly illustrates their nation's tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong, as well as their extreme admiration for the strong. Jiang Qin suddenly had a wicked idea. He sneered at the kowtow machines on the ground and said, "If you want me to spare your lives, fine. As long as you can do one thing." "Ah, thank you, Grand Master." When the Japanese warriors on the ground heard that they had a chance to survive, they all immediately showed expressions of joy and poured out nice words. "Your Excellency, the Grand Master's heart is as broad as the sea and the river. We knew that the Grand Master would definitely forgive us and not bother with small people like us. Grand Master, please let us know what you want us to do. As long as we can do it, we will do it without hesitation. Yes, as long as we can make up for our mistakes, we can pay any price." While speaking in flattering words, the Japanese warriors also hurried to express their loyalty. Jiang Qin had a slightly playful look on his face. "What I want you to do is very simple. If you want to exchange your life from me, you have to exchange it for an equal value. Well, I'll give you 1 minute. Whoever can help me kill a Japanese warrior and send me a Japanese warrior's head, I will consider sparing his life." "What?" All the Japanese warriors were stunned and looked up suddenly. "Kill a Japanese warrior? Doesn't that mean we have to kill our own compatriots? Besides, this is Dragon Country. How can we find Japanese warriors to kill for us?" When they looked up, they saw Jiang Qin's gaze moving between them intentionally or unintentionally, and then the Japanese warriors suddenly reacted. "Aren't there more than a dozen Japanese warriors here? Jiang Qin wants them to kill each other. Your Excellency, Grand Master." Some Japanese warriors wanted to bargain. Jiang Qin started the countdown directly, 59. 58. By the way, let me add one more thing. After the 1-minute period is over, if anyone doesn't get the head as a bargaining chip, I will regard it as giving up the opportunity to trade with me, and I will have no choice but to send him to reunite with He Tengui-san. Once these words were spoken, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. "Mr. Sagawa, I'm sorry," a Japanese warrior drew his sword first and slashed at an old friend next to him. "Mr. Aso, I will take good care of your wife. Once there was a first move, there would be a second move." Many other Japanese warriors also reacted and swung their swords at the people around them. "Matsui-kun, I'm sorry. Okamura, I will take good care of your mother." For a moment, the scene was filled with the flashing of swords and the shadow of sabers, and all the Japanese warriors started killing each other with their companions. The energy is radiating and the murderous intent is overflowing. Only on Jiang Qin's side was there peace and tranquility. The sentries on the unfinished buildings in the other 3 directions noticed the noise and looked over here in surprise. However, it was the middle of the night and the darkness was like fog, so it was naturally impossible for them to see what was happening here. Their own unique bird language codes began to be heard from there, as if asking them what was going on. As these secret signals came, some Japanese warriors on the scene seemed to realize that there were still 3 Japanese warriors who were completely unaware of the situation here. Several of them immediately picked up their swords and quickly flew towards the direction of the unfinished buildings. While the 3 sentries were unaware, they approached and suddenly attacked. After cutting off the opponent's head, he immediately brought it to Jiang Qin to claim the credit. Jiang Qin didn't say anything, just watched these people killing each other. After a minute, some Japanese warriors who had captured their companions breathed a sigh of relief, while some Japanese warriors who had not yet captured their companions' heads became crazy and wanted to make a final effort. He sneered, and a powerful pressure covered them indiscriminately. All the remaining Japanese warriors present were completely crushed into bloody mist. "I'm sorry, I was just teasing you guys." Chapter 182. Ye Wushuang and the Dragon Guards arrive. After killing the Japanese warriors in the unfinished building, Jiang Qin did not stay here any longer. He felt in his pocket, intending to take out his cell phone and call a ride-hailing car to the Ares Palace. But when he took out his phone, he found that although he was fine at the bottom of the river, his Apple 15 Pro Max phone had been soaked in water and turned into a brick. In this day and age, the waterproof performance is still so poor. Jiang Qin shook his head, took out his SIM card and threw the brick away. Then, with a casual move, he sucked the mobile phone from Kurofuji Kisaburo's pocket, and with the help of his facial unlocking, he transferred the tens of millions of funds in it to his own bank account. After that, log into your account and change all the related passwords of your mobile phone to your own. Start taking a taxi and head to the palace of the God of War. Probably because he discovered that Jiang Qin was going to the palace of the God of War. The driver was particularly curious and secretly observed Jiang Qin through the rearview mirror several times while driving. Jiang Qin didn't care either. He just closed his eyes and pretended not to notice. On the other side, Jiang Qin was driving to the palace of the God of War, preparing to find Ye Junlin for the final settlement. An Audi A6L with a special license plate, followed by several off-road vehicles with special license plates, rushed past the place where Jiang Qin was thrown into the river at lightning speed. When passing the bridge where Jiang Qin was thrown into the river, Ye Wushuang immediately slowed down the car and used his five senses to perceive carefully. As a result, she found that there was no trace of human beings under the river. Jiang Qin is no longer here. Moreover, there were several puddles of water by the river. Looking at the condition of the water stains, it looks a bit like they were left behind by someone who had just walked out of a river. He should have walked out from the bottom of the river. What's going on, City Lord Yi? But before Ye Wushuang could investigate and guess further, the powerful voice of Dragon Guard Jiang Tianyu was heard on the communication channel. Why did you slow down suddenly? Ye Wushuang was just trying to find an excuse when Jiang Tianyu's surprised voice suddenly came from the communication channel. Is there a smell of blood? Such a strong smell of blood seems to be coming from the northwest. City Lord Yi, you suddenly slowed down. Is it because you smelled the blood? Let's go and take a look together. Such a strong smell of blood, I'm afraid something big has happened. Ye Wushuang was almost able to break through to the Grandmaster realm, but Jiang Tianyu was a powerful man in the late Grandmaster realm. The five senses of the two are completely on different levels. But hearing Jiang Tianyu say this, Ye Wushuang quickly took over the conversation and said, yes. To the northwest, about 4 to 5 kilometers away, there is a forest of unfinished buildings. The smell of blood might be coming from the unfinished building. As she spoke, she started to speed up and headed towards the unfinished building forest. After all, judging from Jiang Qin's inner voice, that patch of unfinished buildings is the hideout of the Japanese warriors in Nanzhou. Jiang Qin was captured, tied up, knocked unconscious and thrown into the river because he was sent by Ye Junlin to investigate this place. Now that Jiang Qin's voice has disappeared, he is suspected to have walked out of the riverbed. And there is such a strong smell of blood coming from the unfinished building forest. It is very likely that there are the clues related to Jiang Qin that Ye Wushuang wants. He drove the car to the foot of the unfinished building at lightning speed. After confirming that the smell of blood was indeed coming from there, Ye Wushuang got out of the car quickly. Then, like a flying bird, as light as a swallow, it quickly shuttled between the high walls of the unfinished buildings. Behind her, Jiang Tianyu and his group also had solemn expressions. They almost followed her steps and rushed towards the top floor of the unfinished building where the smell of blood was the strongest. When the group arrived at the rooftop of the unfinished building where the incident occurred, all of them looked grim. Because the scene on the rooftop of the unfinished building was so tragic. Not only was there blood all over the ground, but there were also broken limbs, severed heads, and headless corpses everywhere. This is not a big deal at all, it's like a cult scene. Ye Wushuang carefully scanned the corpses on the ground and saw that there was no trace of Jiang Qin among them. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon guards quickly checked the bodies and the situation at the scene, and reported to Jiang Tianyu with a serious look, "Captain, they are all Japanese warriors. Every one of them is above the Grandmaster level. The strength of one of the corpses has even reached the Grandmaster level. To be precise, he should be in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm." Jiang Tianyu looked at Haifuji Gaizen's body. Judging from the condition of the body, This Japanese warrior in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm seemed to have been crushed to death by someone's neck. The one who killed him and wiped out the Japanese warriors at the scene must be a super master. Perhaps their strength is above mine. The dragon guards were all moved. Jiang Qin is a powerful man in the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. To be stronger than him, one must be a master of a very high level. Come on, a few people, go check out the other buildings in the unfinished building forest. There seems to be something wrong with this place. Jiang Qin called a few people and asked them to go to other buildings to investigate quickly. Chapter 183. The Dragon Guards are furious. Jiang Qin personally went to Tang Gaizen's body to investigate. After checking the wound and the condition of the body, his eyes moved slightly. The blood is not yet cold. The body is in relatively good condition and has not changed in any way. The time of death should not exceed 10 minutes. Afterwards, he checked the conditions of the bodies of some other Japanese warriors. These bodies are similar. The time of death is within 10 minutes. In judging from the traces of fighting at the scene and the remaining weapons, there should have been internal fighting among the Japanese warriors. After these Japanese warriors fought among themselves, they were crushed to death by a strong man almost at the same time. Listening to his description, Ye Wushuang could almost imagine the battle scene in his mind. It was probably that bad guy Jiang Qin who used some method to make the Japanese warriors kill each other, and then crushed all the remaining warriors. Search the bodies of these Japanese warriors and see if you can find any useful clues, preferably ones that can prove their identities. Jiang Qin quickly issued orders. Some dragon guards immediately took action. He started the body search skillfully. As they searched the bodies, several tokens with unique black dragon patterns were found on some Japanese warriors. Team leader. Seeing the black dragon token handed over by his men, Jiang Qin just looked at it carefully and his expression quickly turned ugly. Black Dragon Token, the identity certificate of the Black Dragon Society of Sakura Country. Ye Wushuang's eyes also moved. As the lord of a city, she naturally knew everything about the Black Dragon Society. That is the largest extreme militarist organization in Sakura. Those gathered there are all people with evil intentions. The purpose of this organization is to devour the Dragon Kingdom by any means necessary. From the early years of invasion to some major genocidal incidents, almost all were initiated by this organization. This is one of the most rejected organizations in Dragon Country and even in the whole world. For his own selfish interests, God of War Ling Feng not only colluded with Japanese warriors but also colluded with such an organization. Sir, we have new discoveries. At this time, several dragon guards who were assigned to investigate other unfinished buildings came back one after another to report. On the rooftops of unfinished buildings in 3 other locations, we found the bodies of Japanese warriors and traces of fighting. Judging from the traces at the scene, those 3 locations should be the sentry points of the Japanese warriors. The 3 people who were killed were most likely sentries. In addition, in the middle building of the unfinished building forest, we also found traces of a large number of people's activities and some items that had not been destroyed in time. This should be a hideout where Japanese warriors gather privately. Jiang Qin's expression suddenly became more gloomy. In other words, this is the Black Dragon Society's gathering place. The dragon guards who reported the incident didn't know that these people were from the Black Dragon Society, and they were all stunned when they heard the news. It was not until their companions reminded them that they finally realized what was happening. They were all stunned. Are they from the Black Dragon Society? The Black Dragon Society is the most wanted organization of the Wuhan Marquisate and the Dragon Guards. Now that a large number of Black Dragon Society members are gathering under Nanzhou's nose, doesn't that mean that what City Lord Yi said before is true? Jiang Qin's face was as gloomy as water. Do a good job of collecting evidence. Then, follow me and City Lord Yi to the War God Palace and ask War God Ling Feng for an explanation. Yes, the Dragon Guards had different expressions, but they all responded immediately after hearing the voice and began to collect evidence. After collecting the evidence, he rushed to the palace of the God of War with Jiang Qin and Ye Wushuang. At the same time, Jiang Qin was thrown under the bridge over the river. Su Changqing had already glanced around the river. Don't worry anymore. The boy has obviously come out from the bottom of the river. Look at those water spots and stains on the river bank. They are obviously left by a martial arts master who walked out of the river and used his internal energy to shake off the water stains on his body. There is also a strong smell of blood in the air, coming from the dense forest in the northwest. Judging from the smell of blood, the blood must have been spilled not long ago. It wasn't too long ago that the water stains on the ground were created. It may be related to the boy you were looking for. Su Yuyan heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that, and a sweet smile bloomed on her face. Then Dad, please take me to where the smell of blood came from. HMPH, Su Changqing stretched out his hand, and after Su Yuyan grabbed it with a smile, he exerted force on his feet. A pit was instantly created underneath him, and his body, carrying Su Yuyan's body, was like a cannonball, shooting towards the direction of the unfinished building where the smell of blood came from. In just over 10 seconds, the two of them landed at the place where Ye Wushuang, Jiang Qin and his group had just been. A big battle broke out in this place about 10 minutes ago, and not long ago, a group of people came to investigate. As soon as Su Changqing landed on the rooftop of the unfinished building, he frowned at the slightest perception. Chapter 184 You were poisoned by Jiang Qin. Looking at the traces left at the scene and the style of investigation, it is very likely that they are from the Dragon Country government. When Su Changqing said this, he turned his head and looked at Su Yuyan. Girl, what's going on with the boy you were looking for? Why are people from the Dragon Country involved? Moreover, these corpses on the ground are obviously martial arts masters from Japan. He's a Japanese martial arts master and an official from Dragon Country. The causal relationship behind this is not trivial. Su Changqing has a very sharp eye. With just one glance, he not only quickly pictured the scene of the Japanese warriors killing each other and being crushed to death, he could even imagine the scene of some official warriors from the Dragon Country coming to investigate. In just a moment, he determined many useful clues and information. Su Yuyan knew that she couldn't hide it from her father, so she just said honestly, these Dragon Country officials might be the king of Zhongyan Ye Wushuang and the Dragon Guards. Huh, Su Changqing was a little surprised, the Dragon Guards and the king of Zhongyan. Once the Dragon Guards take action, it will be a big deal. What's up with that Jiang Qin kid you mentioned? This is a long story, so I'll try to make it brief. Su Yuyan simply introduced to Su Changqing the whole story of how Jiang Qin was Ye Junlin's younger brother, and that Ye Junlin had assigned him a deadly investigation mission. Then, due to a series of reasons, he had to fake his death before he could start his revenge. Of course, she also said that she didn't know the part about why Jiang Qin had to fake his death before starting his revenge. There were also some past events that she only talked about briefly. But Su Changqing made up some situations in his own mind. After listening to Su Yuyan's description, from your description, Jiang Qin should be at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, while Ye Junlin is a fierce man who can kill a martial king realm early stage alone. Jiang Qin faked his death before. He might have wanted to use the opportunity to escape and then find an opportunity to practice successfully before returning for revenge. Such stories are not uncommon in the martial arts world. But looking at the distribution of water stains on the riverbank at that time, as well as the condition of the bodies of the Japanese warriors at the scene, Jiang Qin might have encountered something strange after being thrown into the river. The power he unleashed when killing these Japanese warriors definitely exceeded the Grandmaster level, and was at least at the Martial King level. It is very likely that after being thrown into the riverbed, this kid encountered some kind of adventure and had a major breakthrough in strength. Then he simply changed his plan and came to kill these Japanese warriors directly. Then, he went straight to seek revenge on Ye Junlin. Su Yuyan also felt that the situation her father described was very likely to happen. She looked at her father. Ye Junlin should be in the War God Palace right now. Jiang Qin revealed to me before that Ye Junlin killed the god of war Ling Feng and also got together with a beautiful general under Ling Feng's command. Then let's go to the palace of the god of war. This time, Su Changqing didn't even need Su Yuyan to say anything. He took the initiative to grab Su Yuyan and flew quickly towards the palace of the god of war. As he flew with Su Yuyan, he showed an interested look on his face. He was able to break through to the martial king realm at such a young age. This kid obviously not only has an extraordinary talent in martial arts but also carries great luck. Such a young talent, paired with Yuyan, is not a disgrace to our Guwusu family. Su Yuyan's eyes lit up immediately. Dad, do you mean that you agree to this marriage? Stretch. Su Changqing slapped her on the head. Can you be more ambitious? He hasn't even expressed his feelings yet, and you're already thinking about marrying him. Hee, my Jiang Qin is the best in the world, Su Yuyan giggled. Her father was reluctant to hit her, so she thought the blow was a minor one. She was not afraid at all and even dared to talk back to her father. You are hopeless, Su Changqing shook his head when he saw this, you have been completely poisoned by Jiang Qin. I'm happy too, Su Yuyan still smiled. Su Changqing stopped talking immediately. On the other side, just as Su Changqing and his daughter were rushing to the palace of the god of war together. At the highway exit of Nanzhou, a group of old monsters who came down from Qingyan Mountain also got out of several luxury cars one after another. After coming down, these people immediately gathered around Tianjizi. Boss, we are now in Nanzhou, which direction should we go next? There's no cell phone on this mountain, and we don't know Junlin's cell phone number or anything like that. We can't contact him directly even if we want to. Boss, your previous divination only said that Junlin's disaster would happen in Nanzhou. Nanzhou is so big. Tianjizi was not in a hurry, and just pinched his fingers and said, no hurry. Wait for me to tell you the exact location this time. When the time comes, we will rush over there and with the help of our spiritual sense, we should be able to find Junlin very quickly. After he finished speaking, he quickly made some calculations, then abandoned the car and flew directly towards the east. This way, the hexagram shows that the incident happened in this direction. Chapter 185, Are you surprised? Shocked. Jiang Qin is here. When the online taxi stopped in front of the Ares Palace, the driver turned pale with fright. Because at this moment, there were several corpses lying in front of the gate of the God of War Palace, and the gate and the walls next to it were covered with blood. The door is open. Through the crack in the door and the bright lights in the Palace of War, one could vaguely see the chaos inside. Obviously, some major changes happened here not long ago. Hey, are you sure you want to get off? The online car-hailing driver was a little unsure of his words. But he should still be a kind-hearted person. Even though he was frightened, he still reminded Jiang Qin tactfully. Looking at the situation at the entrance of the War God Palace, the scene inside might be a bit scary. If you go in now, you might get into trouble if you're not careful. Jiang Qin seemed very calm. It's okay. I'm here to find the culprit who caused the current situation. The online car-hailing driver was a little confused and seemed unable to react for a while. Driver, let's go to the hospital and have our lumbar spine checked. Jiang Qin didn't explain, but smiled at the driver and said, I know a little bit about medicine. It can be seen that your lumbar spine has been severely strained and is almost at the level of disease. Go to the hospital for a checkup early and resolve the problem before it develops. This will reduce a lot of burden on you and your family. The driver was still a little skeptical. If you don't believe me, press the position of the third joint of your left lumbar vertebra. Jiang Qin left a faint message, then leisurely got out of the car and walked leisurely towards the gate of the God of War Palace. The driver pressed the button as Jiang Qin said, and immediately grimaced uncontrollably in pain. Hiss. When he felt the unspeakable pain, he saw Jiang Qin leisurely walking into the blood-stained War God Palace. The driver couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh my goodness, could he have met a hermit master? He quickly stopped accepting orders on the online ride-hailing app, took out his cell phone and called his wife, ready to share the strange news with her and tell her that he would go to the hospital for a checkup. But at this moment, a rapid sound of a car engine came from behind. When the sounds of engines approached and the rapid sounds of brakes were heard, he realized that they were all buses with red license plates. Leading the group was an Audi A6L, followed by several SUVs with red license plates. A woman and several men got out of the vehicles. All of them had extraordinary demeanor and were obviously tough guys. It looks like an official leader who heard that something happened at the War God Palace and came specially to investigate. The online car-hailing driver quickly stopped his action of calling his wife, and rolled down the window to the woman and several men and said, "Leaders, I just drove a young man here. The incident at the Ares Palace has nothing to do with that young man. When I drove here, all the security guards at the entrance of the Ares Palace had been killed. That young, handsome and sunny boy had nothing to do with it." A woman and several men looked in their direction, whispered a few words to each other, and then nodded at him to show that they understood. Seeing this, the online car-hailing driver felt relieved and started the car and left. As he left, he did not forget to call his wife. "He's quite nice. Inside the War God Palace, Jiang Qin's powerful five senses could actually perceive clearly what was happening inside and outside the entire War God Palace. Feeling the online car-hailing driver's return of favor, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. But after only laughing for a moment, his expression gradually became less funny. The Palace of the God of War covers a large area, tens of thousands of square meters. But even so, his powerful five senses could still clearly hear that in the magnificent building located in the center of the Palace of the God of War, Ye Junlin and Mikami Keiko, who was dressed in a kimono, were going crazy there. While they were going crazy, the two of them were still talking intermittently. Mikami Keiko, Mr. Yi, haven't I already told you the information about the Black Dragon Society's hideout in the unfinished building? Why did you ask your men to investigate? Isn't this a waste of time? Ha 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 ha. Ye Junlin laughed wildly and crazily. My subordinate actually dared to covet my woman. On the surface, I asked him to investigate this time, but in fact, I just want to use the Black Dragon Society to get rid of this rebellious guy. At this moment, according to the information you provided, there is a Grand Master and more than a dozen General Masters hiding in the Black Dragon Society's lair. I'm afraid that the rebellious guy has already entered reincarnation. I see. Mikami Keiko looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Mr. Yi is really thoughtful. This way, you can not only get rid of that traitorous subordinate, but also avoid the infamy of killing your brother, right? And you can go back and cause trouble for the Black Dragon Society under the pretext of avenging your brother and your parents. Extreme. Ye Junlin burst into laughter again and was about to do some more tricks when a familiar face suddenly appeared in his sight. Jiang Qin. Chapter 186. It's you who can't recognize the situation. Ye Junlin looked a little surprised. Keiko Mikami also quickly pulled up her clothes and used the corners of her clothes to cover parts of her and Ye Junlin's body. Jiang Qin seemed to be oblivious to the awkward situation between the two and strolled into the hall of the Palace of the God of War. At this moment, the two of them used the ground as their bed. Beside them, there were several corpses lying, including the body of a person who was very familiar to almost all the people in Nanzhou. Ling Feng, God of War. This guy fell to the ground with his chest collapsed and blood gushing out of all his orifices. He was dead beyond deadness. Ye Junlin and Mikami Keiko were actually doing those ridiculous things right next to his body just now. Mr. Yi, who is this? Mikami Keiko noticed Jiang Qin's gaze, and smelled something wrong, so she quickly asked Ye Junlin. This is my good brother Jiang Qin whom I just told you about. Ye Junlin's face showed surprise for only a moment, and then he quickly returned to normal. He smiled and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, you came at a really bad time. As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at him and Mikami Keiko who was sitting next to him, and motioned for Jiang Qin to go out first. Jiang Qin's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Isn't it the right time? Why do I feel that the timing is just right? As he said this, he turned off his mind-blocking ability, allowing Lin Qingyue, Su Yuyan, and Ye Wushuang to hear his thoughts again. You said you were going to the coastal areas to investigate the hideouts of Japanese warriors, but in fact you were in the War God Palace, having a good time with War God Ling Feng's capable subordinates. Doesn't this prove that you deserve to die? Also, you knew that Mikami Keiko was also a member of the Black Dragon Society and had done a lot of evil before. The Black Dragon Society was not only the real culprit behind the annihilation of your entire family, but was also the old enemy of the Dragon Nation. You still got involved with her. Doesn't this prove that you not only deserve to die, but also deserve to be cut into pieces? As these voices emerged, Lin Qingyue, who was waiting for the latest news about Jiang Qin in the King of Zhongyin's mansion, Ye Wushuang at the gate of the War God Palace, and Su Yuyan, who was being carried to the War God Palace by Su Changqing, all relaxed their expressions, and then their faces turned ugly again. I felt relieved because I heard Jiang Qin's voice again, and was completely sure that the bastard was safe and sound. As for their ugly faces, it was because Ye Junlin had done something that made them feel dizzy. In the meeting hall of the War God Palace, Ye Junlin didn't know any of this. Seeing that Jiang Qin rarely listened to him and even talked back to him, a gloomy look flashed across his brows. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see that your sister-in-law and I are doing something serious? Go out first, I'll call you in when you're ready. I have something more important to ask you. Jiang Qin ignored him and just stood at the door of the conference room, looking at Ye Junlin. I told you to get out. Ye Junlin still exuded murderous aura. Jiang Qin didn't care at all. He was not in a hurry to get rid of Ye Junlin. Because he had clearly sensed two powerful auras rushing towards the War God Palace from two different directions. A powerful aura was accompanying Su Yuyan, who must be from the ancient martial arts Su family. It was very likely that he was Su Yuyan's father, the fisherman Su Changqing, who played an important role in the later part of the original novel. The other aura was more numerous and powerful. In addition to the aura of the late Martial King realm, there were also several auras of the half-step Martial King realm. They are probably Ye Junlin's chief masters. Jiang Qin planned to wait for these people to arrive and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if the root of the problem is not removed, these old guys will come back to take revenge in the future and cause trouble to him and the people around him. Seeing Ye Junlin getting angry, Jiang Qin's teasing deepened. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. I told you, I have something more important to ask you. What's the matter? Ye Junlin seemed to have figured out something at this time, and his face became very gloomy. He no longer cared about his image at this time. He asked Mikami Keiko to get up in front of Jiang Qin, and then picked up a piece of clothes and put it on. Didn't you say you went to the coastal areas to investigate Japanese warriors' hideouts? Jiang Qin glanced at him and Mikami Keiko beside him with a pointed look. How do you explain this now? You mean, I have to explain to you what I do? Ye Junlin stared at Jiang Qin coldly and slowly approached him. Jiang Qin, was it because I was too nice to you before that you lost track of your own position? He was like a wild beast about to explode. Every step he took towards Jiang Qin made the sense of oppression grow stronger. Even to Keiko Mikami, it was terrifying. But Jiang Qin seemed to have no sense at all. He just kept a playful look on his face and calmly looked at Ye Junlin, who was slowly approaching. You are the one who can't recognize your position. Until now, I have already fought my way out of that unfinished building forest and the trap set by a Grandmaster and a dozen other Grandmasters, and you are still like a fool, not realizing the problem at all. What? Ye Junlin's aura suddenly stagnated. Chapter 187 A Duel with Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin did not think about why Jiang Qin, who was only in the dark power stage, could escape unscathed after investigating the Black Dragon Society's hideout that was scattered all over the place at the Grandmaster stage. He only noticed that Jiang Qin was speaking rudely to him and even called him a fool. What did you just say about me? Ye Junlin was filled with murderous intent, and his entire body seemed to be shrouded in a haze. Jiang Qin, do you want to die? Before Jiang Qin could say anything, Ye Junlin appeared in front of Jiang Qin like a ghost in a flash, and was about to strangle him. In Ye Junlin's opinion, this should be an easy task. After all, he is a person who can kill a martial king realm warrior alone, while Jiang Qin is just a dark force stage warrior. But to his surprise, just as his hand was about to grab Jiang Qin's neck, bang! A huge force came from his face. Jiang Qinju arrived first and slapped him in the face. His body was also blown away, spinning several times in the air before falling to the ground with a thud. Ye Junlin suddenly felt his blood rushing to his heart. In his eyes, Jiang Qin is just a dog. He is the kind of person who can be summoned at any time and dismissed at will. But now, he was actually beaten by this dog. He slapped her in the face in front of her daughter. Originally, I was still thinking about our brotherhood and wasn't prepared to really attack you, but now that you've slapped me, our friendship is over. Now, don't blame me. Ye Junlin quickly jumped up from the ground, not forgetting to raise the banner of morality. Jiang Qin almost laughed out loud. Brotherhood, a thing like you is qualified to say such things. Do you think I don't know that you're hooking up with Tan Zhu behind my back? Also, do you think I don't know that you asked me to go to the unfinished building to investigate the Japanese warriors' hideout because I know too many of your secrets and I have lost my usefulness to you? Do you want to use the Japanese warriors' swords to get rid of me? Not to mention that you deliberately sent me to be an undercover agent beside my sister-in-law in order to pick up girls. I watched my sister-in-law being pushed into danger, and even deliberately put my sister-in-law in danger so that you could save her. Ye Junlin probably didn't expect that Jiang Qin knew everything. Seeing Jiang Qin revealing these things in front of Mikami Keiko looked at him with an expression that clearly became unbelievable. Nonsense. You're still trying to turn the tables at a time like this. I think you're really looking for death. Ye Junlin's aura was fully open, and the whole person was like an angry prehistoric beast, ready to pounce on Jiang Qin again. Stop! At this time, a clear female voice suddenly came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a familiar figure, followed by a group of extraordinary figures wearing flying fish uniforms, flew over. It was Ye Wushuang and a group of dragon guards. When they saw several corpses lying on the floor of the meeting hall of the God of War Palace, including the God of War Ling Feng, Ye Wushuang and the dragon guards' expressions immediately changed. Who killed the God of War Ling Feng? Among the dragon guards, Jiang Qin arrived beside the God of War Ling Feng in an instant. The rest of the people also arrived at the scene one after another, ready to protect the scene and collect evidence. Only Ye Wushuang knew everything in advance through Jiang Qin's thoughts and said directly, "It must be Ye Junlin." This guy heard that the God of War Ling Feng was the enemy who issued the order to annihilate the entire Ye family, so he came to kill him immediately. Moreover, this guy also got together with the female member of the Black Dragon Society lurking beside the God of War Ling Feng. The two of them seemed to be doing something ridiculous just now. The air here still has that rotten smell. After Jiang Qin checked the body of war god Ling Feng and looked around the meeting room, he looked at Ye Junlin with an extremely unpleasant expression. Even if war god Ling Feng does have a problem, he is the lord of Nanzhou appointed by the Dragon Kingdom. His problem should be judged by the Dragon Kingdom, not by you guys. Also, you are too murderous. There are nearly 100 people in the War God Palace, but none of them survived under your hands. Plus you're having an affair with a member of the Black Dragon Society. Whether for public or private reasons, you must go with us Dragon Guards. Ye Junlin's face turned ugly when he heard this, Dragon Guard. War God Ling Feng colluded with Japanese warriors and secretly ordered the extermination of my entire family. I seek revenge on him and help the Dragon Kingdom eliminate a major threat. Is this wrong? As for Huizi, I don't care about her identity. Is it wrong for us to have a free love relationship? Jiang Tianyu looked serious. War god Ling Feng is the lord of Nanzhou appointed by the Dragon Kingdom, so he is very involved. The crimes of such people must be strictly judged and the chain of evidence must be closed before they can be determined. You just killed him like that, which is a very serious violation of the law. As for the fact that you killed innocent people for revenge and colluded with the women of the Black Dragon Society, that goes without saying. All of these are against the Dragon Nation's ban. Upon hearing the sound, the dragon guards around him immediately surrounded Ye Junlin, ready to arrest him. Seeing this, Ye Junlin sneered, I don't accept this statement. If you don't want to die, shut up and get out of here. Chapter 188 Master Ye Junlin arrives. What did you say? Jiang Tianyu and his group were obviously confused. The dragon guards, they behead tyrants above and slanderous ministers below. They execute first and report later, they are the special envoys of imperial power. His status in the Dragon Kingdom is not supreme, but who wouldn't show some respect to him? Especially when the dragon guards are investigating a case, who wouldn't cooperate 100% to avoid getting into trouble? Ye Junlin actually said that he did not accept the dragon guards' statement and told them to shut up and go away. Do you mean to resist the enforcement of the dragon guards? Jiang Tianyu's face turned pale. Although he didn't say any bad words or express any emotional outbursts, his anger was evident in his words. Ye Junlin didn't care at all. He still acted like he was second to none and said in a very arrogant manner, I don't want to repeat what I said a second time. If you don't want to die, shut up and get out of here. Okay. Seeing this, Jiang Tianyu stopped talking nonsense and simply waved his hand, pretending to let his men take action. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, don't blame us for being rude. According to the laws of the Dragon Nation, disobeying the Dragon Guards is an even more serious crime. The Dragon Guards drew their swords one after another, locked their auras on Ye Junlin, and prepared to take action. Wait a minute. But at this moment, a sound like a huge bell came from the darkness in the distance. Then, accompanied by a gust of wind as loud as an eighth-order gale, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a black robe, followed by several people of extraordinary bearing, hurriedly flew to the gate of the meeting hall of the God of War Palace. Little brother of the Dragon Guard, don't rush into it. Junlin is my successor, and Commander Wu of your Dragon Guard is also an old friend of mine. If we round it up, we are all family now. Why would we need to start a war? The old man has a somewhat simple and natural temperament. The men and women behind him were all big shots who had held high positions for a long time and were quite impressive. When some dragon guards heard him mention Commander Wu, they stopped what they were doing and looked at Jiang Tianyu hesitantly. Commander Wu, although not the boss of the Dragon Guard, is second only to a few others and the top Marquis Wuan. If the old man is really an old friend of Commander Wu, and Ye Junlin is the old man's direct disciple, then they, the ordinary Dragon Guards, really have to think twice. After all, Commander Wu is the most selfish one among all the Dragon Guards. If you offend him, you will definitely be punished. The old man, Tianjizi, naturally saw the hesitation of the Dragon Guards, and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Uncle Chong, are you asleep? There is a situation. There seems to be some misunderstanding between my last disciple Junlin and your Dragon Guards. Now the Dragon Guards want to arrest him. What do you think? After briefly explaining the situation to Wu Changbo, he turned on the speakerphone and pointed the receiver towards Jiang Qin and his group. I'm Wu Changbo. Who is leading the team today? Come out and talk. The Dragon Guards looked at Jiang Qin. Everyone looked unhappy. Because they all heard that it was indeed Wu Changbo's voice. Wu Changbo seemed to have great respect for this old man named Tianjizi. Judging from the current situation, it is highly likely that the arrest of Ye Junlin will not be accomplished. Jiang Qin remained calm and said directly to the other end of the phone, to reply to Commander Wu, I am the one leading the team, Jiang Qin. Tai Niu, it turns out to be you. Wu Changbo said calmly, since it's you, then it's easy to talk. Tell me first what happened. In reply to the commander-in-chief, this Ye Junlin killed the god of war Lingfeng privately and killed innocent people indiscriminately. Jiang Qin reported the whole situation to Wu Changbo. After listening to this, Wu Changbo thought for a moment and said, although Ye Junlin killed the god of war Lingfeng and killed innocent people, it was not right, but after all, there was a reason for it. As for him getting involved with a female member of the Black Dragon Society and defying the Dragon Guard's law enforcement, it was obviously because he didn't know the other party's identity and the importance of the Dragon Guard. It was just a misunderstanding. In my opinion, let's just leave this matter alone. You should focus on investigating the matter related to the collusion between the god of war Ling Feng and the Japanese. Upon hearing this, many of the Dragon Guards showed an expression of, as expected, and their faces looked a little unhappy. After all, Wu Changbo was blatantly trying to favor Ye Junlin and interfere with the Dragon Guard's law enforcement. Once this bad precedent is set, the authority and reputation of the Dragon Guard will probably be greatly reduced. On the side, Tianjizi also smiled, thinking that Jiang Qin would definitely give in and make a big deal out of a small matter. But at this moment, Jiang Qin said firmly, I'm sorry, Commander-in-Chief, this mission was assigned by the Marquis. I am only responsible to the Marquis for the execution and results of the mission. Not only did Ye Junlin overstep his authority and resist law enforcement, he also got involved with the women of the Black Dragon Society. I must bring him before the Marquis and let him judge and decide. As he said that, he hung up the phone, drew out his knife, and looked at Ye Junlin in a deep voice, capture this man, and the member of the Black Dragon Society next to him. Chapter 189 3 Gold Medals of Immunity. Ye Junlin's expression suddenly changed. I never expected that the captain of the Dragon Guard would be so tough and not even give face to his immediate superior. His eyes were slightly cold. I was just about to deal with these so-called Dragon Guards. Tianjizi's expression also changed slightly, and he shouted again, little brother, don't be impulsive, don't rush to do it. You don't have to give Wu Changbo face. But you have to give some face to these people, right? Jiang Qin and a group of Dragon Guards looked over and saw Tianjizi taking out a few things from his pocket. A dark golden token in the shape of a wolf's head that looks a bit like an ancient military talisman. A special black card made of black gold. There is also a bronze cross with Queen Victoria's portrait printed on it. Ye Junlin, Ye Wushuang and even Mikami Keiko were somewhat confused about where these things came from. Some of the Dragon Guards were also somewhat puzzled by what this meant. But Jiang Qinu's breathing paused when he saw this. Tianjizi wanted to support Ye Junlin, so when he saw him like this, he immediately introduced, this dark golden token is the Wolf King Order. The leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group gave it to me personally. When necessary, I can use this order to summon 100,000 Blood Wolf mercenary group members from abroad. If I remember correctly, the Blood Wolf mercenaries helped you Dragon Guard a lot when you were abroad before, right? Do you want to give him face? Jiang Qin remained silent. The Dragon Guards around him suddenly understood why Jiang Qin had that reaction just now. When the dragon guards were carrying out some missions abroad, they did receive a lot of favors from the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Strictly speaking, the relationship between the two sides is quite good. Even Marquis Wuan had praised the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenaries and wanted to recruit him into the Dragon Guard. If Ye Junlin has a relationship with this person, then the Dragon Guards must give him some face. Tianjizi looked at the black gold card again. This is the supreme black card of the Lighthouse country. It was given to me by the former financial godfather. With this card, I can get all the financial groups in the Lighthouse country to help me. If I remember correctly, the total investment of all the consortiums in Dragon Country exceeds 10 trillion. For the sake of this 10 trillion investment, shouldn't you give me some face? Jiang Tianyu's face began to turn ugly. The Dragon Guards were also in a commotion. An investment of trillions of dollars is not just about economic benefits. It also concerns the employment and survival of millions of ordinary people in Dragon Country. It is not enough to describe it as the livelihood of millions of workers. If these investments are withdrawn, not only will thousands of ordinary families in Longguo lose their source of income, but it will also easily cause major disasters for various places in Longguo. After all, anyone who knows a little about history knows that all civil uprisings in history were almost always caused by too many people not having enough food to eat. Everyone has heard of the supreme black card of the Lighthouse country, and it does have such an influence. It is enough to make almost half of the tycoons in the Beacon country follow its lead and obey its orders. Now, according to Tianjizi's words, if they insist on going their own way, they have to consider the consequences and impact of the collective withdrawal of capital from the Lighthouse country. But this is not the end yet. After introducing the second item, Tianjizi looked at the bronze cross medal and said, "This one is the Royal Medal of the British Empire, which was specially given to me by Queen Victoria. There are only 3 in the world, and the holders are the closest and most trusted friends and partners of the British Empire. Holding this medal can, to a certain extent, be regarded as a member of the royal family of the British Empire. No matter where you are, you will enjoy the same treatment as a member of the royal family of the British Empire. For the sake of Queen Victoria and the British Empire, shouldn't you, the Dragon Guards, show some respect?" Team leader. As Tianjizi said this and the medal appeared, almost all the Dragon Guards couldn't help but look at Jiang Tianyu. This matter involves too many things. It's not just about the favor of the Blood Wolf mercenaries. The 10 trillion investment from the Lighthouse country is not as simple as that. Now it involves the royal family of the British Empire. What they are mainly investigating today is the collusion between God of War Lingfeng and members of the Black Dragon Society. Although Ye Junlin had an affair with Mikami Keiko, and had presumptuously killed the God of War Lingfeng, and had also killed many innocent people, it was not worth it for them to take such a big risk to forcibly arrest him. In fact, not only them, but even Wuan Hu himself, if he knew about these amulets on Ye Junlin, he would probably think twice. The Dragon Guards were all afraid that Jiang Tianyu would continue to act recklessly and try to capture Ye Junlin, so they all began to dissuade him intentionally or unintentionally with their eyes or small gestures. But Jiang Tianyu took a deep breath and carefully checked the authenticity of the 3 items. After confirming that they were correct, he said to his men, "No need to say more. I know the importance of this." Then he looked at Tianjizi and Ye Junlin again. "May I ask who you are? Why is he so close to the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, the royal family of the British Empire, and even the godfather of global finance?" Chapter 190. Have you forgotten about me? Tianjizi obviously saw Jiang Tianyu's intention to retreat, and immediately smiled and stroked his white beard in a very master-like manner. "I will not change my name, and I will be called Tianjizi in the Jianggu." Tianjizi. When this name came out, not only the Dragon Guards changed color, but even Mikami Keiko and Ye Wushuang were all shocked. Because the name is so famous. Decades ago, he roamed the city, leaving behind a great reputation and many legends in the martial arts world, and was known to almost everyone. Rumor has it that this person is a powerful warrior in the late stage of the martial king realm. Rare in the world. Moreover, he was an expert in divination. When he was active in the martial arts world in the past, not only did he slay geniuses of his generation, but even many bigwigs vied to make friends with him, hoping to gain some insight into the world's secrets through his divination skills. However, after roaming the city and leaving behind a series of urban legends, this person suddenly chose to retire 30 years ago for some unknown reason. And after retiring, there was no trace of him, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. So much so that many people mistakenly believed that this person was no longer alive. Unexpectedly, he actually just retired and reappeared today. Especially Ye Wushuang, who looked even more ugly when he heard that Ye Junlin's master was actually Tianjizi, and that Tianjizi looked like he was determined to protect Ye Junlin to the end. In her plan, she originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of God of War Cha Lingfeng colluding with members of the Black Dragon Society to let the Dragon Guards put some pressure on Ye Junlin, preferably to help Jiang Qin and expel Ye Junlin from Zhongyan City. But now, since Ye Junlin's master is so powerful, it is obvious that all these plans will go down the drain. Jiang Qin and his gang, considering Tianjizi and the three golden medals of immunity from death, will definitely not act rashly against Ye Junlin again. But at this time, Tianjizi continued to speak. As for the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group and the godfather of global finance, to be honest, they are Junlin's masters just like me. Except for the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group and the godfather of global finance, these people behind me are also Junlin's masters. I just came in a hurry and forgot to introduce the people behind me. The one on the far left is Poisonous Hands Evil Doctor, the one in the middle is Miraculous Hands, and the one next to him is Thousand-Handed Buddha. Back then, they were considered to be quite famous in the martial arts world. Ye Wushuang, like the Dragon Guards and Mikami Keiko who were present, all couldn't help but gasp. The evil doctor with poisonous hands was a miraculous doctor who created countless medical miracles all over the world. Although he has evil ways, is extremely lustful, and has capricious moods. But his medical skills are obvious to all, both at home and abroad. This person's influence is also far-reaching. He can be called a remarkable man of his generation. It's almost the same as having nothing. The famous thief king of our time. Almost no one in the world knows his true appearance, but almost everyone has heard of his legend. According to rumors, this person has even stolen from the White House in the Lighthouse Country many times, and was completely unnoticed by the other party. The most legendary time was when he even deliberately told the other party in advance the time he was going to steal, but there was still no trace of it at the White House. As for the thousand-armed Buddha, the same goes. A generation of gambling god. According to legend, this man is like having 1,000 hands. At the gambling table, he is always hard to guard against and has no rivals. He has created countless legends in the global gambling world. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of them taken alone is enough to cause a massive sensation. But now, they have all become Ye Junlin's masters, and it seems that they are willing to protect Ye Junlin at all costs like Tianjizi. It is obvious that Ye Junlin not only has a powerful background, but it is also frighteningly powerful, even a little bit abnormal. Ye Wushuang's wishful thinking is likely to fail 100%. As expected, after learning the identities of the people behind Tianjizi, the expressions of the Dragon Guards changed, and Jiang Qinyue's expression also became obviously much more solemn. They are all famous seniors. He took a deep breath, glanced at the celebrities in the martial arts world, and finally his eyes fell on Tianjizi and Ye Junlin again. If that's the case, then we really can't not give them face. We will give Senior Tianjizi and all the seniors a break and not arrest Ye Junlin this time. However, we hope that all the seniors will cooperate and allow me to ask Mr. Yi some routine questions. After all, he is indeed involved with a woman from the Black Dragon Society. This woman is closely related to what we are investigating. Of course there is no problem with that. Tianjizi still smiled when he heard that. He stroked his beard again and turned to look at Ye Junlin. Junlin, cooperate with this young man and answer some of his questions. Ye Junlin nodded. Seeing this, Tianjizi thought that Ye Junlin's disaster would be over. A familiar young male voice with a hint of joking suddenly came to mind. I say, have you forgotten about me? I am the one who is really going to settle accounts with Ye Junlin this time. Why are all your attention focused on the Dragon Guard? Chapter 191. Su Yuyan and her daughter appear. It was with this voice that everyone noticed that there was a young man standing at the door of the meeting hall of the palace of the God of War. Tianjizi took a quick glance and felt that the man looked familiar, and that he had an extraordinary demeanor, and he also felt that he was unfathomable. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the other person, he heard Ye Junlin frowning and speaking first. I think you are really crazy, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, Tianjizi was suddenly surprised. This young man is actually Jiang Qin, who was brought to Qingyan Mountain by an old man and specially trained to be Ye Junlin's follower. No wonder it looks familiar. However, Tianjizi couldn't understand why Jiang Qin's demeanor had become what it is now, and why he gave him a feeling of being unfathomable. Hearing Ye Junlin's words, he didn't have time to think too much, and immediately looked at Jiang Qin and said, "Good fellow, I haven't seen you for a while. Xiao Zhang has changed a lot now, I almost didn't recognize you just now." "From what you said, Xiao Zhang, is there any misunderstanding between you and Junlin?" "Misunderstanding?" Jiang Qin sneered, "don't you know what kind of person your good disciple is?" "Jiang Qin, how are you talking to the boss?" Before Jiang Qin could finish his words, the evil doctor with poisonous hands frowned and interrupted him in a deep voice. "Strictly speaking, he can be considered your great master. You are being a little too rude." Jiang Qin glanced at him coldly, "Don't talk as if you were all polite people. What you just did in front of the dragon guards, wasn't it just using your power to bully others and support Ye Junlin by any means necessary? Now you want others to treat you politely. Where do you get the face to do that? You." The evil doctor's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a murderous intent burst out. "Not only were you rude to brother Tianjizi, you also totally ignored me. It seems that Junlin's statement that you are crazy is not nonsense. You have no respect for your elders and speak without restraint. You deserve to be killed." He waved his hand, and several silver needles shining with cold light appeared between his fingers and shot directly towards Jiang Qin. His style is exactly the same as Ye Junlin's. He starts killing people as soon as they disagree with him. They didn't care at all that Jiang Qin was also a disciple trained on their Qingyan Mountain and had a close relationship with them. Swish, swish, swish. The silver needles were extremely fast, and the moment they were shot out, their power was even more terrifying than that of armor-piercing bullets. "Stop!" But at this moment, a loud shout like thunder suddenly came from behind. An air wall formed by an invisible energy force was like a solid wall, blocking Jiang Qin 3 feet away. Clang clang clang. The moment the evil doctor's silver needles shot out, they made a series of clanging sounds and then got stuck directly in the air wall, as if they were frozen in midair. Along with the appearance of this air shield, 2 figures, a man and a woman, flew from midair like meteors and quickly landed beside Jiang Qin. It was Su Yuyan and a middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor. The moment they landed, Su Yuyan immediately came to Jiang Qin's side and looked him up and down carefully, with a look of worry and nervousness. "Jiang Qin, are you okay? Dad, teach that old man who used hidden weapons recklessly a lesson for me. He is so mean. He wants to kill your future son-in-law just because of a disagreement." Everyone present was startled and turned their eyes to the middle-aged man next to Su Yuyan. The middle-aged man's face darkened and he coughed softly. "What nonsense. No one in the underworld would act rashly without first understanding the situation. Everything should be done with a legitimate reason. You should at least let your father know the situation clearly." Su Yuyan snorted in annoyance. However, the poisonous hand evil doctor and the others all showed a cautious look. "Feng Shu Yufeng. A powerful warrior. Who are you?" Even Tianjizi couldn't help but look at Su Yuyan and Su Changqing, and then his eyes moved, practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra internal energy, with a Zhongyan accent. A member of the Su family, a hidden ancient martial arts family in Zhongyan. Su Changqing arrived in a hurry and had not had time to observe the situation at the scene carefully. He was a little surprised to hear that someone actually recognized their origins. However, after taking a glance at the person who told him his origins, and then looking at the people following him, his eyes couldn't help but move. "So it's Tianjizi, the poisonous hand evil doctor, the wonderful hands, and the thousand-handed Buddha. Who is so powerful that he knows the background of our Su family so clearly? Dad, do you know these bad guys?" Su Yuyan also noticed the subtle changes in her father's eyes at this moment and asked quickly. "These were all famous legendary figures in the world when I was young." Su Changqing glanced deeply at his precious daughter and Jiang Qin, thinking that his precious daughter had caused him a lot of trouble this time. To help Jiang Qin means that he has to go against such a large number of legendary figures in the world, which is not an easy favor to do. Chapter 192. Ye Junlin's face turned green. On the other side, Tianjizi also showed a rare solemn expression. It is said that the Zhongyan Su family has produced a martial arts prodigy who is rare in the world. He was very wise when he was young, and he was well versed in the martial arts world in his 20s. He achieved martial arts and entered the martial king realm in his early 30s. Now his strength has reached the late stage of the martial king realm and ranks 5th on the global martial arts master ranking list. I guess you are the rare genius in the martial arts world, the current head of the Su family, Mr. Su Changqing Su. Although Su Changqing is a generation apart from Tianjizi and the others, and he does not show off his abilities in daily life, unlike most martial artists who rely on their skills to live freely, he is very famous among the top masters in the martial arts world. The ancient martial arts Su family produced rare geniuses. Learn from both the East and the West. The only martial arts genius in the past 500 years who reached the realm of martial king before the age of 30. One of the top martial arts masters in the late stage of the martial king realm. The top master ranked 5th on the global martial arts master list. Although he has not fought with others for many years, if you really think about it, his strength may not be worse than that of a genius like Tianjizi. Such a person, even one as arrogant as Tianjizi, has to be treated with caution. In fact, it's not just Tianjizi. When they heard Su Changqing's true identity, Jiang Qin, the dragon guards, Ye Wushuang, and even Ye Junlin, the poisonous evil doctor, the thousand-handed Buddha and others all showed expressions of surprise. Because they never expected that this middle-aged man who looked elegant and easygoing would have such a powerful background. A powerful warrior in the late stage of martial king realm. Ranked 5th on the global martial arts master list. These two names alone are enough to scare most people to death. If such a master were to support Jiang Qin, not to mention them, even Tianjizi would probably not be able to put on airs anymore. Even if it was Tianjizi, even if Marquis Wuan came in person, he would have to give him some face. Su Changqing smiled faintly upon hearing this, as expected of senior Tianjizi. Even though he has retired from the martial arts world for many years, he is still so well informed. Unlike me, Su, I am so behind in learning about the changes in the outside world. I am really ashamed of myself. It's not that I'm well informed, it's just that the head of the Su family is too famous. Tianjizi also smiled back and actually started bragging about his business with Su Changqing. Good fellow. Jiang Qin couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw this. So your protagonist's decisiveness in killing people is also based on the person, you only strike hard at the weak, and are submissive to the strong, right? No one knows how to kill more decisively than you. He was not in a hurry to get angry, just watched Su Changqing and Tianjizi perform quietly. After all, the dragon guards are present at this moment. Just like what Su Changqing said, everything must be done with a legitimate reason and we must occupy the moral high ground first. We must first nail Ye Junlin and his gang of protagonists to the pillar of shame, and then put them to death. Only then will the dragon guards and even the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom be unable to find fault with them. As expected, after a simple business exchange, Tianjizi took the initiative to get to the point. Master Su, between you and Jiang Qin. He first tried to probe the relationship between Su Changqing and Jiang Qin. Before Su Changqing could reply, Su Yuyan spoke first. Jiang Qin is my boyfriend, the one I love. What? As soon as she said this, before Tianjizi could react, Ye Junlin was struck by a bolt from the blue. He was shocked, and his eyes moved between Su Yuyan and Jiang Qin several times in disbelief. How could you choose Jiang Qin as your boyfriend? How is he worthy of you? He is just my little follower, my dog. You are the dog, Su Yuyan immediately retorted. If you have eaten shit, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, people will only look down on you even more, don't you understand? Ye Junlin was about to speak again, but Tianjizi had already noticed something wrong and interrupted him. Junlin, don't speak yet. Then, after Ye Junlin shut up, he looked at Su Yuyan in an amiable manner. Miss Su, Junlin probably doesn't mean what you think. The reason why he was so angry was probably because Jiang Qin was too outspoken and disrespectful to his elders just now. Don't misunderstand me. Hee. Su Yuyan was no longer as sweet and soft as she was in front of Jiang Qin. She sneered immediately after hearing the voice. Jiang Qin is outspoken and disrespectful to his elders. You have made such a conclusion after understanding the situation. This is not what I learned before. Or to be more precise, Jiang Qin's outspokenness and disrespect for his elders is entirely due to you, especially that spitting shit Ye Junlin. He deserves it. Su husband protecting maniac rage mode. Su Duodui Yuyan is online. Chapter 193. Su Yuyan and Ye Wushuang work together. Tianjizi's eyelids twitched noticeably. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. But perhaps considering Su Yuyan's identity, the hint of coldness flashed across his face and was quickly suppressed. After suppressing the chill, his expression returned to normal. Miss Su seems to have some prejudice against Junlin. It's not a prejudice, Su Yuyan did not hide her contempt and disgust, it's just that your good disciple is so disgusting. If he returned from school purely for revenge, I could still sympathize with him or look up to him. But actually, ask him what he did after he came down the mountain. All he cares about is showing off and picking up girls. He can't even walk when he sees a pretty woman. He sought revenge on Zuo Shandiao and forced a sexy female star present to cool him down. He used his medical skills to save people and took advantage of other girls while they were in danger. He also planned to take the opportunity to trick girls and make them dependent on him for the rest of their lives. Now he is seeking revenge on Ling Feng, the god of war. He has no regard for his background and identity and is involved with the women of the Black Dragon Society. He is also deliberately messing around with the corpses of Ling Feng and his men. Not to mention all the shady moves he made to hook up with us and other beautiful women. For a person like this, how can you expect others to treat him well? Ye Junlin probably didn't expect that Su Yuyan actually knew so much about him. His face turned green and then dark. As for the dragon guards and Jiang Qin and his group, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. It is somewhat unexpected that Ye Junlin, a master at the level of a grandmaster with countless legends behind him, would be so amazing. Even if it's a human-shaped teddy bear, it wouldn't be so easy to carry around, right? But Tianjizi's expression did not change. After taking a glance at Ye Junlin, he said calmly, Junlin has a 9-yang body. It is normal that he needs some yin to balance it out. Besides, those who achieve great things don't pay attention to small details. These are nothing to a martial arts genius like him, especially one with the innate 9-sun body. Miss Su is from an ancient martial arts family after all, so she should understand. I understand, but that doesn't mean I can accept it. Su Yuyan was very indignant. Her disgust for Ye Junlin reached its peak when Ye Junlin clearly intended to kill Jiang Qin and was even calling for his death. Therefore, when she heard that Tianjizi still intended to defend Ye Junlin, her tone towards Tianjizi also became completely impolite. Tianjizi heard the voice and was about to continue speaking when he heard another clear and somewhat majestic female voice from the side. Besides, Ye Junlin's evil deeds are far from this. In fact, apart from what Miss Su said, Ye Junlin can be said to be cruel by nature and has done many evil things. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw King Ye Wushuang of Zhongyan stepping forward and walking in. Tianjizi frowned slightly. Ye Junlin's face turned green again. Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan. Ye Wushuang ignored Ye Junlin and just looked at Tianjizi and Su Changqing. This man has an extremely murderous nature. Not only does he kill an entire family over a disagreement, but his methods are also extremely cruel and perverted. He killed Brother Bao and his minions, as well as Zuoshan Eagle and his minions, for revenge, which is understandable. However, he went too far when he attacked the Wang family and tortured Wang Ping'an and many innocent people in front of nearly 100 people in the Wang family. Also, when he attacked the Wang family for the second time, he slaughtered more than half of the hundreds of people in the Wang family and then tortured Wang Fengnian to death. That was also too much. Plus, tonight we almost wiped out the entire War God Palace. I don't think this is a so-called minor detail, but rather a problem at the core. This crime is unforgivable. When Tianjizi heard the voice, his brows furrowed even deeper. But at this time, Su Yuyan added, yes. In fact, in addition to what His Excellency King Zhongyan said and what I just said, there are some other things that are enough to prove that Ye Junlin is a disaster. For example, if Lin Qingyue, CEO of Shizi Cosmeceutical Group, was here, she would definitely have something to say. In order to show off his power and make Ms. Lin fall in love with him, Ye Junlin repeatedly put Ms. Lin in danger and plotted against her. This kind of shameless, despicable, murderous, lawless, and scheming person is indeed unforgivable, and if he is not dealt with, he will definitely become a huge social risk. Both women denounced Ye Junlin in unison. But that's not all. After listening to them, Jiang Qin, who had been silent just now, also spoke up. In addition to what Yuyan and His Excellency King Zhongyan said, I think Ye Junlin also needs to give me a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 194. Putting all this aside, don't you have any problems at all? Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Jiang Qin. However, unlike before, most people did not take Jiang Qin seriously. Thanks to Su Yuyan's support, everyone's attitude towards Jiang Qin has obviously changed a lot. Even the old men on Tianji's side didn't dare to boss him around. For example, the evil doctor who had always wanted to kill Jiang Qin before, although his face looked unhappy at this time, he no longer wanted to kill him at every turn. The poison hand evil doctor just frowned and said in a deep voice, "Why should Junlin give you a satisfactory explanation? How did they offend you?" Offended, Jiang Qin sneered in response, "He secretly seduced my woman and even borrowed a knife from the Japanese to kill me, old man. I worked so hard for him for so long, doing all the dirty work, and in the end, he hooked up with my woman and then dumped me. In order to have a good time with my woman, he deliberately arranged for me to die. Is there anything wrong with me asking him for an explanation?" The evil doctor with poisonous hands probably didn't expect this to happen. After a look of shock, he said nothing more. But Tianjizi frowned and said, "You are not dead yet, how can you talk to the senior? Jiang Qin, do you think you have the Su family's support and that you are strong enough? That's too disrespectful of your elders." "Ha ha." Jiang Qin sneered, "You too. It really fits my stereotype of you completely. You've thrown aside the facts and sacrificed your dignity to protect your beloved disciple. No wonder Ye Junlin has become the selfish, lawless, calculating, ungrateful, vulgar, and shameless person he is now. Putting all this aside, don't you have any problems at all?" Tianjizi frowned even deeper. "You also know that Junlin has the 9-sun body and is naturally more sexually aroused. Why don't you give in to him a little and not snatch the woman he likes from him? Also, if he really wanted to kill you by borrowing the knife from the Japanese, how could you still be standing here alive?" "Okay." Jiang Qin heard his attitude of turning the tables in order to protect Ye Junlin, and he completely understood the mentality of these people. He sneered again, "Hearing that you are also shameless, I no longer have any psychological burden." "What do you mean?" Tianjizi narrowed his eyes slightly. "From what you said, if we can't fulfill your wishes today, you will settle accounts with us as well." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Changqing beside him intentionally or unintentionally, and sneered back, "If that's the case, then I might as well tell you that your wishful thinking will fail. The Su family alone cannot suppress me and my old friends." Upon hearing the voice, the poisonous hand evil doctor, the wonderful hands, the thousand-handed Buddha and others all took a step forward and began to release a powerful aura comparable to that of a martial king, intentionally or unintentionally. As they moved, Su Yuyan immediately looked at her father, "Dad. Look at these people. They bully others so much. The facts are clearly in front of us, but they still want to confuse right and wrong and put the blame on Jiang Qin. And they also said that the Su family alone can't stop them. This clearly shows that you don't take our Su family, especially you, seriously. I am so lucky to have you." Su Changqing glanced at his precious daughter helplessly. The eye drops on this are a bit too obvious. However, although he felt somewhat helpless, Su Changqing was more angry. Because after hearing what Su Yuyan, Ye Wushuang, Jiang Qin said as well as the statements made by Tianjizi and his group, he roughly understood what was going on. It was obvious that Ye Junlin had committed many evil things, and he had also stolen other people's wives and daughters and was trying to murder Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin found out, he came to settle the score, but the gang of old guys behind Ye Junlin had no moral principles and insisted on protecting this scourge. Now that Tianjizi knew the truth, he still tried to protect Ye Junlin in front of him, and even said that the Su family could not stop so many of them. It was indeed a bit too disrespectful of him. His eyes also became stern, and his robe began to move without wind. "Ladies and gentlemen, isn't that a bit unreasonable? I listened to this matter from beginning to end, but I didn't hear any fault from Jiang Qin. Are you guys taking advantage of your power to bully others by putting on such a posture now?" Tianjizi knew that he was in the wrong. Seeing this, he immediately burst out with a terrifying aura, locking onto Su Changqing, and at the same time, he spoke quickly to Ye Junlin's other masters, "I will hold Patriarch Su hostage, and you guys quickly take Junlin away." The moment he finished speaking, Tianjizi's figure shook, his feet seemed to be walking on clouds, and he instantly crossed a distance of several feet. The raging wind around him seemed to have stopped for a moment because of his arrival. He waved his hands lightly, and suddenly, the sand and stones behind him seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, gathered together, and turned into several sharp sand blades, which shot towards Su Changqing with a whistling sound, sweeping away everything in its path. Chapter 195 Ye Junlin, Dead. Part 1. Tianjizi let out a low shout, and the sand blades intertwined in the air to form a huge sand net, covering the sky and the sun, and enveloped the area where Su Changqing was. This is not only a test of speed, but also an extreme challenge to the warrior's perception and adaptability. Facing this sudden attack, Su Changqing remained expressionless, but moved his body slightly, like a dragon playing in the water, moving freely among the dense sand blades. He did not choose to fight head-on, but instead used the cover of wind and sand to cleverly avoid all attacks. His steps seemed casual, but in fact they contained a mystery. Each step fell exactly into the gap between the sand blades, showing his extraordinary body skills. Wind-breaking slash. With a clear whistle, Su Changqing put his hands together and pointed his fingers like swords, and suddenly slashed forward. A brilliant sword light burst out from his fingertips, as sharp as a substance, instantly splitting the sand net in front of him into two. Wherever the sword light passed, sand and stones flew, revealing a clear cut, showing the condensation and depth of Su Changqing's internal strength. Tianjizi saw this and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he soon regained his composure. He knew very well that Su Changqing's strength was far more than that. He stretched out his body, and his whole body seemed to merge into one with the heaven and earth. The surrounding wind and sand became violent. The mysteries of heaven are limitless, and everything returns to one. Tianjizi groaned and quickly formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, energy surged throughout his body, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to distort. Go! Following Tianjizi's order, the energy suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny energy arrows, which shot towards Su Changqing as densely as raindrops. These energy arrows were extremely fast and contained the power to destroy the world. Even a copper wall and iron fortress could hardly withstand their attack. Seeing this, Su Changqing's eyes became solemn. He knew very well that this blow was of no trivial importance. He took a deep breath, and the energy in his body surged. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and streams of green energy surged out of his body, quickly condensing into a solid energy shield in front of him. Aoki Aegis. Su Changqing let out a low shout, and the energy shield instantly expanded and became indestructible. The energy arrows fell on the shield like raindrops, making loud, bang bang bang, sounds, but none of them could penetrate its defense. But even so, the fight between the powerful martial king realm masters still made almost everyone at the scene feel nervous. Even if the energy and pressure were not directed at them, just some of the aftermath was enough to make the Grand Master tremble with fear. Seeing that Su Changqing was being held back, Tianjizi roared at the poisonous hand evil doctor and his group again, "Take Junlin away now." Understood. The poisonous hand evil doctor and his group also burst out with their strength, flew to Ye Junlin, grabbed his shoulders and prepared to take him away. But what surprised the evil doctor and his group was that Ye Junlin did not know how to cherish such a good opportunity. On the contrary, he glared at Jiang Qin and said with resentment in his voice, "Masters, before I leave, let me do one thing first. I'm going to kill this bastard before I leave. Otherwise I will die with my eyes wide open." Junlin. The poison hand evil doctor and his group just wanted to take Ye Junlin away from this troubled place as soon as possible. The boss said that you are going to have a big disaster this time, so you'd better leave here quickly. As for Jiang Qin, we will have plenty of opportunities to kill him later after we get through this ordeal. Their words were full of contempt for Jiang Qin. It seemed that killing Jiang Qin was no different from stepping on a small insect on the roadside. No, Ye Junlin stared at Jiang Qin. This guy ruined my reputation and flirted with the woman I liked. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to sleep or eat. After he finished speaking, he pushed away the evil doctor's hand, and a strong murderous aura burst out from his body. He slowly approached Jiang Qin. Seeing this, the evil doctor did not stop them. He just glanced at the stalemate between Su Changqing and Tianjizi and reminded them, "Then hurry up. Patriarch Su is not a pushover. Don't let anything happen and miss the good opportunity your master has given you." Ye Junlin did not respond, but continued to slowly approach Jiang Qin step by step. "Jiang Qin, you shouldn't know too much. And you shouldn't have told these things to others. You've ruined everything I've worked so hard for. You really deserve to die." With every step closer, Ye Junlin's murderous aura became more intense and his momentum became more powerful. When he finally came to a position about 7 steps in front of Jiang Qin, his aura and oppressive feeling, comparable to that of a martial king realm powerhouse, had already burst out. After Ye Junlin stood still for a short while, his hair and beard suddenly stood up, his eyes widened with anger, and he slashed down at Jiang Qin's forehead with a palm knife. Die. Chapter 196 Ye Junlin, Dead. Part 2. This palm strike was obviously a full-strength attack by Ye Junlin in anger. Under the palm wind, the space seemed to tremble. There is no doubt that, let alone a person's crown, even if there is a lump of black iron blocking the palm knife, it will be chopped into a rotten watermelon. In just a moment, Su Yuyan, Ye Wushuang and others became nervous. Even though Su Yuyan learned from her father that Jiang Qin had some kind of adventure after walking out of the riverbed and that his strength had broken through to the martial king realm, her breathing inexplicably stopped at this moment. As for the evil doctor with poisonous hands, the empty hands with wonderful minds, the thousand-handed Buddha and others, they did not take it seriously at all. Seeing Ye Junlin finally take action, they just breathed a sigh of relief, and then took a step forward, preparing to come to Ye Junlin's side. As soon as Ye Junlin kills Jiang Qin, he will take him away from this place of trouble. But at this moment, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. A hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Ye Junlin's wrist. Then Ye Junlin's palm knife, which caused the space to tremble, just stopped in midair. That's why they say you're so pretentious that you forget to use your brain. A slightly teasing voice also sounded. It turned out to be Jiang Qin. He easily grabbed Ye Junlin's palm knife, which was powerful enough to kill a strong man in the early stage of the martial king realm, and he even had time to open his mouth to kill the person. How is this possible? Ye Junlin's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could make another move, he was suddenly struck by a strong sense of crisis. He was about to rely on his instinctive reaction to dodge or resist. With a crisp, crack, sound, followed by a sharp pain in the hand that turned the palm into a knife, the palm knife that was originally aimed at Jiang Qin's crown had already fallen on his own forehead. Bang! Without any surprise, Ye Junlin just felt his brain go white and he lost all consciousness. But to outsiders, it seemed that Jiang Qin forced his palm knife to change its direction and hit his own forehead. It's like a big watermelon being cut open by a sharp knife. Ye Junlin's head was split into two. His pupils were still shrinking as he fell to the ground. Junlin, the evil doctor with poisonous hands and others were suddenly horrified. He arrived at Ye Junlin's body in a flash and quickly began to take his pulse and examine his body. But even the great doctor of his generation, the poisonous hand evil doctor, couldn't help but burst into tears after taking Ye Junlin's pulse and checking his physical condition. He's dead. The brain was severely damaged. He couldn't be more dead. Our successor is gone. When Miao Shukongkong, Qian Shufo and others heard this, their faces turned pale. Then, they all went crazy and glared at Jiang Qin. You beast! How dare you kill Ye Junlin? I want you to be torn into pieces. Hearing the voice, the evil doctor with poisonous hands also seemed to react. He also stood up suddenly and glared at Jiang Qin like a devil from hell. Yes. Kill this man and avenge Junlin. Junlin is a rare genius that only appears once in a century. We have cultivated him for many years and finally got to where he is today. Without Junlin, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to find such a suitable successor in the future. This guy must die. The moment the words fell, several powerful men who were comparable to ordinary martial kings attacked almost at the same time. And like Ye Junlin, they all attacked with anger and hatred, and their every move was a killing move. Seeing this scene, Su Yuyan and Ye Wushuang, who had just breathed a sigh of relief that Jiang Qin had escaped danger, couldn't help but feel nervous again. After all, there are several masters who are comparable to the martial king realm. His strength is much higher than Ye Junlin's. Even if Jiang Qin breaks through to the martial king realm tonight, he probably won't be able to stop so many people joining forces, right? Even the dragon guards standing by couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Because this group of evil doctors with poisonous hands are even more terrifying than they had imagined. Each of them has combat power comparable to that of a martial king. In addition, Tianjizi, a powerful late-stage martial king realm warrior, takes the lead. It is no exaggeration to say that even whether the Wuhan Marquis mansion can suppress this group of people is probably unknown. If these people were to develop rebellious intentions, Long Country would be in chaos. But, just when everyone had different thoughts, once again, a scene beyond everyone's expectations appeared. Jiang Qin actually showed a playful smile and then shook his head slightly. Then the movement seemed slow but was actually fast. It seemed as if he had just thrown a few light punches in succession. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the legendary figures of the previous generation, such as the evil doctor with poisonous hands, the empty hands with miraculous skills, the thousand-handed Buddha, etc., were as if they were hit by some terrible force, and their chests were completely pierced and exploded. As a rain of blood pierced out from their backs, their chests suddenly became empty and bloody, and the bodies that were originally attacking Jiang Qin also suddenly stopped. Then, amidst looks of disbelief, or unwillingness, several people fell down almost one after another. The whole team was wiped out. Moreover, they were easily wiped out by Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. Chapter 197 Tianjizi, destroyed. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Everyone stared at Jiang Qin with wide eyes as if they had seen something out of the ordinary. Even Tianjizi and Su Changqing stopped fighting and looked over. Because the people who were just crushed by Jiang Qin in a snap of his fingers were not just some little karami, but legendary figures of great reputation, including several top masters who were comparable to the early-stage martial king realm masters. But what about Jiang Qin? He was just a man in his 20s, a former follower of Ye Junlin, and a little pony in everyone's eyes. The sense of contrast and confusion brought by such a picture is so strong. Even Tianjizi, a great hero of the time, was stunned for a while. By the time he reacted, his body shook and his feet seemed to be walking on clouds. He instantly crossed a distance of several feet and came to the side of the poisonous hand evil doctor and his group. However, the poisonous hand evil doctor and his group were already dead. Tianjizi's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He glared at Jiang Qin. Have you been hiding your abilities before? You can wipe out Lao Du, Lao Fo and the others with one strike. Even if they were careless and underestimated us just now, your strength is at least one level higher than theirs. You are at least a strong man in the middle stage of the martial king realm. You have been hiding your abilities and plotting against us and Junlin. Jiang Qin didn't want to have any more verbal disputes with Tianjizi. Tianjizi's eyes flashed with ferocity. They are your disciples after all, and have been your disciples for many years. How could you have the heart to kill them? Now, Jiang Qin had to complain. He couldn't help but sneer. Now you understand the friendship between master and disciple. So many people pointed out that Ye Junlin was extremely evil, and he wanted to kill me again and again. Why didn't you think of the friendship between master and disciple? And when your old friends wanted to kill me, why didn't you mention the friendship between master and disciple? So no matter what, it's not you who are wrong, it's the whole world, right? You deserve to die. Tianjizi's hair and beard stood up, and he roared. His aura surged, and a tremendous murderous intent burst out of his body and soared into the sky. He swung his hands suddenly, and the dragon-slaying sword, which had not been used before, came out of its sheath with a clang. A faint green light flowed through the sword body, revealing endless sharpness and majesty. You bastard, take this sword from me. Tianjizi leapt up, holding the long sword formed by the sword intent, and slashed at Jiang Qin like a god of war. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving black cracks, showing the terrifying power of this sword. Su Changqing, who was standing by, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. Because even he didn't expect that Tianjizi could burst out with such amazing strength. And this guy also has such a peerless sword hidden. Not surprisingly, if this sword hits, even the mountains and seas will be cut off. You are the ones who deserve to die. But facing such a sword, Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged. He just stared at Tianjizi, raised his hand towards him slowly but quickly, spread out his 5 fingers, and then, suddenly grabbed. The surrounding air and even the space seemed to be under his control, and they were compressed suddenly. Tianjizi's body, which was still swinging the sword in midair, seemed to be suddenly frozen and crushed by a tremendous force from all directions. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by bursts of sounds like the clanging of metal, his body was constantly compressed and deformed, and finally, he could not withstand the pressure and exploded completely. Some bloody red blood with a hint of gold began to drip. Tianjizi's face became distorted. Then, more and more golden scarlet blood dripped, and his bones, which were about to turn into jade, began to be crushed. His distorted face gradually became more distorted than ever. Finally, accompanied by a series of teeth-grinding snapping sounds, it seemed as if the crushing force had finally closed in, and a container filled with golden, bloody blood was crushed to pieces. A blood mist burst out. The dragon-slaying sword finally fell to the ground. Tianjizi, no body left, completely dead. The scene was dead silent again. Everyone stared blankly at the pool of golden blood on the ground, and Jiang Qin slowly withdrew his hand, their heartbeats and breathing almost stopped. Because the person who died in front of them this time was Tianjizi. Tianjizi, who once dominated a generation of geniuses, had a name that resounded throughout the global martial arts world and created countless myths in the global martial arts world. A veteran late-stage martial king realm warrior who once ranked at the top of the global martial arts rankings. Moreover, it didn't seem like Jiang Qin had to put in much effort to kill him. I just raised my hand and grasped it in the air. Most people present would not even dare to dream about such a scene, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. Everyone stared at Jiang Qin in a daze. But Jiang Qin acted as if he had done something insignificant. Seeing that the scene had finally quieted down, he bent his hand and the dragon-slaying sword that had fallen to the ground flew into his hand. Chapter 198 Su Yuyan confesses in public. That is, as the dragon-slaying sword fell into Jiang Qin's hands, Jiang Qin began to play with it carefully, and everyone present finally reacted. Everyone's eyes began to change one after another. Su Changqing was the first to react. After looking Jiang Qin up and down, his eyes moved slightly. It seems that my coming here today is a bit unnecessary. Heaven and man are one, the heaven and earth are me, I am the heaven and earth. I am afraid you have already stepped into the legendary land Fairyland, the martial saint realm, right? Uncle Su has good eyesight. Jiang Qin was very grateful to this elder who came to help him specially, so he showed him corresponding respect. No wonder even those old men on Qingyan Mountain are in awe of you. The waves behind push the waves ahead. We are old now, and the world belongs to you now. Su Changqing became more satisfied when he saw Jiang Qin's attitude. He has ability, luck, is loved by his beloved daughter, and most importantly, he is not arrogant because of his favor. He is very satisfied with this son-in-law. He agreed to the marriage. Jiang Qin remained humble and grateful. Anyway, thank you Uncle Su for coming to help tonight. Don't thank me, I came here because Yuyan wants to marry you, and she will be buried with you when you leave. Su Changqing glanced at his precious daughter and gave her a look that said Dad can only help her up to this point. As he spoke, he glanced at the scene and smiled slightly, looking at the current situation. I'm not needed here anymore. You guys chat. Let's go fishing together when we have time. As he finished speaking, the marble floor under his feet suddenly cracked, and Su Changqing rose from the ground, like a fairy, and flew into the distant darkness. Everyone watched his figure disappear into the distance, and then naturally looked at Su Yuyan who was named by Su Changqing. Even Jiang Qin naturally looked at Su Yuyan with a look of surprise. Seeing this, Su Yuyan's pretty and lovely face only blushed for a moment, and then she simply met Jiang Qin's gaze and said frankly, okay, I admit it. My father always tells the truth. I just like you, Jiang Qin, are you willing to accept me? People of society don't have to be shy and will express their feelings when the time comes. At worst, I can just drug Jiang Qin. When Jiang Tianyu and his companions heard Su Yuyan's blatant confession in public, they looked at her in awe. After all, Su Yuyan's identity has been revealed. She is the heir of the ancient martial arts Su family. Her father is still the current head of the Su family and one of the legendary figures in the martial arts world. And Su Yuyan's own conditions are also quite favorable. Whether in terms of appearance, figure, personality or the depth of her feelings for Jiang Qin, she is one in a million. To have such a stunning beauty actively pursue them and even confess their love to them, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it, let alone think about it. Don't be fooled by their appearance of being envious, they are actually really envious. As for Ye Wushuang standing aside, he didn't know why, but he felt a little envious. The words that Su Changqing said before he left were clearly paving the way for Su Yuyan. That was definitely to transfer Jiang Qin's gratitude towards Su Changqing to Su Yuyan. It is so enviable to have such a father. There is also Su Yuyan, she is also free and easy and admirable. When faced with such an opportunity, unlike many other girls who were shy, she took the opportunity to go straight to the point of confessing her feelings. She found it difficult to learn such a free and easy and carefree attitude. Apart from these, Ye Wushuang didn't know why, but felt a little sour. It seemed like there was a little person in her heart, pushing her and wanting her to take his place. It also allowed her to pursue Jiang Qin boldly like Su Yuyan. However, as the king of Zhongyan, his inner calmness finally suppressed the mischievous little guy. Ye Wushuang just looked at that place with some envy and sourness, without saying anything much, let alone doing anything more. Good fellow, Yuyan is so straightforward now, confessing in public. Among the three sisters-in-law, she is probably the only one who can do such a thing. As for Lin Qingyue, who was unable to be present at the Zhongyan palace, when she heard Jiang Qin's thoughts, she instantly imagined in her mind the plot of a romantic drama with more than dozens of episodes in which she loves him and he loves her. She also felt a little uncomfortable. Suddenly I regretted not going to the War God Palace tonight to join in the fun and stop Su Yuyan from speaking directly at this moment. Obviously, she is the #1 female lead, the person Jiang Qin first came into contact with and the one he interacts with the most on a daily basis. Now Su Yuyan's identity is exposed. She has made so much effort for Jiang Qin before. Tonight, for Jiang Qin, I even resorted to coaxing her father out to fight for his life. Add to that her outstanding appearance and inner character, even if I were Jiang Qin, I would definitely not reject her. This time, it seems that I will lose. Let Su Yuyan get there first. Lin Qingyue looked out the window. The moon is bright outside the window. The flowers fall and the water flows. One kind of lovesickness, two kinds of idle worries. There is no way to get rid of this feeling. It has just left my eyebrows, but it is still weighing on my heart. Chapter 199 I want you to help me practice. At the same time, at the Ares Palace, Jiang Qin, after appropriately expressing some of his inner thoughts, quietly activated the inner voice shielding function again. At the same time, open telepathy. In an instant, two different voices quickly flooded into his mind. Although I can't put it into words, I'm really envious of Su Yuyan. What can I do? As the king of Zhongyan, I don't know when I can be as free and easy as she is and dare to love and hate. This voice belongs to Ye Wushuang. Ah, I am dying, dying, dying. Why is Jiang Qin still silent? It's really embarrassing when the other person doesn't say anything when you confess your love in public. Why did I get so carried away that I suddenly did something like this? It must be my dad's fault. He set the stage for this, and I was ready to shoot. Ah, I'm so nervous. Jiang Qin won't reject me in public, right? That would be so embarrassing. Woohoo. This one sounds like a sweet girl's voice, and it is very emotional. It is naturally Su Yuyan's. Seeing Su Yuyan staring at him, clearly panicking inside but appearing calm on the surface, Jiang Qin inexplicably wanted to laugh. His expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "It's not appropriate to talk about this in public. How about we go talk somewhere else?" After he finished speaking, Jiang Qin ignored Su Yuyan's reaction and directly put his arms around her slender waist, then he also rose from the ground and headed straight for the distant night sky. In an instant, two voices popped up in his mind one after another. What does Jiang Qin mean by this? Did you decline Su Yuyan's proposal? This is Ye Wushuang's. There was a hint of surprise in her voice, but also a sense of relief and gratitude. Wow, I was rejected after all. Although I didn't reject it directly, in this case, not accepting it is a rejection in itself, right? The one who was crying in a sobbing voice and sobbing violently in her heart was Su Yuyan. However, although she was crying hard in her heart, on the surface, when Jiang Qin held her in his arms and walked in the air together, she still managed her expression well. He looked exceptionally calm, without any trace of sadness or embarrassment. Although her expression remained calm, she did not speak at this moment. She did not take the opportunity to block Jiang Qin's gaze or hug Jiang Qin as she usually did. She was like a quiet puppet, allowing Jiang Qin to hold her in his arms, not knowing where to go. At the same time, in my mind, I was imagining a lot of big dramas. Now Jiang Qin is taking me away from everyone. Are we going to go to a quiet place and then reject me? How can I behave decently? Wow, why is he unwilling to accept me? Am I actually that bad? Jiang Qin listened to her thoughts and found them inexplicably interesting. Suddenly, I also found the same pleasure that they had when they eavesdropped on my thoughts before. But even so, he was in no hurry to speak. Instead, he didn't say anything until they were about to reach the top floor of the hotel he had opened before. Actually what? As expected, as he spoke, Su Yuyan's expression became a little tense, and her eyes were filled with tension and fear that could not be concealed. Woo, please don't reject me at this time, I'm not ready yet. I will cry, I will really cry. Please, don't reject me so quickly. Actually, I like you very much, too. Jiang Qin smiled at her. Ah, Su Yuyan's expression was obviously stunned. After a while, she finally responded and pointed at herself, like me. Jiang Qin nodded slowly. Su Yuyan was stunned again, then she couldn't help laughing, and then she couldn't help but punch Jiang Qin hard. Bad guy, why do you keep this expression? Wow, I just thought you were going to reject me. You scared me to death. Hee. Jiang Qin brought her to the balcony of his presidential suite. Su Yuyan bit him directly, then glanced at the layout of the suite. Her face flushed, and she said viciously, in order to punish you, I want you to help me practice. Thousands and thousands of times. So cruel, Jiang Qin looked surprised. I don't care. Su Yuyan pushed Jiang Qin into the suite, then quickly closed the balcony door and drew the curtains, revealing a wolf-like expression. That night, the Jade Girl Heart Sutra finally obtained the body of the dragon elephant. The War God Palace was also blocked by the dragon guards. Keiko Mikami was taken away for interrogation. In the capital of Japan, in an ancient building full of oriental aesthetics, an old man known to almost all Japanese summoned some high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Society late at night. He issued secret orders one after another. The vital signs of Kurofuji-kun and his group have disappeared. I think they must have sacrificed themselves. Ling Feng has also lost contact with our Black Dragon Society. Maybe there's something wrong in Longguo Nanzhou. Urgently dispatch personnel from other bases to Nanzhou immediately to find out what happened. Longguo is such a rich and fertile place, it shouldn't be occupied by those ignorant and inferior Longguo people, it should be handed over to us to rule. The masters sent to Dragon Country by the Black Dragon Society have some special chips implanted in their bodies, which can monitor a person's vital signs in real time. Once those people encounter an accident, the Japanese headquarters will be able to quickly determine the abnormality through the data transmitted by the chip. Therefore, the deaths of Kurofuji Kisaburo and his gang did not escape the notice of the Black Dragon Society headquarters. To most people, this night was just an ordinary day in life, but to many people who knew about it, it was a turbulent night. Chapter 200 Finale Part 1. Jiang Qin is here. He was just immersed in helping Su Yuyan practice. 3 full days and 3 nights. I don't know how many times I have helped Su Yuyan in her practice. This training was not over until Su Yuyan made breakthroughs one after another and reached the late stage of the Grand Master realm. All her energy was used up and her body could no longer bear it. At this time, Jiang Qin actually felt that his realm seemed to be consolidated. He became more sensitive to his surroundings. Even from a great distance, he could sense that a new group of Japanese warriors had arrived in Nanzhou to investigate the War God Palace and the temporary hideout of the Black Dragon Society in the unfinished building forest. Having read the original work carefully, he understood the key points without much thought. Probably because He Tang San's gang was wiped out and the god of war Ling Feng suddenly lost contact, the Black Dragon Society headquarters discovered something unusual and sent people to investigate. Those people with evil ambitions will obviously not give up their invasion plans just because of this small defeat. When I have time later, it would be best to kill them as well. Thinking about this, Jiang Qin went to the bathroom to wash up and change into clean clothes again. He also turned on his cell phone which had been turned off. By the way, let me mention this. In order to ensure her concentration on practice, Su Yuyan turned off both her own and Jiang Qin's cell phones. During these 3 days and 3 nights, neither of them turned on their cell phones. I turned on the phone again at this moment, and after the phone entered the main interface, it started vibrating continuously within a short while. 19 missed calls. 26 unread messages. When I clicked on them, I saw that almost all the messages were from Lin Qingyue. The most recent missed call and unread text message came at around 9 o'clock this morning. Apparently Jiang Qin had been missing for 3 days and had not gone to work for 3 consecutive days, so the sister-in-law was getting anxious. After glancing at Lin Qingyue's unread text messages, Jiang Qin gathered his emotions and called Lin Qingyue directly. The call was quickly connected, and Jiang Qin said before Lin Qingyue could speak, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Let me be frank with you. I am actually an undercover agent as well. Before, my elder brother Ye Junlin asked me to lurk beside you and help him monitor your every move. Now that my good elder brother is dead, there is no need for me to do such a thing against my conscience anymore. So, what do you mean by telling me this now? On the other end of the phone, Lin Qingyue's tone made it difficult to understand her emotions. I want to resign. Jiang Qin was a little unsure of what she was thinking, but he still gave his answer decisively. If you still consider me as President Lin, just come and tell me in person if you want to resign. Lin Qingyue heard this, but just said this and hung up the phone. Jiang Qin thought about it and felt that this was necessary. I have to have a good talk with this good sister-in-law in person. After all, during the time he was under her command, although she would add to his drama from time to time, she was generally quite nice to him. Whether it was out of respect or out of some selfish motives, it was necessary to meet face to face and talk things out. After using his medical skills to help Su Yuyan with some simple treatment, he returned to Zhongyan City with Su Yuyan. Afterwards, after Su Yuyan returned to the rental house, he took a taxi and went straight to the president's office of Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group. When he came to the president's office again, he found that Xiao Dao was gone. Instead, there is a new assistant to the president. Jiang Qin guessed that Lin Qingyue had already taken action against Xiao Dao, and after the new president's assistant left, he knocked on the door of the president's office. Boss Lin, it's me, Jiang Qin. Unexpectedly, this time, Lin Qingyue actually came to the door in person and opened the office door. After Jiang Qin walked into the office door, he closed the door himself and then locked it. Mr. Lin, Jiang Qin was a little surprised. Don't talk, kiss me. The moment Lin Qingyue locked the door, she hugged him directly, closed her eyes and leaned over. By evening, the president's office was already in a mess. The boss chair, sofa, floor, and desk were all covered with traces of a battle. But Lin Qingyue still hugged Jiang Qin tightly. You can resign, but you can't disappear from my side forever. Don't forget my heart disease, it still needs you. Jiang Qin said nothing. Lin Qingyue struggled, took out a property certificate, a set of keys, and a gold card from the desk drawer and handed them to Jiang Qin. This is a villa I bought for you in Zhongyan Garden. It's just next to Villa 018. And my supplementary gold card. After that, you should regard that place as your home. Even if you are a kite in the sky, you should remember that no matter where you fly, your string is connected to that place. Jiang Qin could only smile, and while using his medical skills to help her recuperate, he said, in this situation, it seems that I have no room to refuse. There's nothing I can do. I can only take a loss and move my family there first. After he had adjusted her body, he put on his clothes again and left. Chapter 201 Finale, Part 2. A few more days passed. After Jiang Qin switched between Su Yuyan and Lin Qingyue for several times, he finally moved all his belongings to the Zhongyan Garden Villa district. Even the furniture, appliances and daily necessities of the new home are almost all available. On this day, after completing the relocation work, Jiang Qin finally moved into the Zhongyan Garden Villa with Su Yuyan on the auspicious day he had chosen. When Su Yuyan went to visit the villa and Jiang Qin was walking alone in the villa yard, a familiar figure, followed by many men and women who helped carry the luggage, appeared on the internal road of the Zhongyan Garden Villa area. Jiang Qin, when the familiar figure saw Jiang Qin, he looked very surprised. He stopped at the right time, then turned around and walked towards Jiang Qin. It was Ye Wushuang, the king of Zhongyan. Your Excellency the king of Zhongyan. Jiang Qin actually knew Ye Wushuang's true thoughts through her telepathy, but she still had a surprised expression on her face. She glanced at the men and women behind the king of Zhongyan who were carrying her gifts. What are you doing? King Zhongyan smiled slightly. The king's palace in Zhongyan is a bit boring, so I simply bought a house in Zhongyan Garden. I'm planning to build a home here. What about you? Judging from your current situation, you won't settle down in Zhongyan Garden as well, right? What a coincidence. Jiang Qin also smiled back. Your Excellency the king of Zhongyan guessed it right. Our CEO Lin insisted that I had made many contributions before and wanted to give me a villa like this, so I had no choice but to move here. That's quite a coincidence. Ye Wushuang smiled again. Then we'll all be neighbors from now on. You can walk around more often in the future. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded in agreement. But now he probably heard the noise here. The door of Zhongyan Garden number 018 opened, and Lin Qingyue walked out. Su Yuyan also quickly rushed out of Jiang Qin's villa. Soon, Jiang Qin heard the thoughts of the two. Haha, Jiang Qin just moved to the Zhangyan Garden Villa district, and the Queen of Zhangyan also bought a villa in the Zhangyan Garden Villa district, and it is right in front of Jiang Qin's villa. Moreover, she didn't come earlier or later, but on the day when Jiang Qin officially moved to Zhangyan Garden, and happened to come when Jiang Qin was strolling outside. If this wasn't intentional, I won't touch Jiang Qin for 3 days. Lin Qingyue's inner voice was as cold as her own. And in his coldness, he had the sharpness that is unique to a CEO. I moved to the front of Jiang Qin's new home and even pretended to meet him by chance to start a conversation. It seems that the Queen of Zhangyan is just like this. She can't keep her composure 100% in front of my Jiang Qin. The other one, Su Yuyan's voice, was always soft and cute. Oh my goodness, another one trying to steal my man. It seems that my vision is still quite good. I discovered Jiang Qin's shining points from the beginning and held him back from the beginning. Hehe, it's me after all. Seeing that the two girls seemed very happy that King Zhangyan had also moved here and were having a lively conversation there, Jiang Qin felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It's really a drama between 3 women. If he could not hear their inner voices, Jiang Qin, let alone reaching the realm of martial saint, would not have thought that even if he really ascended to heaven, they were completely hypocritical at this moment, and that their inner thoughts and the expressions on their faces were completely different. When the 3 women were about to become extremely tense, Jiang Qin quickly broke the situation. He coughed lightly and said, "In fact, there is something I have been holding in my heart." When the 3 women heard the voice, they almost immediately stopped talking and turned their eyes to him. Jiang Qin immediately said, "After moving here today, I'm going to go out and travel." What? The 3 girls were all shocked. Why do you want to go out and travel? Jiang Qin, after a tough battle, it's time to enjoy ourselves. Next, the world is so big, I want to take a look first. As for the rest, I'll consider it after I've seen all the beauty in the world. Su Yuyan, then take me with you. That's the life I've always dreamed of. I'll be with you. Lin Qingyue, why are you here so suddenly? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Ye Wushuang, where are you going specifically and how long will you be gone? Jiang Qin shook his head. It's hard to say right now. There are so many places I want to go and so many things I want to do. The maggots in Japan, the beautiful scenery, food, beauties from all over the world, and the real world. There are so many things he can do, wants to do, can play, and are fun. Anyway, from now on, do whatever you want. The world is so big, and between the 2 realms, you can roam freely. End of the book.